Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's one line up to check. There's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain.
Be the tip of the spear. You hold Calamity the touchdown. And it's not the full angle. He does it again from behind. And the
Another day, another Liz host, and y'all know I just couldn't stay away from you. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm Elizabeth, well, I can't even say my own name, joined by Shio and Marks on the desk, and it has been a week of Swiss Stage. We have been going through it. The teams have been going through it. We are finally here at the last day of Swiss Stage this week, or maybe. But Marks, you've been here with me. Shio, you are joining me on the desk today. Welcome, sir. Welcome to my royal court. Thank you for joining us. I don't know why I'm looking you over here. But thank you for joining us out of the royal court. I mean, you've been casting a lot. You've been casting a lot of these games. So talk to me how we're feeling about now we're finally at the end of the week.
If I was a player, I'd say I'm feeling good, and then not talk afterwards. But honestly,
Are you gonna play your own game as well?
No.
Okay.
I'm not. The week so far has been amazing. I love the meta right now with the neon changes. I love the roster shifts. I thought the gameplay would kind of subside because people are getting used to each other, but there's some rosters that have stuck together over time. It's getting electric right now as people are trying to, really lock in to get to that play-in stage later on in Challengers.
It's crazy to think of like kind of how far we've come, but also like we've also made like kind of incremental. It's like round 2, round 3, right? But we've also just been kind of going at it. Marks, you were here with me yesterday as well. We've seen this bracket kind of shape up to be what it is. Give me your thoughts on it.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy because exactly like Shai was saying, entering into this new meta, so many teams kind of shifted their rosters while some of them just stuck with their main core. And ironically, I think that a majority of the teams that have shifted their roster tended to be on the lower half of this bracket right now. With round 2 kind of wrapping up there, we found the people who unfortunately now have our 0 and 2 losses. And a lot of these teams are teams that kind of reformed. Meanwhile, on the upper bracket, a lot of these teams kind of stuck together or just had a couple of additions while they're still finding lots of success with their players.
And that is something that I think we kind of expected coming into here, right? We saw some of these teams have insane amount of switches, right? Coaches and whatever it may be, but them kind of finding their footing. And I think each time we saw them perform, even if they are 0 and 2, we saw them getting better. We saw them fixing the things that they need to fix. Unfortunately, Switch Stage is very, very unforgiving and kind of requires them to kind of fix it now rather than later, but something we are super excited to see. And we're gonna find our 2-0 teams today, which is super exciting. The ones who continue to be undefeated moving forward. I know we are very excited for the games today. We have some Preds that we're actually not gonna show you. We're just gonna talk with them. It's so brilliant, but something we are very excited to talk about. Today's first game is M80 versus SRB. It's heavyweight versus heavyweight, Shadow.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you were like in a large family growing up, I wasn't. This is like your 2 older twin brothers fighting over something. I don't even know what it is, but like you're like, I don't even want to get involved. I might go to a different room. These rosters, I think, will start to tell us what style of game as well. It's kind of leading challengers overall. I feel like last split in general for stage 2 in Challengers, it was a little bit more of a fast-paced, cohesive, like disrespectful game style, similarly to how NA's been throughout this year, last year. But M80 SRB, Mark specifically, I feel like they have a little bit more of a cerebral approach to the game. They kind of respect it a bit. Still really strong in the shooting range though.
Absolutely. I mean, when we talk about these two teams and just where they stand amongst all of these Challengers teams, yeah, these guys are aimers, but at the same time, their macro and game plans coming into this has always looked so good. And obviously these two teams kind of forming their main roster during stage 2. The more practice that they've gotten with each other, it's gotten better and better. And we're seeing even sharper Valorant come out both from M80 and SRB. Of course, we got to mention this is a rematch of the grand finals of stage 2 with M80 being able to win it out over SRB 3-2. And so coming now, new meta, this one is going to be a spicy one.
I mean, let's talk about M80, our current reigning champions, right? That was a 3-2 scoreline. That was a hefty battle between these two teams, and one of the few teams that I don't blame them, who kept all of their players, kept all of their staff, kind of kept things going. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they've already made a very, very clean 2-0 Shio against Rose.
Yeah, that Rose game, I watched a little bit of it, just trying to understand the games that were happening from yesterday. Just looked really good on, I think, the maps that were chosen, and at the same time, just in control of the game entirely. This Kaplan project, which is a little bit more like, you know, play a bit more contact, or a little bit more contact, and then explode onto the site. It just seems to be getting refined game after game after game, and I feel like this team might be the strongest team in a round after a timeout. Like genuinely, the pages they can switch from, where they actually go to as well, is amazing. Spaz, I feel like, has been a low-key highlight as well, next to all these goated names in the last stage in what was happening later on towards the grand finals as well. But Caillou, Nismo, Bonnie, Alvin, all these guys historied within both, I think a little bit of tier 1, now in tier 2 as well. The whole team's looking great, Marks.
It's so crazy because I'm glad that you bring up their individual performances. Obviously, Bonnie, yeah, we know Bonnie at this point. Bonnie flying through, mostly played that Neon, now gonna have to shift roles a little bit. Nismo as well has had crazy frags after stepping right back into this roster, retiring from being the coach originally, but everybody on this roster has done so well. And Nismo specifically, I mean, everyone knew that this guy, those flashes are insane. They're always getting value. But one of the switch ups that we got to see was Nismo stepping into the Omen role, which at first I had a lot of questions about. I had a lot of doubts, I'm going to be completely honest with you. And then as the games kind of happened, I was like, yeah, no, Nismo got Omen down pat. That is looking sick.
I think this guy, when it comes to the flexibility and consistency, something you want out of your controllers, just amazing. At the same time, you can swap off and play a lot of different roles the team's needs a lot of the times. The Omen specifically, though, in positioning is just so much fun to watch. He's been playing up in this tier and just across NA in general for so long. It's really cool seeing him slot in for more faster compositions, and then recently as well on Lotus and other maps, actually be in the fray, get his one, sometimes, usually even, if you're looking at the Rose game, getting his 2s, and having lots of like just aggressive impact. That's not really what we've seen from Nismo in the past. He's actually leveling up as a guy who wants to frag more.
Which is crazy to think about Nismo, because you think he is so good, right? You're like, surely he can improve even more, and he even gets better and better and better, which is incredible to see. But Nismo will have his work cut out for him once again, because he will be facing, once again, Shao Rebellion Black. Now, again, as Mark said, this is a rematch of the grand finals. That was a close grand final. It's also very jarring to see poses and pictures when we just had all 5 men on M80 with their hands behind their back. These poses here and there. But I mean, Shio, you talked about it. You know, M80 have those, you know, tier 1 experience on their team. Shao Rebellion Black has exactly that as well.
I mean, if you just look at the poses, I'll break it down from here for a second.
Okay, yeah.
Like the fact that M80 didn't have poses and SRB did is kind of the difference for me in these teams. M80 might be a team that's really good at figuring out the mid round or how the game goes while it's happening. SRB, I feel like in all of Challengers, has some of the best pre-barrier setups that I've seen across all these players, choosing some of the best ideas to attack a map before it even starts. And you can see it, they're posed up. I mean, past Smoke, who is the guy who's usually adapting the best inside the moment, everybody else is always ready before the match starts as well. FPs has been doing a really good job at balancing so many rosters under his belt too. This one specifically, I feel like is being led in that more cerebral way, Marks. They're really thinking about the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop on board here and talk about Posegate for a second, because like Nature, you know, he's got the 2 arms up. Xander Satellite, Exa only got the 1 arm up, and then Smoke, the newest addition to the roster, is still looking to really cement his place into this. But exactly like you said, Shio, these guys have been starting to work together. And earlier you said that you think M80 is the strongest team after a timeout. And actually, I would challenge that specifically with Shopify Rebellion Black, because every single time when these guys are kind of getting a little bit out of control, Effie's hits that timeout button and we see them really rein things in. I've been so impressed with their growth throughout the last stage, from being kind of a middle level team in my opinion to being one that really is excelling and gave an honest shot to win it all last stage.
The boys are fighting on the desk already. Wish me luck, everyone. But we're gonna focus on Exa as well, the one of our 1-armed goats, one of the 2 saying, shush, be quiet. But yes, we are going to talk about you, Exa. I'm gonna go to you for this, Marks. I think when we try to highlight players, a lot of times we have the duelists or the initiators are kind of like the big fraggers as well. We don't want to forget a player like Exa.
Yeah, you really don't. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's a shush. I think it's the I'm number one and you're not going to see me coming, because
my bad.
Exa is so good on this controller role. Exa has been a continuous standout performer. We were even joking last stage multiple times, like we got to highlight somebody else besides Exa. But that just goes to show how consistent this guy is at navigating and playing so expertly around these smokes. Mainly onto the Viper, have been playing a couple of other roles as well, including the Cypher. But Exa has continuously been hitting and continuously finding value for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, the biggest thing too for Exa in specific, sorry, the biggest thing for Exa in general too is his role is becoming so much more important with the meta shifting as well. Like the anchoring is actually possible now. The way that he started to get these highlights in the post spike can happen before the spike gets put down too. So his entire game plan, the way he just attacks the game, it can even improve more so, just like we were talking about with Nismo.
And for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, it's something I'm very excited to talk about. It's our Neons, well, our former Neons, if you will. It is Bonnie versus Satellite. We could have a lot of discussions whether or not they're going to stay on the Neon. Obviously, right now, it looks like they do not never played Neon, but it's it's kind of Marks. These are two players who I think really made a name for themselves on that agent and kind of these star duelists who now kind of had to adjust a little bit.
Yeah, you talk about this adjustment coming through after this Neon post nerf here, and one of the biggest questions I have coming into this one is how Bonnie is going to be playing on these other duelists. We've seen the Neon look phenomenal. We've seen Bonnie get unreal plays specifically on Neon. But then when it came to the flip side of things, Satellite, who was still playing Neon, didn't seem as comfortable. So now that Neon is kind of being removed from the equation, I have a lot of questions about which one of these duelists are really going to pop off for their teams, because I do think that maybe Satellite does have a bit more of an edge, given the fact that we're not going to be seeing that zappy shotgun gameplay.
Yeah, when it comes to the zappy shotgun, it's nice that you mentioned that, Marks. I think Neon in the past, but you know, pre-nerf, was all about two different versions of it. The Neon that wants to play for space and the Neon that wants to play against the player with the B-hops, the jumps, the shotgun, the electricity. Bonnie was the one always playing against the player. He would focus on the player more, juke out the player, dash to the player, and get his kills. That's why he was so flashy with it. Satellite was the one that was playing more so with the space. And a lot of Neons that are a bit more uncomfortable with it, just, you know, kind of privy to that instead, to try to make the space, use the utility, the best options to get their team as much of it as an advantage as possible. You can see that now into what they're playing, you know, just one day ago, pretty much. Raze and Phoenix. Raze is that girl to be able to get in, showstopper someone in the face. Phoenix right now, yeah, you could see people, but the ultimate, the options that Satellite's gonna be playing with now, I think Liz kind of hits it right on the head too. It might be a bit better for him in general to have this nerf come through and have his space type of gameplay take, you know, more of a foothold over what Neon kind of just saturated over, just trying to be in people's faces all the time and focusing on the players.
I will say, thank goodness, Neon. We love you. You needed a nerf, babes. You needed a nerf. Your shotguns needed a nerf. The game is, I mean, it's also, I love asking our players to kind of like, what else can you do, right? Like Neon is such a great agent. You can find, no, but like seriously, like all this like strength on it, but let's see other forms of skill expression, right? Let's see how you work with your team in those kind of those moments when you actually have to physically stay with them versus running out and sliding, which is fine if you want to play the Neon is a great agent, but I love the variety that we are seeing now with the 12.09 patch. But friends, we have our map picks and bans for you. Production, please show us the maps. Thank you. Here we have, sorry, they're
so
gonna
demanding.
Kill me. They're gonna kill me. They said just because I said please, I'm so talented and ladylike. Shai, I'm gonna go to you for this. Starting on a classic M80 map, Pearl, then Haven, and only if necessary, Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, this I think is a bit comfortable for M80, specifically just how you look at how matches have been going for them so far. The Rose game, double 13-4s, you had Pearl and Lotus pop up. The way they played too, I think Haven should be fine for them to lock in with as well. They're looking, I feel like, in terms of the draft, winning here so far, Marks, comparatively to SRB.
Yeah, and like, of course, when you take a look at the match history of those grand finals, hey, SRB banning Fracture, thank goodness for that, because they did not look prepared for Fracture when we saw that lineup happening here. I actually am a little bit more curious to see how Haven is going to go, because traditionally this was that map that SRB did not want to really go with. And if that's the case, now that they're picking it here, I've got a lot of questions as to how they want to approach this one, and I'm very curious to see how it's going to go against M80.
Yeah, against the Victics, it was really nice. 13-9 in total. I mean, both teams have smashed their first games. M80's kind of been a bit more decisive, but you could argue they might have had an easier matchup. It's cool to see the overlap on Haven, though, between these two teams. Map 2 should be kind of the decider as to I feel like who wins this matchup overall.
Just to kind of cast our minds back to the grand finals, M80 won this map 13-7. So not a complete stomp, Shio, but it was a very convincing M80 map, so no surprise that they picked it for their first map. We don't have a graphic for this, but we do have our predictions. And Marks, come to the front, take a seat. Take a seat.
That's what you say to the people getting interviewed. I'm nervous.
and I'm interviewing you now because I'm looking at our predictions that you can find on our Twitter at Ace NA Valorant. You want to look there. You're the only person who voted for SRB of the entire talent team today. So why?
You know, if I'm being interviewed right now, all I gotta say is I played the game, and you know, I believe in my team. Yeah, no, okay, but just kidding aside, the reason why I picked SRB here is I'm putting a lot of stocks specifically on this Neon nerf because I think that Bonnie had such a massive impact for M80. Not to take away from the rest of the team, I think that they were getting away with crazy rounds just because of Bonnie. And to me, I'm curious whether or not that is going to be the swing factor over onto SRB's side because I do think Satellite might have just a little bit more impact. And oh my goodness, we got the Preds on screen.
Thank you, production. Thank you. What about you, Shio?
I'm saying M80. Also, ratioed 3-1 by M80. Also, M80's just gonna win this. We're big chilling.
Okay.
Won the grands. Map's looking good. Yeah, 13-7 on Pearl. Neon meta's gone low, bro. It's gonna be fine. On that map is so different when that agent is not in play. There's slower, more methodical play. I'm a veto connoisseur as well. If M80 are bringing it back, I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Shio, I'm gonna pretend I voted for SRB for a little bit. Just pretend. I'm cosplaying right now, if you will.
Okay.
What if we've had some time right now. This is their second round game, right? There is a world where they change their agent comp and they've figured out what hasn't worked from their first game, right?
Yep.
So I'm sure you've considered this, but like having me bring it up in front of you, in front of the audience, does that make you feel any which way, or are you gonna stick with M80? This is any caution.
The comps are definitely going to change. Like, I think when it comes to the pro comp specifically as well, I think Chamber is still there, but like Sky and Neon might need to go as well when it comes to SRB. The changes as well, I'm more confident when they pick into Raze. I feel like Raze is a very good option for these guys on SRB to be able to lock in with, but I'm not sure if Pearl is the map where their strengths are going to be as highlighted as M80 specifically. That being said, this game's gonna go through. M80 are gonna get 13-1. I'm gonna look like a fool, maybe. Who knows? 13-1. The biggest thing is, like, you know, when it comes to Pearl, SRB are kind of like the blank slate. What could they possibly do? I want to see just the agent select, honestly, to see the head-to-head between these teams.
Give me a Tejo. Let's have fun. Give me a Tejo. Give me a veto. What works? Give me a Tejo. Tejo still has some value.
The most interesting thing is that M80 is still rocking a Neon on this map specifically. Now, I haven't gotten to watch that one as close comparatively to the Lotus where they rocked Raze, but they have like this KO Sova thing going on. A lot of the times, like if you had the double initiator, it'd be like Sova Tejo a lot of the times, you know, so you're asking for the Tejo, it might be coming through. But to keep Neon as your solo duelist while she's nerfed the entire time, it still works in the 13-4 with it. I mean, clearly Marks, at least something's not broken and it ain't getting fixed.
I mean, yeah, well, at the same time, like we have to like take into account the teams that they have previously faced. That's kind of why, you know, keep an open mind here. Keep an open mind. But at the same time, I want to talk about that Tejo pick specifically because that is something that SRB used to bring out a lot. Except the veto was kind of like smacking that around and then tossing it out the window because it's just like, well, Tejo can't do anything. And I say that. Look what's back, but you know who's not back? Veto is not back on the side of M80, so we are big chilling for SRB.
Okay. Real quick though, Tejo does get skipped by Neon. One of the reasons that Tejo started to also just not see as much play or get countered overall is because Neon can just walk right by the salvos, jump right through the side execs on defense. It's not that crazy of a counter, even if it's not veto. I'm still leaning M80 on this one, Liz. What about you?
Oh man, I'm the host. I don't talk about this, but I do have to say, I think Bonnie is such a spectacular Neon. I even with the nerf, I know Marks, you were leaning saying the nerf was going to lead towards Upper Rebellion Black. I genuinely think it isn't that big of a deal for Bonnie. I think that if anything, that gives him more hunger to do what he's going to do on Bonnie stuff. But I do The Vise on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black worries me a little bit. But friends, we are ready to get into game. M80 versus Shopify Rebellion Black. And you know what? I'm gonna do something crazy. Production, make Shio Caster, send them to Zobi. Go, go, go!
I will tap in. I'll tap in. Zobi, you here? Are you tapped in? Are you good? Are we ready to go?
Oh, locked in, Shio.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Now, when it comes to these comps, Zobi, I want to hear your opinions. What do you think at first glance?
Oh, I mean, I got to cast M80 versus Rose, actually. I got to see how this comp worked. And number one, it was Nisma go kill. Number two, Alvin was a great closer. And Spaz was setting up every engagement on those chokes perfectly. So I think that's where SRB's composition, specifically Saddleite and the Tejo, is designed around that. But I'm a bit worried. My favorite change was getting Saddleite off the support back onto the duelist between stage 1 and stage 2. And this could be a form of backwards progress, Shio. So I need them to prove themselves, right? I mean, they got 13-0 on this map. Showed a little improvement with the comp change in those grand finals that we mentioned, but obviously there's some sour history here.
Yeah, just a little bit. You want to make sure that the overall timeline of where you're slotting in your players really makes sense. For me, I think that although I enjoy the M80 comp, I like the way they kind of play the game overall in speed. Alvin will be a very big portion of things as well. Exa, the Vice pick, really slows down Neon completely. Really slows down a lot of the ideas that M80 might have an approach to this map on attack at least. But it is SRB starting over on attack. They will be the ones leading the charge on focusing where to put the gameplay down. So far, heavy B-side pressure from M80 or just a B-side waiting game. SRB taking their time.
Yeah. We had how you hold the info on the A line. Oh, they're getting pinged out. That's your typical lurk anyways. So that's going to cause that double stack to, in fact, rotate over to A. Big read coming in since that's where the SRB stack is starting to lean.
Slow it down again for the moment. I mean, the best team in the world, I think, at piloting this composition, and it's kind of been fading in existence, is NRG that run the Tejo Sova up in tier 1. They're going to be relevant and more relevant to these tier 2 teams as they're going to be playing each other later on if things end up going well for both of these teams. But as of this moment, touching that site, the exec itself, that's where the challenge hits.
Yeah, the Salva's going to have to come out of main in perfect timing with smoke on this entry. And that's big pressure on the newer edition, right? The solo duelist here. Let's see if he can serve up the pistol.
Yeah, there's 4 here from M80 already. So first drone going to go in, make that space see nothing. Pop flash all the way towards the right side. Nobody in just yet. Patience. Bonnie, though, through the smokes. A bit of chaos. Lots of mess. Who will connect the first shot? Afterwards, Caillou is going to be able to hold things down. This pistol's going right towards M80's way. Saddleite might be the one player left in the atmosphere, but he comes tumbling down as well. Spaz rocking the 2, and M80 looking good on pistol.
Yeah, I think you guys talked about it in the desk, right? SRB is usually one that have the idea, have the plan super early into the round, but I felt like M80 kind of knew where SRB were headed the entire time. And I like the disconnected hold of Art as well, just relying solely on that trademark and maybe your Astra and Khan, because then they can rotate off that contact, backfill the space, but keep those numbers in backside. And we saw the efficacy of it without even Spike going down for SRB. So the buy-up's going to come through. We're going to see a more traditional split of players. I think the most interesting part is Bonnie being the one hold down mid-door space, and SRB hidden B-side for the eco is a fun one.
Be the chamber, that might not matter as much as some of the other agents. We'll try to speed up a little bit, but we'll get slowed down. That 0 point can really inhibit the ability for a team to push past the smoke.
Yeah, doubling it. Should be able to hopefully figure out this cross, this nasty back haul line from Alvin as well. Or they're just gonna pop out all together at once.
I mean, hopefully they have a flash. Smoke falls down. Bonnie ready to spray. Okay, disaster a little bit. They might be able to pick up that SMG as well in a second. Spectre going to be on the ground. Alvin, 2 tries. It's nothing. It's the third for a second, but it looks like SRB have hit the site.
The nice smokes from Xander allowed those closer angles. Spike plant's huge just for the eco.
More peeks on back site, trying for it. Spaz going to find the cross on 1. Suddenly, this round just needs to be ensured here by M80. At the same time, you do not want to lose too many bodies to it. Caillou, insane off the flank. There's the insurance.
Yeah, I think we saw that Vice wall get utilized on CT instead of the flank, and that basically cost them the eco, which otherwise was looking pretty good. They were tempering the fights, they were buying down the clock, and M80 as a result keep it pretty clean. And another thing to point out for SRB was they just contacted out of that Astra smoke. There was no real flashes you could hinge on, right? Because it is just that arc rose with Exa, and I think that's gonna be a big worry of mine, is that difference versus Nismo, one of the greatest KOs, right, in tier 2 right now. And we'll see if that's something that compounds later on. But Shio, I'm seeing a little pause right now, and I'll say it's gonna be a good time for one. I'm assuming it's a tech, but we'll get answers for you guys. And yeah, what do we think of the first 2 rounds? I feel like nothing's been out of the ordinary per se, right? We're both M80 believers here, Shio, to put it plainly. Where does the hope come from for SRB, for the fellow marks out there?
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's still like a 51-49, you know, honestly a 50-50 all the time. They force us to make preds. It's part of the job. We got to do it. For SRB, I think there still is a lot of hope. But again, you know, some of these rounds, you have to be both stingent on your utility, but also using it at the right time in some of these execs. You don't want to be holding onto your drones for too long. I think drones are the name of the game. It's going to be both on satellite and on nature's shoulder, in my opinion, to make sure the team is going where they need to go at the right times.
Well, didn't really see either of those on that B exit, did we? It was just the cross smoke and then we'll hop out of the smoke. Very, very content heavy. Maybe so they could get some of those better weapons through.
It's
full shields, right? Across the board. Yeah.
Full shields. It's expensive to run these drones sometimes, right? You have both Tejos and Sovas just costing so much. So in those rounds where you can afford not to afford them, it's amazing. The one thing too for M80 I wanted to point out, it's really cool seeing a little bit of difference both in round 1 and round 2. The first round, 3 of them over at B, waiting for some type of stuff to happen. The second round playing B very, very passively, even letting them out of the smoke. They're really trying to condition chaos and randomness on that site. Yeah. And that's really good for Alvin. You never know where he's going to play.
And I'm already going to be like compounding, overthinking this already, but even look at that gun shuffling that happened during or right prior to this tech pause, right? Kayuna has the Marshall that Alvin was sporting, and he has a Spectre. So talking about that double drone, it's perfect against your sniper rifle, against your chamber. So keeping them guessing in terms of where that's going to be, who's going to be sporting it as well.
And the big thing too, what ended up happening is Nismo, in that last round, there was an alligator that entered his room. He was wrestling with it, and they crashed into his computer. So his PC crashed. Give us 2 minutes, 1 minute for dealing with the alligator, and then another minute for rebooting the PC. He's got an SSD, so it'll be pretty fast. I'll be right back into the game. That's why M80's not moving as much. But Nismo, we talked about him a bit. Oh, sorry, yeah.
I was gonna make a joke because Pearl's under the water, but are we really in alligator territory there?
It's always an alligator. If you think it's a tech pause, the first thing you have to consider is where was the alligator the whole time? That's standard protocol, right?
Okay, so back to Nismo. Once he gets back from the alligator attack, what's going to be different about him this time?
No, I'm saying in terms of impact for Nismo in general, we highlighted him on controller. He's back on KO once again. What do you think of his initiation type of gameplay? A controller, he's been leveling up, but now he's back again. Just like Satellite's back on Tejo, he's back on the KO.
I mean, he's going to be on the KO the majority of the time. It's just those few like fill maps that we're going to see the Omen when you do have that double controller alongside Spaz on the Viper. But I'm livening it. It really does, I think, allow Bonnie to shine. And it's kind of been this stability element while we're facilitating that duelist nerf, that duelist shift, right? Even with that Lotus we saw up against Rose, even when he was on the Omen, he was that support letting and setting Bonnie up to still frag out. So I think it's more of that, again, stability element, which he's always been, right? That's why he's shifted between coach, back to player. Like, you're always in a safe pair of hands with him and included in your roster.
Safety right now is on the A side at the start of this round. We're right back into it, but the target seems to be B for the side of SRB.
You get to see why they handed off the sniper as well. Look, Alvin's upgraded to the half glass cannon operator with that light shield, and it was art side maybe trying to play off the point. They put the trademark there time and time again, but SRB with the buy going B, and how close it was on the eco as well. This makes sense.
The last time they waited for the smoke, this time explosion, double drone, land and C at the same time. They're up in the skies, they're all the way back in sight as well, and that's actually giving Smoke a really good spot for this retake coming in soon.
Oh, I like it. It's gonna allow that recon for the reflood instead, and these salvos on top of it.
Lots of utility used to get this spike down. Not sure how much is really left to hold on to it afterwards, so positioning is very important here for the team.
Megs is holding on while the 0 points effects fade, but M80 are starting to gain some space back.
Oh, they're flooding in. Weapons, though, not going to be up to par. Just a few kills here and there. Alvin is going to lose the op, though, coming into this. That is the strangest part about that anti-bonus. That's weird.
Yeah, it was, again, it's always a risk to force that up on the third round, but I'm going to throw my worries out the window, Shao. I want to say it was the arc rose, the double swing from long. That was a bit unexpected, right? Your player, Xander's usually going to be tucked away playing, again, post-plant util is one swinging alongside exit in that situation. So really well timed, and it's going to place a high price on enemy discovering that piece of util early on into these retakes, or it's going to be a big problem later on when they usually are still like one set speed on these retakes.
The speed usually slow though for SRB when they're starting things off. One salvo just for room to be able to actually get through double doors. That's really cool. Across the world, the team is still linked together.
Well, Alvin still has the op, bought another one, because why not? And we switched up the defense again for M80. Double anchor B, stack in A main, and now these anchors have to do their job because they've come down straight already on the SRB side.
Pressure on Alvin though. Been caught in that cross with the dash. Salvo to break off the path. Spaz in one of the most perfect spots that you can see. Solved though, can't get two, and Alvin also broken off the angle. Nature gets Nismo down, and suddenly the site has been found for SRB.
The ping pong trades were super nice, and Nismo again tried to pick up that slack for Alvin, but flew too close to the sun, gets dropped, and now, like you mentioned, the 3v3 with Caillou only on a sheriff.
Oh, there's magic in this round though. Rabbit in the hat, somebody in the pocket. It's Nature all the way inside link. Can really solve this round or be troublesome and letting M80 trying to get back on the site. Bonnie's trying to find it though, but health bars are weak. Shorty from this distance, not going to be a possibility. Bonnie's able to slide, get a pick. Bit of a mess there in that round.
Oh, and that's where the late round communication from M80 had to have shined through, right? Nature's the one that got the refrag on an Nismo in heaven. They know he's tucked street. And again, it's questionable. I understand that you were in position in the post because of how fast M80 was there, but Xander being the one to swing and take that double swing CT first. And sometimes you do write it down to Shayo being whiffed at the end of the day, right? Body gets the kill, gets the safe position, gets the reload off and the kill onto Nature, right? Like, the Nest was worried about him on other duelists, not the Neon. And we're seeing again when he doesn't have shotguns, he can still be that slide demon even with a Phantom.
It's really interesting in that round as well what Neon is doing, what Bonnie is doing compared to what Bonnie used to do. That would probably be a round where, you know, triple B hop into back halls, try to clear that, play so much faster. He's actually with Alvin on that retake. They're using the power of numbers now. The game has really changed for these Neon teams.
And that's where they just tucked halls. I think it would have gone differently for SRB, and so they give in to that high-low. Doubled up numbers for M80, but Alvin, a bit earlier of an opportunity for contact here.
That's for suppressed. It has to be. Sometimes, yeah, doesn't show up on the minimap. That's everybody found out for SRB.
Except the lurk. Xander again was holding down that mid space, and surprised we don't see M80 rotate off a bit sooner, right? That's what identified their pistol success, and maybe this is why. I feel like any Odin on A main is definitely gonna strike some fear. Or not if you're SRB.
Yeah, I mean,
just run through it, sure.
Run through it, get a close drone coming in as well. These guys are so confident moving into this one. Caillou's not going to be able to play towards Secret either. In front of the wall, though, both players spraying. Salvo's coming in. Caillou picks up Xander. That's huge for the post plant.
Yeah, it's a kill before that Armageddon comes through, but space, the plant will go to SRB nonetheless.
Oh, they're all the way through Secret, though, pushing forward, still guarded in there. Petals, though, can we find some type of magic? It's all from SRB. It's amazing. The trades are going so good. All down to Alvin in a 1v2 smoke. Up inside Secret, though, inside that dugout. Enemy found out. A two-piece for Alvin. It's just so good.
What did I say, agents? Like, this is your closer. Picks up the mistakes from M80, not respecting the steel guard and outpacing the retake a little bit, but the damage was dealt, the impact was there, and Alvin was able to close it out with the clutch. So M80 will stay ahead on their map pick 4-1, and I mean, that was all the ultimates, right? On the SRB side, invested with no conversion. So Shayo, are we about to enter timeout territory?
Timeout to what? Salt? Be sad? I mean,
yeah, I mean, sometimes you need to work through your emotions, Shayo, before you can move on.
Here's what I'll say, right? I feel like you time out again when you get these ultimates back. You have to wait for the next round of them come in.
That'll be too late. It'll be like 8-1 at that point, no?
We've seen timeouts at 6-5 sometimes just to guarantee that extra round. If I'm timing out, if my coach calls a timeout here, I'm just screaming for the 60 seconds. That's maybe why I'm not a player. That's why I'm over
maybe
here
it'll
right
be
now.
next when the rifles are there, because it is Nico. Yeah. Some coaches.
Minus 400, by the way. Thank you so much for the drone.
Yeah, these double initiators, that's why they got two of them, I guess. But okay, SRB, more traditional look for the eco, scaling mid, testing mid, and M80 again, you play disconnected. You don't want to hand any of these sheriff kills early over to SRB, and ooh, unless you get a timing, of course. Bonnie with the Bucky on the backstab through Art. It would be nice.
Oh, Odin here this time though. It's kind of interesting. They'll get electrified a bit in the smoke, but they're paused here right now, Zod.
I really want Bonnie to take this risk so much, right? They know they're in Art. You just heard the dash through. Kai's been forced already back to Flowers, and Alvin has TP'd into Secret. There's a lot of danger.
Op though going to be able to solve some of that danger. But caution on the side of SRB. Salvoed out, had to hit that quick scope shot. Support there from Caillou as well. They did a really good job. Alvin, back-to-back rounds of just pure power from the same position. Looking amazing. I mean, it's kind of like a bit of a joke of a conversation from Bonnie there at the end. I mean, the disrespect is now coming in, Zobi. The lead is also really lengthening.
I'm gonna shuffled by from M80 with the Stanger and a Bucky still find the round and find those impactful kills, and that's where SRB again, this tail implementation, which you guys were arguing on the desk, has just not been there. Not without them trying, right? But those salvos disconnected, right? Alvin still held the line, still found a kill before the second one came in, and you want that Asher util to be compiling on top of it as well. So there's the timeout. Again, they went with the buy, and hey, you got your ults kind of Bladestorm and Hunter's Fury, I guess.
They're going to be tapping into Bladestorm for now, maybe saving for just a few more rifles after the fact. There's an option for an attack op as well, but I feel like Smoke doesn't play that slow.
Yeah, they're not peeking in early either on the M80 side. So I think you just keep for the hero rifle just in case you lose the next, and M80 are knocking on the door of numbers in the first half. Hey, you're already not going to get 13-0 again.
True. But 13-1, I guess it feels a little bit better. I don't think it's going to go down to that, though, either. We got to wait for some of these impact ultimates again. I think one of the most unfortunate parts so far for the side of SRB, Xander has been going down before that spike's even planted. I mean, 2 rounds in a row. I know some of these might be ecos, but that is really rough.
Again, he's very aggressive, right? Like, I'm excited for later when we might get an Omen pick from him. But again, even in the post plays, he's been one of the first players kind of fighting out. It's a characteristic, but again, we haven't seen too many post plants for us to see if that's what's changing the outcome of the rounds with the Fine Tooth Comb or not. But M80, I'm trying to figure out if they want to turn the heat up coming out of this eco. Still have the Bucky in the overdrive for Bonnie, and it's set up with Nismo, which gives like credit towards some maybe sort of trap forward play, but we'll see what happens after SRB make first contact. Hey, you got your attack op.
Oh, they're rocking it. Okay, so they're going to be playing this one really slow, just for info in the beginning, and then maybe knives for the pop. So they've got a lot of options here on the side of SRB. The first drone will push away Alvin.
I wish the op was versus the op, though, right? That would have been a great opener. Versus, as we know, M80 haven't been really over-peaking anywhere else on the map, right? Even when it was the eco round for SRB, Bonnie wasn't willing to push through mid-door in contact on them when they first showed in Art.
It's a very big weapon, though. It has some limitations. Peeking now into Art. This is where trouble starts to form. Bonnie, Sheriff into from this angle. He's going to go for a pot shot. Still has the Bucky, by the way. Relying on the overdrive this round. Drone also. Canceled by Caillou. Both drones down. Not much space gained. SRB running out of time and slightly in trouble.
Yeah, you're gonna regroup, probably pop with the blades out of a main at this rate, but that's where M80 do the best, is when they have numbers on the site. Can full stop anger with mollies, with Botany and the overdrive. There's so much to work with.
But the pop needs the drones. The pop needs that utility.
Why
Both
are we
drones
leaving
are
A?
gone. They're
Why
leaving.
Are we leaving A?
They heard the jet knives pop. There's a smoke up on B this time, so they can't have any more information. A's clear.
I mean, they got retake ults, I guess. Spaz will have the Cosmic Divide, you'll have the overdrive, but Caillou has realized the mistake, and they're still going to delay some backside space off the Nova Pulse, and here they come, just reflooding in off the time.
Spike will come down, pop flash over with the overdrive as well. Starting to make some space. Bonnie, back and forth, ping and pong, is able to score over and over again. The paddle straight towards the face of SRB. They melt, and they never even started on the site. M80. A tear gap in the third day, first week of Challengers.
Again, doesn't matter if Bonnie's even getting the kill, someone is there to follow it up, right? It's that full house moment for the flawless for M80 to shut down more ultimates on the SRB side. And you saw, right, how quick the util comes after they identify that 3 stack that's trying to fight into secret off of Bonnie's contact, right? Nova Bolt's backside, right? And that's through all the tail util. They still find this impact. We even see a Rogue Recon come through. So again, the speed of decision-making right now is what's setting this team apart, and their actions cannot be tracked. It feels like they are 2 steps ahead, and they're on the defense, the kind of reactive end of Pearl doing this.
Yeah, it's double tilt too because the timeout was called for that round, and that timeout worked. They got a site for free. Doesn't matter though. All your util used, nothing to stop the rest of the flood coming in. It's trouble time, and now again, Bonnie receiving some of the pressure. This time the drone has people behind it. Here we go, jumping in, perfect stun, a little bit of a trade. Trouble though for the rest of M80. They can't stop the leaks here. Control of middle overall. A whiff on both sides. Hexa is performing right now, but the flashes are so good from the side of M80.
Oh, you need Alvin to get shut down here, and Xander will serve that with the Sheriff, and Caillou trying to play the timing for numbers, and unfortunately they're just stripped further and further away.
This scrappy round, this is where things work out for SRB, where it's a little bit more, you know, lose your inhibitions, just try to get towards your site, play a bit more man to man, go for just trades, very simple ideas, and for the first time, a faster pace. So we didn't try to push pull at all, they just kept pushing forward.
And with that, I mean, we'll see what Spaz can do in the 1v3, but it's almost like they identified the one area that is weak for M80, which is that mid space. And as expected, the Thrifty comes true for SRB to get up to 2. Still the hopes of a tied half here, but yeah, circling back to that mid space, right? We've seen Bonnie there, right? It's either been Bonnie or it's been Spaz. And I think it being your duelist without that full ability, right, to anchor that position, right? And the trademark's a little bit is over on Art's side, right? Like, it is, you have to contact, you have to win. And that's exactly what they tried to do off the Gravel, but Exit was really good at trading. And if Alvin gets either of those 2 kills onto either Nature or onto Xander, completely different round.
Very, very different round. It's always a little bit of a whiff, but that's the risk when you're running the op. Caillou locked in back to the Odin now. And pace needed to be fast here from SRB. That's what's been working so far. The Salvo's ready for a set play on A, but the rest of the team is not ready to be on the same page.
Okay, so we're back to the split intelligence, trying to fake out. Unfortunately, again, the 0 point doesn't allow you to quite do that.
Yeah, that information is going to be huge, but at least the drone's going to be able to push back a few of these positions. Again, 400 creds for information you're not going to be really playing off of. In a few seconds here, Bonnie might just clear, or this drone gives away the rest of your plan.
Still no the ops here. Yeah. All time, he's going to get right back on the line, and this is the op battle we wanted to see, Shio.
Really, and here it comes just in a few seconds. I think this is Alvin sided. Crosshair a bit high. He's just faster on the draw.
There we go. Now suddenly your double-pronged exec where you already only had one entry duelist is left high and dry in Art, and Alvin can pivot off the trademark getting destroyed, and so can the rest of M80.
Be another free pick for Alvin after that trademark gets tripped. There it is. Can easily TP off after the fact. Actually, no rendezvous. Dart as well. Has to make sure he's locking things down. The site exec is always good from SRB. The lurk as well is actually going to work this round, so they have some power in this one.
Yeah, I got a retake with an op. Still have Spaz and the Cosmic Divide they've been sitting on. So our Bonnie, that retake ability is going to be tested once again.
Alvin holding a lot of space, actually going to push forward with it. Attack operator. Xander down again. Slide coming in. Steel Garden just for the moment. Did not stop the Headhunter. Did not stop the Mafia boss of this site. And the Odin will start to spray as well. Dart available, but we're focusing on the guns for the moment. With City Central, but it does get Spaz into position. Stun will come in and lock him down.
Really nice reel in there from Satellite and Nature when they realized they were a bit divided. They were going to get conquered by that Odin spray. They group up, they challenge Secret together, and are able to successfully finish out that 2v2. So again, kind of circling back to the last round they won, and now this round, they're kind of thriving in the chaos a little bit. And again, they're throwing off these mid-rotation timings a bit from M80, and I wish they weren't so B-sided at times right now for M80. We need a bit more support for Alvin. It feels like on some of these engagements, again, Caillou likes to play that back flowers, that back Secret for the Odin spray, and that puts a lot of pressure on Alvin right here. Like you mentioned, the Steel Guard and the Headhunter, he has to survive or he's gonna get shut down. And, okay, this is a different speed, a different tone for M80. It's not the duelist fighting A main.
It's also their initiator here. 0 point usually on the B main side. Using that conditioning, they slotted all the way over towards this A barrier, and suddenly 3 people seen from there pushed back over towards the B side. You have 3 people waiting there too. So the first time M80 are in control of a round, actually end up pushing straight through a main. This space that Alvin has right now, can't rendezvous back, but this is so much information. It'll keep M80 for the first time on the right side of the map.
Yeah, and they have a little trap set up, right? As soon as I assume Bonnie makes contact, it's gonna be the flash and the slide swing, maybe even the null command.
Null command could stop many things down, but this is all about Bonnie's shot and Nismo's timing on the flash. Astro Waldo, he self-peeks and gets a pick on a Nature. Now the null command comes in. Life can be extended. Bonnie's moving for the spray play.
There's still 45 seconds left. They could rotate out if they wanted to, or they wait to see if Exa gets this kill.
It's all for Exa now. Needs to be so big here. The timing is going to work for him perfectly. Not doesn't do it for too long though. Ismo there popping off. Bonnie in control. This is their sight. It's all on satellite now, but a 10 HP and ends it with a 3K.
Oh, and the kill there from Exa was a box checked, but then the team didn't accelerate and pray off that timing of the tunnel visioning in towards them, looking Exa's way in time. And that's where, again, kudos go to M80 and to Nismo on that full stop anchor backside. Now, Bonnie's saying, all right, Alvin, my turn with the operator, but yeah, taking a look back at that round, it's again the very conditional reasoning of util investment from M80, right? Again, Flash comes out when the Cosmic Divide comes out, no command to follow. They understood the timing and how much they were going to waste with what they were doing, and that's how they've locked in numbers, an advantage, no matter what happens these next 2 rounds.
Now they're really being conditioned by the knife. It's gonna still come in and almost find value. Nobody's seen here, and they know they end up pushing A main a few times. Dart across the map as well, just hit behind the box on A main. So right now M80 completely confused, droned off as well. Bonnie jumping back up with the operator. This could be a big pick. Almost there. Nothing, and there comes even more carnage and chaos. Armageddon all the way towards backside. Nismo in the middle of the site by himself. 2. Touching the salvo for a 3. He's kind of insane with a nade in hand as well. He doesn't need it. He won't be able to use it as the rest of SRB flood in the site, take control down to a 2v2.
And we thought Ismo was going to survive a second longer, so they try to reflood in behind him and get refragged, punished. And now dust settles. 2v2.
Timing for Spaz is crucial. On backside, on the angle, smoke has been found, completely doused out. And for Nature, it's nothing but natural. It's wall bangs from Caillou with an X-ray spray. How do M80 do it with style every single time?
And getting up to 8, and yeah, it's obviously off of Nismo, right? Like, didn't even need the util, just crazy transfer timing. And that's while he understood that he was getting pressured, playing the timing for smoke on that regrab, and just wanted to do enough damage that he could trust in the rotations from A to finish the job.
I think right now, if this game was a test, SRB, they're hitting the multiple choice questions, but when it comes to the thinking, the application, the long form answers, yeah, at the very end, when you actually have to use your brain a little bit, you can't just circle C sometimes and get away with it. They're suffering in those cerebral moments where you really have to play the 2v2 correctly, where you have to gain space on these sites. Their comp should be able to do it, but they're falling short. And
that's frustrating because we just saw Satellite Nature do a beautiful 2v2 on the A site at the last round that they were able to win. So we know they're capable of it. It's just a matter of if they are in that switch or not. But now, M80, confidence, back to the A main scaling, and they've shed the op when you have an outlaw and broken by on the SRB side for this last round.
It becomes a super op, and they've been really focusing on these extremities, getting a lot of control. Again, Bonnie on this sightline with the Phantom gets so much information. There's nothing happening over at A. At the same time, I think that one of the best things from SRB was working mid. They had so many dudes coming through mid doors. It was awesome. Hunter Fury now, we focus on B. TV back over. Nature getting spazzed though, so no more smokes. No Cosmic Divide has a chance in this half either. It's the last round. Everything is about to hit the floor.
I don't think we saw a single Cosmic Divide from M80 this I'm calling it right now, and that might be their undoing. Finally, SRB look like they're in decent post-plant position.
The last time they were investing a little bit more about the util. Now it's the bodies all the way in back halls. Bonnie has 3 different advertising bodies to go for. Not going to be able to find more than just one. The up down is not found. Caillou on the wrap though might have a timing. Understands one person's on pillar. And here comes the breakdown. Xander has to peek into this angle first. After on the right side, these 2 players are the ones to make the match happen. Caillou still moving forward, back and forth. A triangle position. It's a Bermuda situation for him. Just disaster. As M80, they do get shipwrecked, but they found their 8-4 destination.
And that's why, again, we wanted to see SRB just hunker down, weather the storm in that ship instead of fighting out aggressively. That crossfire, that timing from Xander on the gravel, so they couldn't break up the cross when they knew Nature was alone down long. Perfect for buying time, locking in that 8-4 hash, which is a lot more reasonable to turn things around with an easy pistol, an easy follow-up, and then once you get to the rifle rounds.
The rifle rounds is what I wanted to talk about, because you're saying the word easy for the first 2. It could be the case. I'm not going to argue with that. Is it easy though, Sophie, do you think, for these rifle rounds on the defense for this double initiator? I feel like when Bonnie's playing Neon, yes, you can't jump past util anymore. If you find and trip that Exa util, it's so hard to defend at the right timing for SRB with this composition.
Hey, I'm gonna call you out. We said the Vice was gonna be good against Bonnie and Agents. So
Hey, after the Vice, I feel like it's gonna be a little bit of trouble.
I think that's where the salvos could come in clutch, right? Re-clear the space immediately that he's got into. And it's taken some learning time, right, to start Satellite to get back in the saddle for playing the Tejo over the Duelist. But it's getting there, got there towards the end of the half. And I think it could come in clutch here.
I'm seeing the style they want to approach with as well. As M80 works up towards this A site, look at where the thorns are for the side of SRB. It's anti-overheat thorns. It's anti don't push your luck after you gain some space thorns as well. They're not letting anybody take control of back site. Nice pick from Caillou there. But as you end up on A, this is a really good retake setup from the side of SRB.
It's very back playing, right? It is very let these rotations come through, let's play a retake, which is surprising when they had both kind of anchory players, your Astra and your Vice on this site. And it's gonna allow M80 to get into full post-plant positions as soon. Can lean into the flash, can lean into the stars, and I'm a bit worried because there's also that stun for Bonnie to refi out of Art still intact.
Got a lot of stars to work with as well. We'll walk through, trying to phantom spray with the ghost through the smoke. Pop flash gonna be going in. Nismo is a crazy man, and he'll be addressed as such. Now just 3 players left. Big scans coming in though. A few people found out. The spike also saw Bonnie is insane.
Found you.
I mean, 2 we saw, but I think 1 gets hit from the other side of the Ashton Nebula. And yeah, taken to a different world for sure. And made he steal away the pistol that was much needed for SRB to turn this ship around. And yeah, we need to take a look back at that again because this was already an unfortunate opening. And we already questioned them playing so far off site for this retake. And we mentioned how good the positions were. I was a bit worried when Nismo fell so early on that re-engagement when it was a bit disconnected from Bonnie, but Bonnie says, I can do it on my own, guys. Don't worry. Slides right in and ghosts it up, I guess. So weapons back. Stingers, actually, fully on the M80 buy. This is an interesting one for your second round buy, Shia. No, this looks like a force from SRB's kind of thing, no?
I was about to say, did they lose the round? Did they win the round? What's going on? But full save.
If you're getting a full site for free, I mean, why not? Then you can play the chokes of the Stingers, and that's going to be just as deadly.
Exactly. I think they might have been assuming that SRB might have gone for a force themselves, 9-4 sometimes. You really have to lock it down. They might be able to overrun and overrule some of the Bulldogs coming in.
Who wins? Stinger RNG or right-click RNG, Shia?
I'm going for Stinger RNG all the time. I mean, G2 Stingers have inspired me since last year. It's the wave. What are you thinking? Where do you lean?
I've been, I think, massacred more by the right-click RNG, but I don't think we're going to get an answer because SRB are just looking to die to the spike here, and you're going to send a few players hunting since you can waste the Stingers, right? That's like the least expensive second-round buy I've ever seen, and looks like they're going to be grifted that little crunch onto these spawn-side players, and yeah, it's a massacre.
It's genuinely the most unfortunate situation as well because now the orbs have gone over to Bonnie.
Like I forgot.
Smoke, guys. He's not giving up. It's still a chance here, 10-4. This is the round that matters the most, though, right? How much value do you get on the bonus here from the side of M80? And then SRB, you have to start getting a streak going on right now. Not only that, it's not about just winning this round. You have to win slightly flawlessly if you want to keep up this economy. You have to be able to save some of these rifles.
My rationale, though, Shia, for the Stinger Force was like the third round. I was expecting some Vandals, you know, some heavier weaponry utility going into this fight, and it's still just the Stingers up against now the full Phantoms, the full shields of SRB, and now I'm just like, I don't think the M80 odds of converting that bonus are that high anymore. But hey, you said the Stinger RNG. We'll see if it can massacre SRB's chances.
That's not a Stinger.
That's not a Stinger.
Hunter. It gets you so much value. Pushing back into these smokes. Bonnie, reversal play, and his teammates are there to spray as well through the smoke. This is insane. Double Stinger buy keeps everybody with at least a little bit of power.
4, I think Stinger's coming into this, and then the Hut Hunter opens up the round, allows them the deep scaling space, and then they take those here weapons and continue them into a possible 11th round converted if Smoke on the back there doesn't have something to say about it.
One Phantom here to use for Caillou. Really has to go huge. Exa hasn't been a stranger of just providing pressure down with the right timing. Is able to be there, but look at the cost. I talked about what needed to happen for SRB. Need to save some of these rifles. They lost 3. Those guys are broke. It's gonna be a dangerous round.
Again, it's like M80, they didn't buy anything into that round, and we maybe thought they would, and they still farmed the ults, right? 2 off from the null command, already had that overdrive online, so I think they're going to leverage those tools. And like you mentioned, the damage dealt with that Outlaw we saw sneaking through as well, up against what's likely to be a shabbier SRB buy. So all in all for SRB here, it's funny to see your Astra and your Sova being the ones to fight. Hey, main, I'm sorry. With Smoke instead solo, holding the deep line on B with a Phantom, but we'll see if we can stand the test of time with the triple scale from M80.
Someone's information early, you can see the difference in having KO and not, right? The 0 point not going to be able to help you on defense this time. You just have to be able to trust your eyes, ears. Have a bit of information with the Sova. Look how far Bonnie's already got up. Smoke, span him down.
Huge battle one. Rare opener, I would say, in favor actually of SRB, and I'm not gonna quite call this just yet, unless the drone. Okay, it does re-clear Alvin. That's a huge out of information that can now frame. Ooh, Xander re-clearing a main.
Hold up, that piece of information. I was about to say my curse Xander, but boons found on all sides for SRB for the moment.
Yeah, and this delayed though the triggering of the ice wall. So my concern is that we're at 50 seconds and your players are still pretty splintered on the M80 side. If anything, this is ending as like a B split with Alvin trying to wrestle numbers back with this aggro spawn play, but even then, it's so fragile.
Last time it was Stinger versus Classic. This time Phantom versus Outlaw. Exo will be able to win at a bit of a cost.
30 seconds.
Caillou and Spaz down, yeah. It either has to be a save or a crazy miraculous like move from Caillou. He's just gonna chill. Is that noise from the reload?
I think that's just it scoping.
Oh, it might be a he messed with the magazine. It might have been just an inspector, but it's all good. Saving here is crazy though.
I'm wondering what the conditions would have been then for M80 actually going for that B split. Like if Alvin gets the kill spawn and like is going through spawn to B, maybe that's when the player is long and straight actually exec off of a dart from Caillou that would have come back up. But again, things that could have been SRB get up to 6. 2 rounds from improving from the last time they faced M80 in those grand finals. But all in all, we mentioned it, right? How even though it was a peculiar buy, the double stinger rounds got M80 a leg up in the ult race, right? Still gonna have this overdrive coming in this next buy. You're probably gonna get an early orb for Nismo, and I think M80 again, when they are in full control over their set plays, that's when they look the strongest, right? When they have the numbers there to full anchor a site, and that's very similarly translated to okay when they're going for a stark exec with everybody leaning into this A split A side. That's kind of where I'm expecting this to be headed.
I'll just control things for now. We know that M80 can be a little bit slippery on the approach at the very start. So far, they're going to be a bit closer to ultimate battles happening as well. That's where the tides could really turn. Nice information from Satellite there. Only really seeing Chamber, but hearing a few more bullets as well, yeah.
Now you don't expect the flash clear. They were hoping to get a little bit more bite for that, but I don't think they're going to expect the stack for SRB that's already here. 3, almost 4 players, Shayo.
How do you fight with it though? Bucky coming in, Nature with a dart. Let's get solved out. Really? That gun's nerfed. That Aegis did not be able to do it. The body keeps making it happen. Absolute insanity. Solved by Exa. Cannot find more. Overdrive saved for now. Still Garden popped very early. 50 seconds still on the clock. They don't have to commit to A at all. Pivot over into connector. They might just cut noise and get this entire stack to move off a little bit. It's shaken up, and that's exactly what happens. Exa no support.
Yeah,
everybody else is already off the site.
Too thin for info. They didn't need to get that info. Just stay where you are. There was 30 seconds left, and now M80 can fight back in.
Oh, Xander going for one of them. Finds the timing. 2 people not looking, but can only get 1.
Nature's only 10 HP.
Be tough here for him. Has to be so precise and exact, but the thread does not go through the needle in this one. He's gonna need stitches of a different variety at this point now. SRB back with in the same story as what happened in the first half.
Yeah, Smoke has to play at the 1v3. They're gonna group up, play a little high-low, looking towards Art. They're so sure of themselves. Oops, that felt mistimed.
Smoke knows. He's able to push forward. Perfect positioning to get over the back site. Oh, and they have no idea. Second player hasn't made noise. Smoke! It's just that guy. I don't believe it. The solution there, like a puzzle that would take years to solve, he does it in 10 seconds.
It's like Spaz, just swing with Alvin, please, please. They were like, we looked at the mini map right before smoke swings, and they both were just open, holding the line, and then Spaz tucks back in. It's like, oh no. And like you mentioned, that beautiful, beautiful double cloud burst to throw some question marks, to break up the cross. It was played textbook from Smoke, who's otherwise had a quiet map, and that's enough finally to draw out that midi timeout. It's a little bit of a momentum dampener to figure out what's going wrong and some of the wish-washiness, maybe even the hesitation, right? Bonnie, I fully expected to see that overdrive come out after the opener of Flowers for him to rescale into that Seeker fight, and just goes out dry. No util with the Bucky, not even the Phantom upgrade. And again, it's actions individually without information or without supportive util. That's where M80 can fall apart. They usually don't, but that's where we saw it happen in the last round. And again, to me, is also that red flag for this timeout.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of overconfidence because even if he wanted to do nothing, he felt trapped. Staying in that smoke until it's gone with a Bucky is still so much pressure on the side of SRB. Unfortunately, nothing found from Bonnie in that round, but the work he's been doing so far, 21 kills on Pearl. He's really been putting it down. Lots of first kills as well, and first deaths that have been traded. It's been huge.
15 assists for Spaz, by the way. I just want to throw that one out there. Again, it circles back to what I mentioned the last time they faced Rose on this map. Like, you could see the util and the impact it was having for Spaz. I don't think it's been front and center as much this time around, but obviously it's still there. But yeah, take one more look at Smoke in that moment if you're not a believer of SRB turning this series, this map around perhaps. And again, M80, we talked about the ults. They've been starting to stockpile. That's going to be one of the biggest oppositions to this SRB comeback right now, and might be why Smoke feels inclined to get on a more aggressive line. They want to find maybe an earlier contact to shut down a strong ult to exec.
It's usually protocol here. They stay up double time and then push the drone in just to see what's actually happening inside mid. This time though, activation on the left side. That was a trap play they haven't done before. Understand where people are though. Bonnie, no value off the shotgun. Satellite really holding this round down.
Really nice salvo timing, but Hunter's Fury comes through. It's going to try and force the players into the site, and they should get a spike plant down off that null command.
Galvin angle, both players running in. Now ready, Exa is not going to be able to find two. Gets two actually, and then is able to hold with to support. Everybody on the side of SRB is linked in a chain right now that cannot break. Not a single link faltering, not a single weak point in this roster on this A defense. Hold, Caillou might just find one, but look how deep that spike is. I mean, this is mission impossible. This is Ocean's 27 that's going to be needed to get this heist out of here. Caillou's going to need an entire team. He doesn't have it. It's just him himself and one shock dart. Risky jump coming through. This shot could just kill. Almost lethal. Exa pushed back just a little bit. They're on the line watching the right side.
I mean, why is Spike in secret here, Shy? Why?
He's got to watch the backside. I mean, it could be a repeat of that smoke clutch though. Dart to maybe count the rifles. Just one that gets shot. Bull coming in after the fact now, down to 13 seconds. One person might have to leave to make sure things are totally fine. And that just might be Caillou saving the gun. No solution found for this puzzle because this difficulty was a bit too hard.
Yeah, and that's where I think the comp for Mate is going to come in clutch next round, right? Overdrive, Tour de Force, Kayak maybe front to buy. Nismo should be able to buy next round, right? So they're going to have some longevity here.
The longevity's already started though, Zoe, right? They had Hunter's Fury this round. They had Null Command in this round. They had Overdrive for the last two as well. But we've alluded to just using the shotgun slide. Timeout, double time from M80 as well.
There was a small thought in the back of my mind where I was like, what if they take a second timeout right here, right now? It feels a bit early, but I feel like they needed it for how fast that fell apart. Because like you mentioned, the ults got them in the door. It got them the site, but they were kind of in their own heads, didn't have proper information on how many players were backside, and they haven't cared about it before. But then they fight without even getting the spike planted. And again, it was maybe something they could have done after the fact, right? Without having that duelist in the fray. But again, they're kind of departing, feels like further from the answer.
Yeah, I really got to comment on the lack of neon value compared to the last patch now. And I feel like there's just remnants of trying to find some value in Bonnie for the moment. A lot of the times you can get away with getting a Bucky, putting a fast lane up, hopping through these smokes like food. The issue is, without the jump available anymore, you have to commit to these slides, and Bonnie's being punished.
I wouldn't even attribute it to necessarily the neon nerfs that we're not seeing Body of Success right now. It's more Satellite starting to get, again, back into the Tejo. That salvo right in front of him, Art. Like, I don't know how you think of that, but it worked out perfectly to stop that flood, that retake in so seamlessly.
That's very true. He's getting some really good options, but Bonnie can't even cheat the space in that sense anymore. I'm just saying maybe we overdrive it up, commit to an option. I almost thought the round started there. We had a chamber looking at Neon. I'm chilling. I'm so locked in. At this moment, though, a bit of a switch up, faster pace over towards the A side. somehow, I mean, he still have a semblance of a buy here. Bonnie repeat Bucky buying over and over again. The Valley for Overdrive ready to go. A bit of a more spatial thing on the map happening from M80 right now. They have space at B, some position at A as well. Where can they end up? It's their oyster.
It's giving Overdrive fake A, and Alvin gets a kill and they speed up B side. But yeah, I agree. They're so spread out.
Yeah, this max range laser battle on these ops between Smoke and Alvin, though. One wrong move from Smoke, one bit of a rotation. This spot from Alvin is devious.
I want to see Smoke just jump up on the box just to see if Alvin can hit this flip.
Yeah, that's the only solution he has right now to gaining an advantage in this round. That'll be the accuracy and time tester for both these players.
I like the Arcros too. The setup, look above him. Like,
yeah,
they have a get out of jail free card for Smoke right now.
You're making noise on the other side of the map. This might actually be just to get Smoke off this angle. I'm not sure if Alvin even knows he's on this side, but oh, he's finally moving. I want to tune in the op battle. So they've gained space over in mid. They both miss.
Oh, now you're out. Gotta be.
Now they're speeding back up. Salvo's coming in just to stop what's going down. Excess in the business. Lots of times tick down. The Star Sentinel finally found. Oh, Satellite on the walls. Alvin finally getting smoked down too. That's the op that wins. Satellite's found a really cool pocket here. Makayu cheating space and time as well. Playing by himself. Finds one face and is able to get Bonnie for the second. Epic blowing past these walls. Now it's down to just 3 players against one. Nature drops the Odin, but also his life. 11 rounds up for M80. The double timeout worked.
The most interesting spike placement to make sure they kept advantage off the Cosmic Divide, and it throws off the reinvestment of Xander's wall as well. So really, it hurt them more than helped them. Yes, it gave them the backside hall space, but then couldn't play ahead of it, and M80 never really wavered from that threshold of the wall either. You mentioned the consistent pressure through it and getting away with some criminal shots, all of that. Sums up in a 2-1. We'll execute a round to get M80 through the mold, to get them up to 11. Break that 4-round streak from SRB that even draws out the final timeout.
That was really cool from Kaya, the way he was playing around that backside.
Yeah.
I need to know if that was planned or just something that they thought was possible, because if they've been labbing that, I mean, this team's strat book goes deep.
I mean, you saw the standard re-clear pathing from Satellite to go for the default plans, and Spike wasn't there. A player wasn't there, and it just completely countered anything that would have happened traditionally from SRB. So it could be a cook. We'll have to check in with that later, perhaps. But all in all,
now SRB are cooking. Look at the ultimates, right? 2 of the highest impact ultimates they have for the moment. I feel like Excess Steel Garden's really been putting in the work so far. Armageddon's kind of been missing from Satellite. But they have these 2 walls that can really push position here overall. The biggest thing we've seen from M80 so far, Zobi, is they take their time getting to these sites. If we go down to the 30-second mark and we still have Hunter's Fury, we still have Armageddon from SRB, the round's done. They shouldn't be able to win. So they actually have a time trial now. Hopefully. They have a time trial now. They have to be able to hit these sites fast. They can't take too much time.
But then that's why we're questioning SRB. Why are you fighting so forward when you have these late round ultimates in tow? If, again, Satellite gets caught by a stray bullet on this forward fight, same with Nature, then what are you going to hinge yourself on when we know M80 are so good in these late rounds?
Gotta take risks. That fight's bought them about 30 seconds of time so far. So already, M80 have had to switch up where they want to go. Alvin's gonna hit the shot this time. Him versus Smoke, the head-to-head. He keeps coming up on it.
Oh, Satellite now for the full anchor through mid-door. There's no vice wall this time.
Ooh, nice little peek again. He's doing so good at finding the ones. Find some time. Hold on.
I like it.
Armageddon locked in. Buy more time. Get the fast lane out. Bonnie gets sprayed down. Big value from the initiator. Now
this is again that question mark. What do you do? You commit to this B split still, and where is that pesky vice wall?
Oh no, it's here on main. It hasn't been here so far. It's just Spaz though, so shouldn't be doing too much. Caillou finding one of the picks. Hunter's Fury coming in to split apart more players. They're using these ults to combat, and they will find a trade. 1v2 now for Spaz, who has to make noise picking the spike back up.
Oh, they don't know where Satellite is. They know where the Hunter's Fury came from, and that might be their undoing.
Checking, hitting, finding Spaz. The 1v1, can you read Nature though? Can't use the dart. Gonna look up towards the sky, but the lightning strike from Nature in terms of a shot is able to find that round to make it even closer. 11-9 banger so far on this Pearl.
That's both of those ultimates, like you mentioned, adding additional pressure to M80, forcing them, splitting them up when they usually like to take these hand in hand on these splits, on these executions. And you mentioned how slow M80 play. They got themselves into a good position, right? Multiple numbers in straight, the opening kill from Alvin, but it was, again, Bonnie's kill off the Armageddon and that trade from the Hunter's Fury that served them so well after it looked like Caillou was going to make a decent dent into this B-site split from street.
One enemy remaining.
Lots of decent dents in these rounds, but one property that I don't think anyone's realized is that it's been a 6v6 so far. I think the last 5 of the 4 rounds we've watched have all been timeouts. Math doesn't add up, but lots of timeouts, lots of coach input. All timeouts gone now. It's just the players in the server.
You can further that point of it being just the players in the server almost in terms of the ultimates too. Exit the only one with the Steel Garden, and they've been quite impactful already this game. So I'll be looking towards that ideally here, but SRB up on the A line and maybe scaling into a split.
This defensive team very comfortable with leaving a few lanes open, realizes that if it's double initiator on both sides, you have to make noise in taking space.
Oh, not the Odin on the other side of the one-way criminal and M80 path around it.
Way too much space given up though. We're in connector now. There's so much found for now. And suddenly,
timing for Xander.
Yeah, the position for Xander. He might be in trouble here.
Touch.
Alvin's faster again against the scope. Xander's been found. Disaster for SRB.
It's like M80 can go wherever they want at this point. It feels like you got to pick A, you got to pick on the mid space. I like the idea here if they can shut down Nature to end A side.
Oh, it's an Odin though.
30 seconds left.
IP a double peek on both sides. Left.
Needed to be.
Oh my God! One against the big gun. How do you do it, Caillou?
Narrowly 17 HP, but that's the drone out, gets the players out of Art's side, and this should be a strong post plant. Exa even playing the timing before Satellite can fully rotate.
Maybe assisted by the salvos, but then stunned down. Unfortunate, Spas finds that one. Just Satellite now. Has enough money for a buy afterwards, but the rest of the team has been drowning from the sense of economy. They've got nothing for now. Match point from M80 unless Satellite does something crazy. The free wrap coming in from Spaz, the impact with a stinger. I mean, this team's got it all.
So many rounds. It's like between, like, again, you're the eco ults with the Tour de Force and the overdrive, and Alani can Bucky and Spaz can stinger, right? Feels like their options are limitless when they find themselves in these comeback or anti-comeback, we call them, scenarios up against SRB.
Yeah, I'm really confused on SRB's strat switch up there. I think the best thing working for them was Satellite and Art Zobi. We saw so many times he was escorted there. They held for a bit. They were drone out. It's so much info found out, and we were able to really control the round. That is the one round. I mean, maybe they were relying on conditioning where Satellite wasn't there, where there was a big gap open, and M80 really pressured that gap. Now pace change coming in fast. Bonnie already has so much space. 7 seconds into the round, they got A main. And look at Alvin, B main, found. An eye line over the back sight. This might be open and shut. Look at the eco from SRB. Read that out for me, Zobi. They're looking so poor.
For SRB, I mean, hey, it could be worse. You could be on like full pistols, but yeah, the light shields are screaming here for sure. And I feel like SRB, their mindset for this round is play further back so you can get numbers on the retake, and they patched up the holes on mid, right? You had an early drone out from Nature, you had the Vice Wall back on mid door. That was the plan.
Right now the plan might be thwarted by a rogue Thorn coming in over towards this A site. Big flash affected Xander. Still though, Nature right beside him. Weapon's not going to be fully in tow. Alvin still not seeing anything towards his B side. He'll call the rest of the gang over. The B players, though, end up staying on the site. And more are coming from spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, I want like a redart. I want something out of Nature to confirm this rotate's correct. And I mean, at this point, it feels like I'm maybe once again with 30 seconds left. They're showing everywhere.
It's double back into Art. They saw that it was not even inhabited before, and it's the same situation now. It's Nature, this Stinger against full armor. Might just find one. He has 2 ways to look. Nobody has a gun out. They finally find him, and this might just be wraps up for SRB unless they find a miracle here on the side of Xander. Still guarded up until 7-second window, and Exa will find it 9 seconds. The spike almost down Xander, finding even more. The Stinger is not going to be there at all for either team. Caillou salvos all around him. Util from every single side. SRB win it with nothing in the tank.
And it's exactly what they hoped for, right? They were able to pinpoint it super late where this spike was ending. They played a few steps backwards, obviously only sacrificing nature for the sake of information on that timing. And then they play those free frags together. And I mean, Xander obviously had the best weapon in that round, so it makes sense for him to have been the orchestrator of it too. So all in all, double digits for SRB. We knew this was going to be a competitive series. Again, a grand finals rematch that was so back and forth, went full 5 maps, and be criminal if this wasn't at least a close first map. And we talked about it, right? This should be the win for M80, and map 2 should be that coin toss of, okay, is this going to be M80's win in a 2-0 fashion, or is it going to be SRB's because loaded favors them? And right now, we still don't have a start conclusion.
The answer so far for M80 has been art when things are looking bad in a round. This time, so much sauce available on the site. You got the scope. You have double drones to be able to get information, but a missed shot over from smoke will push him back, and that's a lot of control that M80 have gained now. That might just rattle up. Alvin too has cheated so much space.
He has gone down below a lot faster this time, and that's going to call back the entire team once again, but no rotations, no out peeking by Xander.
One of the best things that we saw from M80 as well was that cosmic divide used on this site to really get things going in the post plant.
Well, let's see if Spaz can do it again. Talked about how he sat on 1 for the entire first half, used 1 to turn this half around. Can it happen to close it out?
Ooh, Thorn's not hit. Null command coming in. Exa, perfect timing. Really good reactions. A deeper cosmic divide as well. So close. All sides. Chaos. It's going crazy. Hunter's Fury as well to maybe just solidify the round. 12-10 match point. Nismo revived. Up to smoke now with an off, and he's behind a divide. Not a chance in hell. He's gonna try it. Smoked out as well. Cloudburst is where things started, but Nismo shuts it down. What an explosion of a round. What a banger of a map. M80 are the ones to edge things out here. I think any side could have won, but they had that half. That was phenomenal, and they wrap it up as well.
Again, it's those big ult finale-esque rounds that are so hard to get by on the road to recovery, and what SRB ultimately succumb to. And that's where M80 do shine again when they load all those ultimates into one concrete exec. And it's what we kind of wished we had seen earlier when they had those ultimates on the A side, and it didn't quite happen because it was a bit staggered, right? And it does show kind of the learnings of that half as well, with Alvin taking a faster timing, understanding that there was no retaliation other than Smoke maybe playing a more passive offline on B. So all in all, again, I think both teams pushed each other, but M80 still proving what makes this Pearl so strong.
I feel like both teams come out with scratches on that one. A clear victor, but very impressive on both sides. We had so many questions on the desk as well to answer in the very beginning, and I feel like we got a lot of those answers. I want to see some of the reactions coming in. Map 2 and after this, the bangers, they do not end.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
that has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
As well as analyst Shio on the desk. You have to lean forward. Yes, it is me joining us on the desk. I mean, Shio, let's go to you first because you were there casting it. You were on the ground, right? You were doing real life journalism for us just now. And while SRB got technically more points than they did the last time they played Pearl against M80, it was still that classic M80 Pearl that we expected from them.
Yeah, I was in the water. I was in there in Pearl. It was going crazy. SRB, I feel like could have won that match if the first half went much better for them. I feel like M80's defense protocols actually carried them through that game. SRB looked lethal on their defense in general, but when it came to attack, they just could not get past some of the crazy stuff that Nismo and the rest of the gang were doing on this site.
I would like to be very clear. I'm from New Jersey, and I say water, not water, and that's okay. But and it's okay because it's me. But Marks, we were watching it, and you could the audience or the casters could hear us, but we were losing our minds with some of these rounds, including the like semi-fake comeback that SRB were launching towards the end.
Well, you could call it just a normal fake comeback.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Like they could walk away with this, and it was so interesting. I mean, obviously going from a double timeout call from M80, you could see SRB were starting to gain a little bit of momentum. Both these teams kind of coming into here, and while it was looking a little bit more one-sided at the start, you could see Shopify Rebellion Black really start to heat up. But this is why I love these two teams kind of clashing together, because it came down to these little minute details and some of these very small adjustments in how they wanted to play things in those weird 2v2 scenarios and all of that type of stuff that really took M80 across the board. Players like Nismo, players like Alvin, so many clutch plays coming through, making sure that they're able to win out some of these rounds that felt like Shopify Rebellion should have won them.
But honestly, they should have. At the same time, too, if you look at on this defense specifically, Nismo's 0 point. Half the time, it's like these guys were playing with hacks. They knew exactly where SRB wanted to start the game, and in shifting them around the map as well, Nismo would just switch over to the A site, hit the barrier, get information on 3 again. They never were able to really play around that as much. I think the best thing I saw from SRB on that attack side is actually attacking doors, attacking art a little bit, but they really didn't focus on mid too much after the fact. They were just losing on the actual site hits over and over again.
And let's also talk about the fact that at a certain point, M80 were just like, what if we just gave them the good old slip, and somehow ended up like all the way in the spawn of Shopify Rebellion Black. And really, that was kind of the round that you saw the momentum completely flip back around, where suddenly M80, despite having to go into 2 timeouts previously, felt like they were like back in charge of things and were ready to win out the match.
General, and have a coach involved in every single round, standing behind the players, how the game would look.
No, we cannot, Dio.
I mean, we had 4 timeouts in a row, though, and that's when the game looked the most different between these teams. That's where the strats are getting crazy. I pray for a day. We're on Valorant Mega Island above the Pacific Ocean, hovering with every team across the world on it, and coaches behind the players.
Hello, it is me, Elizabeth. My mic is now unmuted. No, we're not doing that, Shio. Yes, Marks?
I was gonna say, forget the island. Let's put them on a cruise ship, you know?
Oh my God.
True, yeah, maybe that's, yeah, we'll go for a cruise ship. Yeah.
We'll be on the cruise ship, Archer.
That's safer for the moment, yes.
Even taking a yeah, with the times, yeah, maybe not this the best. But when you look at the stat line between these two teams, we're focusing on Valorant, not the current state of public health. You see something that's so interesting, which is M80 having 18 first kills, which, you know, me and Liz were kind of talking about this behind the scenes in the green room, where it felt like they were consistently finding that value, whether or not it was Bonnie, whether or not that was Alvin. They were always finding those first kills, and yet still Shopify Rebellion Black, despite basically getting no first kills in their way, we're doing a fantastic job at coming back in these rounds.
And looking here, you kind of see this timeline that we were talking about, that sort of actual fake comeback. Here we go. I don't know if my mic was unmuted by that point, but I called it a semi-fake comeback from SRB, and Marks went, "That's a fake comeback. That's what we got." But I mean, we'll see it when the KD comes forward. What makes it very obvious that 18-5 first kills, and you can see a big part of that was Bonnie. But if you look at the entire thing, Shio, those first bloods were kind of spread out pretty evenly among the team, except for Alvin, who had 7.
Yeah, 7 from Alvin, and I think half of them, maybe even more than half, were on smoke. He was winning the head-to-head in the scope.
Yeah.
He was winning the head-to-head with the rifle into the scope as well. I mean, this guy just slotted in by himself, never solved. It was the problem for SRB.
Yes, I mean, looking at here, I mean, credits to SRB for doing their best to solve it. Again, a better performance from the Pearl that we wanted to see them improve on marks. But I mean, just Alvin's inevitable, Bonnie's inevitable, Nismo's inevitable, so everyone's inevitable.
Yeah, it's hard when everybody is literally just bragging out of their minds at you. And one of the things that I take a look at still is Tejo bringing specifically onto this map, because one of the things that I thought Tejo was not finding value was when Alvin was playing the Veto. Like, it just saw the util get completely neutralized, and still you can see that a lot of that practice in concept on how they want to approach things with Satellite on that Tejo, it's there, but it just didn't feel like it was getting as much value as it should.
I feel like people have just gotten used to this agent on this map specifically, especially there's so many tier 1 VODs on it as well from some of the best teams in the world, and they're struggling with this comp as well. Sometimes double drones are used and SRB don't have anything left in the tank. I can't even speak to get the site. And then after that, in general, when it comes to the comps in total, Exa, I feel like, was the outlier and the standout for the side of SRB. This guy was really locking things down. Never seen the Steel Garden have that much impact over and over again as well. They have the defensive protocols locked. Just need a little bit more to help them get to the sites and actually fight. I still think Teo's it.
I disagree, but it's okay, because I talked about Tejo and I want it to be right. But moving on, we have a head-to-head we want to show you guys. It is Alvin and Bonnie. I mean, Marks, when you and I were in the green room, we were kind of talking about how Alvin was just left alone on, let's say, on an island above the Pacific Ocean on site.
Not
alone.
on a cruise ship.
Not on a cruise ship. And he would just be trusted by his team to hold it down, and he did. Bonnie, same deal, but also came alive on attack, Marks.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Alvin's stats, first of all, Alvin was really the player that brought M80 into this matchup, right? Like, on those first initial rounds, on this chamber, soloing one of these sites by himself, making sure to find so much value, whether or not it was with the operator or just the headhunter. Like, Alvin exists to kill people, especially in their composition on Pearl, and now stepping into chamber was doing exactly that. On the flip side, one of the biggest questions I had coming into this matchup was how Bonnie was going to look off the Neon. We see the Neon come back despite the nerf coming through, and I really like the way that we were getting that, you know, Neon gameplay style coming out from M80 consistently. When we saw the site attacks, when we saw the retakes coming through, so many smokes to cut up so many of these small little chunks on the map, which then allowed Bonnie to just kind of fly through and get value for more or less free. It was just so well rehearsed coming out from Bonnie.
Now, let's play some Child Family Feud. The topic is Neon and the gameplay from M80 and Bonnie specifically. Can we see, did Child like it? He did not. What I saw from Neon and Bonnie there were slides that were a bit too greedy. Not enough B-hops is not possible anymore. And Overdrive saved for like 3 rounds where he could have been able to pop them. He got a bit pressured because the Neon's been nerfed a little bit. I wanted to see less greed. They had room for it though. But it's clear that there are a few growing pains from old Neon to new Neon now. He still played awesome. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like I'm kind of leaning on the side of there could be a lot more improvement from Bonnie's Neon, even though he popped off and he, you know, top fragged. Yada, yada, yada.
Well, something we can look forward to in the next map production. The maps, please. Survey says the maps. Thank you so much. It is. We are going to Shopify Rebellion Black's pick of Haven, and Zoe brought this up in between maps. This is a Haven, Shio, that we have not seen from 80 in literally almost 2 months.
Yeah, but when they played it 13-3, M83, take me over to the next matchup. You know, this is gonna be a nice little fast Haven, right? For sure, or not?
For sure, right, guys? Right, guys?
I'm just going to step in here to say maybe let's hold off on that for a second, because once again, we also just got to see Shopify Rebellion Black look really good on Haven. And so, you know, given, yeah, it's been a hot minute before M80 has kind of come into this one. I just wonder, you know, coming into it, what they've got prepped and whether or not they're going to be ready, because the meta has shifted. That was from before. It looks like we're going to be seeing the exact same thing, of course, because M80 are going to run it, but those growing pains could be a little bit more interesting here.
I mean, Shio, I heard you go, ooh, so I'm send it over to you.
Breach in 2026 on Haven, and I'm like, okay, it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've experienced some Yoru on Ascent, you know, this past week in some grand finals in Americas. I've been looking at a lot of things. I'm liking Shopify Rebellion's comp here. The Phoenix, I feel like, is just one of the best agents in the game right now on every map. The wall is being used so diversively as well, just made up a word in stopping plants on sites. The breach, it just takes so much work for such little value, I feel like. But you know, keep it classic. If Bonnie's being initiated for perfectly, if the stuns are hitting, which they rarely do, we're popping off.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen M80 as Haven, but the last time they played it, they were spectacular. But what do Shopify Rebellion Black have up their sleeves? I'm send over to your casters, Zobi and Shile. Get back over there. Go right now. Go.
Transforming into caster mode. Let's get it going. Zobi's here with me as well. I think you agreed with me with this breach. Talk to me about these comps. What do you think?
I love the breach pick. All right, you're like, it's ancient, it's nostalgic. Okay, hear me out, Shio. When you have Caillou on breach and Bonnie on neon for fracture, and they are 6-0 last stage on it, you know this duo is gonna have some set plays, even if it's like coming over to Haven. They haven't played Haven in 2 months. All right. I'm also, I'll be honest with you, I'm a hater of the fade on Haven. We saw it recently. Actually, I casted over it for Lions Guardians, and it just wasn't convincing. The trade-off is obviously supposed to be more anchorability in my mind on that defensive side a little bit, but it just hasn't been hitting. And again, when you're gonna get stunned out and scaled on by Bonnie sliding in anyways, I still don't think it's gonna be working here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the points. I also want to talk about some of the same old, not just the new. Exa on the Cypher. And I feel like Exa, just in general, overall, getting more space to be able to play on this map. I feel like Sentinel, Cypher specifically, can be a bit more expressive, can move around a bit more, can have some impact. Gotta be a person to look out for.
No, 100%. And we did see him get some nice alert kills as well. Not as prominently right over on Pearl, but I want to see him heavily into that role here, finding those round opening rotations for the team.
We also talked about Nismo in the pre-show about how the Omen looks so aggressive, looking so good as a pickup. He was just on KO. The flashes, I think he was the first person in sometimes, really doing some crazy damage. And we dropped over towards controller now. Pocket moves from satellite up inside short as well. The match is starting fast here, but M80 are taking it slow.
Yeah, elected to start on the attack for this SRB pick. And again, SRB playing pretty reactive stances more than anything. Rotate off contact, flood in off a spaz, and the jiggle line from Xander.
Stun towards the left side, double up on C-Link though. Nature's gonna be coming in fast. Put the spam up, after that the flood, and they've got nothing to keep the water off the ground. M80 up on site, should be good night for SRB for now.
Okay, and we wanted to see that retake come through for SRB, but it's been weakened so much. This is double duels to the help left here. They don't even get a chance. Wow.
Human or robot? You decide. I mean, it seems like that was...
It's like a low sense moment. Recalibrate like you did when you switched over to caster mode and lock in on the head.
Optimus Bonnie, it's looking insane. I don't know what's going on here, but calm, cool, collective, robotic from him in this one. Maybe one hand off the keyboard, just scratching the nose. That being said, cool start from M80. Again, dominance in execution. It was very similar to that Pearl pistol. And I will swap into both teams clashing each other actually over at SRB, focusing on short.
Ooh, I don't know. If you get a nice flash seize timing, perhaps, but that's why Bonnie's leading with a sniper, and that's the opener. That's the flash gone. Wow.
Okay.
Firing squad. It's a carnival game.
Yeah, chaos and carnage, double the stuns. Maybe breach is the truth. Who knows?
I like Bonnie reeled himself in and was like, okay, let's not dash down on a smoke. Smoke is kind of deserves some respect on his name. And they're even gonna avoid smoke sight. That's so funny, bro. It's a classic, guys.
Don't give him the orb. Maybe let smoke die down to the spike if he wants
trip. No up trap, no nothing.
Yeah, not a chance. And there's the Guardian coming in again. Actually, both these players might not have that option. Nismo should and does. And yeah, spray down. Perfect. Flawless from M80.
And I like that they give it to Caillou instead of Nismo, who is primed for that sideline. Again, looking towards the future, looking towards that Rolling Thunder. But for now, coming into the third, Bonnie 5-0 has that overdrive all ready for the eco. You want to see it converted. You mentioned not usually leaning into it as impactfully as you wanted, and I think it would be huge to see it orchestrated around in this specific round.
This could really tear the defense of SRB apart. Focused on again. M80 have really shown nothing but a really cool B hit so far on this side of attack. I think the coolest thing too is just breach versus what is double duelist, right? Like where these stuns end up actually falling through will be high impact. Going for some type of short damage. This kind of thwarts the trap play that SRB are playing for, but they have 2 people up on short for now. So if you do end up going down to those sewers, if you are M80, you're going to be in very, very big trouble. Again, just like Pistol though, get some information, take a little bit of space, don't get crazy with it, and let's explore the rest of the map at 1 minute's time.
I do like, much like the Pistol again, SRB aren't giving those answers over too leisurely either. It's been very jiggle and see what exactly they're able to do, but eventually got to go somewhere. Less than a minute mark. One way expended, and body still comes through. That's the overdrive we wanted to see, Shayo.
Yeah, 5 seconds left on it, though. Have to make sure that you end up taking all the space you can with it. Stun coming in. Stun again on top of it as well to really make sure nobody can flood through. DP up top from Nismo. That is ambitious.
Hey, it's a bonus. You got to try the ambition. Maybe get the leverage, but fortunately won't come through. Now it's Nova's advantage on the post, but they got spiked out. That's already a win for the 3rd round. Now let's see what they can do.
Bonnie, big shots, 100 down. Alvin has a rifle. Nature is going to be able to make that kill feed a rainbow. Caillou, is it a pot of gold at the end or just doom and disaster already? A little bit of damage, but you want to find just one more. There we go. Chance to save the entire round though. Both players damaged, and another big pick for Caillou. I'm going to call that gold. Maybe silver at least, because that's 4 players down on SRB.
Yeah, I mean, that smoke time is brutal. I think Caillou could have maybe clutched it out. You got away like you wanted to, but all in all, like you mentioned, just the trades coming through. I like that Bonnie kind of sacrificed to set up Alvin for these refrags since he had the hero rifle in the round. But again, those trades backside were nice. And it's the fact that Nismo wasn't in the fight anymore, that they didn't have the numbers to begin with, that those trades went perpetually in SRB's favor. So, all right, on the board at minimum, but like we mentioned, is it sustainable, Shayo?
I mean,
Stinger and Phantom, don't even have to run it back or the blades yet. I don't know.
Yeah, the way Smoke likes to play too, the reason you're not even seeing a bandit or a sheriff, he's opting for that operator coming in very soon. Alvin was the solution for it before, but on Cypher, I don't think he's going to be fighting Smoke head-to-head as much in this round or in this map even. Really cool space taken from SRB though, all the way down C. They already have so much information, understand it's an A hit, and although they know that, they're not flooding the site. They're waiting for retake with really bad guns.
Oh, and I like the nice shocks, but it's gonna probably hit the body on the backside or the haunt well from heaven.
Ooh, Nature with the spray. That's exactly who you want active for the moment right now. That being said, again, 5v4, I'm still giving power to M80 right now.
Yeah,
so a classic bandit double sheriff.
And no info util now for the retake since that haunt was used for the early contact kill.
Ooh, Bonnie's found Smoke. It's all on Nature. How much value can you find? Giving the rifle over to Satellite though, that's gonna be the person in the driver's seat.
And so much util to just funnel into this choke though for M80. That's without Bonnie on the outlaw pushing in on his lonesome.
Phantom down, not gonna be found just for now. Nature has made some chaos top side. Everyone's kind of segmented for the moment. Low HP totals, but positioning prime from SRB. Understand where the last person is. They picked up rifles on all sides. Nightfall down to Caillou. Low HP. They follow the trail and they find success.
Ooh, and it's narrow, but it is done. And I love the Nightfall coming out when they understand that like all 3 of those players were really, really low. Nature got back up to full, and that's how the Thrifty gets delivered.
I don't even know what to comment on there.
When does it fall apart is my question, because the Bonnie fight into CT warranted, right? Only had an outlaw, got his. Did Nature just find more from heaven around the Bonnie fight that we didn't get to see?
I'm even gonna actually argue that even though he double outlaws up, maybe back up and be tradable from your teammates. He took such a deep fight that nobody could really play off of. Sometimes information is the best case, right?
Maybe something to revisit a later date, because still got a decent buy.
Camera taken out.
The ultimate's online here as well on retake. You have Satellite with the run it back. Smoke's leveling up, and Xander also has that Cosmic Divide.
Okay. A little pastier this round as well. It's like M80 test, like limit test. Like, okay, our SRB fighting out. If not, we can go a bit faster, right? Get our route set.
Loving this. Look at the timing. Look at the pocket. Drone comes in, takes the slot lines off, up in astral form, and that'll be a huge pickup. Slow down the round a little bit. No smokes available for the side of SRB.
The refrag though is huge. It just completely shuts that space back down, and then they can start re-clearing it as needed, or isolate or identify that it's an isolated effort, right? Because look at how far smoke is on the line.
Oh my goodness, 42 HP. The cost might just be a bit too high, but they've locked down M80 to just the last 3 players.
And I love that this tracking's going on now from Exa and Nature down a short.
Every single player on the side of SRB are all active. Running back, coming in from spawn to clear on this sight line. Lots of damage done. Satellite will keep trudging forward. There's the information. Bit of a collat though. Not really. Already weak. Doesn't matter. Last person left. Nismo. Backside gone. Has the economy to be able to at least have a conversation with his Guardian. The 1v4. Bashed all the way in. Crossfire both sides. Such an overwhelming force of a retake here from SRB.
Right now, the ult cycling and conversion is so clean for SRB. They might have got it started a little bit later than an M80 when we saw initial overdrive, but it is singing now. And again, there were some slip-ups, right? Alvin finding a great timing, but the refrags, and again, that rebalancing and that proactivity on multiple points of the map, both from smoke down C long and that duo down E short, is what kind of encapsulated and secured that they were, in fact, ending on B. But even then, M80, they keep it close. They get spike plants even though they have these broken buys. And I think that's where SRB gives them that way back in time and time again, even though they have the lead right now. And that's what's frustrating just a touch, right? Coming to the next round where it's a Rolling Thunder, it's a Hunter's Fury, it's a full buy. And now if M80 fumble this round, Shio, we have a real conversation and maybe a timeout to be had.
Yeah, this might just be the map for them then, SRB. This is where they control things. Cam taken away. I want to also point out one of the best things you highlighted in the last round. It was Exa and Nature pushing down that A side. Smoke also pushing down on C. These guys, you said, were refragging, retaking. They were researching every single time they had a chance. Taking that space, that is the sign of good players on this patch. The stun pushing Xander back. Quick take of this site. Gap in Smoke's operator, and he's pushed right into a Rolling Thunder. The Xander POV, the collat from Smoke. This guy's no joke, and he does not stop Xander pivoting off the compass that is his operator. Is gonna find even more and activate Smoke for the 3K.
And that's the worst that we weren't hoping for. If you are an M80 fan, again, the Rolling Thunder comes out with no conversion and a nice little corner attack, which they should have expected. I think he missed a shot before the ult even came out, right? And it's also the corner not clear from Xander that allows Smoke to get back up on that op line. And as predicted, the timeout comes right after that ult is expended with no value conversion. So again, maybe trying to figure out how to make the most of the next ultimate, which is Spaz Hunter's Fury, because they like to use those on strong execs. We saw it over on Pearl a lot. So all in all, we see some pings coming out. Looks like Seaside. So what do you think? We're gonna get like a hero rifle situation? They're gonna go diving in still Seaside?
It might be talking about the last round and what went wrong, right? You know what I'm saying? The scaling, I think, from both sides was a bit of an issue. I also feel like a lot of teams just don't have the util available to stop that sight line on plat. It's so easy to jump back into. Remember, this is a team,
lineups.
Yeah, with double initiator and the Nismo Paranoia, there's no way you should have a gap on the site at any point, especially with garage control where you're not able to hit inside of it. And I think that's just the Xander. Xander had such a good position and really thwarted that entire round.
Well, you mentioned how some of the ecos have had solid foundations that just cannot outlast the earthquake that is these SRB retakes. So we'll get to see if maybe the timeout, the words of Kaplan can spice things up and get that closing factor that they've been missing. And we get to see a little peek that maybe that pathing, the pings, were in fact for this round. Pretty pacey out grass side for M80.
Cage up to get in, counter the one-way. Spray again from Exa, not finding too much value. Bonnie this time. Yeah, no threat from either side, but there is a trip. I get some knockdown a little bit. Scans on both sides. The classic is an option. Everybody pressured now, but Xa's here. Xa's ready to stay. Exa cannot go down unless it's Spaz with that Sheriff angle. No weapons to boot though, and no space to be able to take any more fights. SRB with the flood, such a good option.
Yeah, and it gets dicey for a second, and then SRB just reel it back in. Exa insane on the anchor. Didn't really get to see that side of him over on Pearl, but we do here. And it shuts down some of those team fights that we wanted to see from M80 on that site take. And I'm just gonna say, it does not look like C is the best friends of M80. This is a nice little cage as well, just to isolate the fights. And again, it feels like Bonnie's disconnected from the team in that engagement too, but you maybe chalk it up to being an eco and needing to take the timings. But now that we're back to the rightful rounds, 4 ultimates on M80's side, 3 for SRB. This is gonna be an important round that sets the tone for the half.
That's just 2 that are kind of actionable from a distance though when it comes to M80. Hunter's
Yo, get
Fury
you off your
rolling
phone,
thunder.
bro. You got an important round to win.
It's nice to be on the phone if you're peeking from that side, though. That's the Zix peek a little bit. You're able to actually show off less of your body. So if you're peeking right side, use the flex. If you're peeking left side, use your knife. If you're satellite, just peek. But if you're Bonnie, you have a response. If you're nature, you get a clap back. And after that, the round kind of resets. Okay, never mind. Ismo disrespects the lines of scrimmage, gets TPing into his own smoke, is able to find nature, and they get the spike down.
Arrow numbers now in favor of M80. The low HP, the trade-off here, and that's where Spaz needs to really honestly play the Hunter's Fury, but the Cosmic Divide forces them instead to re-engage into spawn.
I mean, it's craziness right now. Let's try to dive back into it. Xander low. Alvin stuck on the pull. They know exactly where everybody is. The flag's gonna come in. This is an overreach by M80. What is going on? Exa has found the flank. And a round that had a bit of cohesion, a bit of structure, comes tumbling down, fighting off way more than you can chew. You needed to come back in this one too now. A full round differential for SRB.
And I'm gonna need to confirm in the replay, Shai, but I think the decision to fight into CT there was smart. It was needed because I think the trip got destroyed, or at least they should have known the flank was coming from the bodies that were there that had to fuel said neural theft from Exa. But then it feels like a breakdown in communication. They aren't aware of it, but it's this opener, I think, that set SRB already on the path to success in this round. And yeah, I mean, Exa. You hyped up the Cypher and what we were going to see. We need a little KDA check on IOL 6-2 scoreline.
Yeah, 7-4.
7-4, yep. And
it's
Nature.
pretty good. Yeah.
Nature. I'm still not convinced on the fade necessarily on this map because it's more just been him doing him things that could be done with the Sova as well. But a good KDA and an Odin and a fade can maybe sway me.
I mean, the Huntsman coming in to get a little bit of information, but Nature's positioning overall has been the number one thing. This time, I might see some disaster. Second timeout already from M80. That could be slightly disastrous for their chances to stay in the game and attack, or on defense, let me just say. But right now, if they're starting to go for A, they're usually very slow, Zoe. I see the Odin primed, ready to do a lot of chip damage.
Oh, yeah. And that's going to be like on top of the op as well. And if you try to rush the op, the blades will come out. It is not pretty. We already talked about they have issues holding down the C site late. So it's like, what are your options? It's an eco. So not expecting too much, but we are welcome to surprises.
Oh, this might just be a blender right now. Paying attention to some of the HB bars. The spray's gonna slightly miss a bit too far towards the right, but it does get smoke activated on this angle comfortably. Not gonna see too much over, and now you gotta really pay attention to mid.
Yeah, Satellite, that was a bold beeline, but gets back safely. Don't quite have the information connected, but we'll still have to play retake B side, it seems, from this positioning.
Jumping all the way in. One of the best sites to be on when you have a lower buy right now, and they have control of one of the links.
This is a nice forward presence, and it feels supported by the team, but they double back. Just wanted any close kill that SRB doesn't give, and I don't know. I can see like an overdrive and Hunter's Fury working out, but look at the scaling. They know Spaz is going to be off site.
It's a vital fight, and somebody has to win it. It's smoke. There's the insurance gone. There's a jokey fight over from Garage. Getting finicky. They're now getting trapped all the way on the site. Okay, overdrive pops. Bit of a say in this round. M80 are finally starting to do it. Stun coming in from all sides. Bonnie melts them down again. Every single map, I feel like he has one of these rounds. Nature, top frag of the team, looking to find something, but this gun might just be a bit too heavy to carry around. This round might just be a bit too heavy of a burden to win. He's going to be able to get the pick on an Ismo, but Bonnie's overdrive puts them over the line to win the Thrifty.
And I was worried there for a second, Shy, as Thrifty does come through, that M80 were going to be barking up the same exact tree. They get a site, they get a post, but then they get complicit, and there's no it factor to close out the round. But Bonnie comes through with the late overdrive after they realize Hunter's Fury is no longer on the table, and that reactiveness and that re-clear the entire seaside and then reroute because they know the numbers aren't on grass. It ended up being fully encapsulating and shutting down that retake. So, and that's after all these fights felt like they were going SRB's way, too. So that's a nice round, I feel like, to get the mental sorted here a little bit and make a little bit of a comeback here. And Shio, like, I don't know, it's like attack side of Haven's been shot down and throat so many times. Where do you feel like it's at in the current meta with SRB already up to 6 on their defensive half?
I feel like it's always supposed to be a 7-5 on the attack, you know, on defense. If you have a better team, I feel like Haven is always the most honest attack side type map. The 3 side maps usually are a bit more attack side oriented. You don't have enough lanes for all the defenders to cover everything. And that being said, the flag bearer on this attack side right now has to be Bonnie. And this time, as an operator, can really change the way these guys are attacking these sites.
Oh. Chelsea? Again, I don't know, because the way SRB play, I feel like they don't, aside from smoke, I don't feel like they give the opportunities for this op to get openers, right? Am I mistaken in that thought process? That they play really far back where it's just util dumped instead of straight contact, or it's through one-ways and smokes that you can't get a direct sight line. So I'm going to be surprised if it gets an opportunity here. Satellite, don't do this to me.
Here comes your surprise. They have to be able to rotate through, and there it is.
That's the first time you've done that the entire half. Hello?
But that's the thing. M80 haven't played this slow the entire half. This is confusing for SRB. This is the first time they're hearing this. And it's off some of these timeouts where this switch has been called. Exa has been found. They're a little bit more confident to go to the B site now.
That's so funny. You have a Caillou lurk, right? A side, so that keeps numbers there, sets them up on these D, B lines. It's great, honestly, for M80, but this info is going to change the game.
Understand there's a lot of heavy stuff happening on site, but the trips are active for M80. They know there's nobody on these flanks right now. Alvin has the up, and he's found some value. Bonnie, two-way player. I don't even get to see his street lane popped up right now. Smoke's been found. Bit of a question on who can win this 3v2. He's jumping in backside the shorty. It's not that good anymore. It's not going to be possible. Nature left alone again.
Get the
no
Odin.
off the save.
Get not the Odin. Or the off. He has 6 HP. He can't go back. Maybe after the spike detonates, but wow. Yeah, guys, reminder, Alvin's also a chamber player. We know that. We've seen that already in the series, and if you forgot or are just tuning in, you just saw it when he picked up the op from Bonnie. So round 1, M80 utilized both timeouts this half, but for good conversion now. Okay, if they somehow I think they can get the 6-6. No 7-5 shy, unfortunately, but wait a minute. I thought they used both timeouts.
I thought that M80 might have doubled up on it, but there might be.
I think they did. We'll double check with Prod.
Yeah, we'll double check. We'll double check. Oh, you're asking me how far the 7-5 could come in for the side of SRB. I thought you were asking me like Haven in general.
No, because M80 can't get the 7-5. You wanted like M80 to be at a 7-5 because they started on the attack,
right?
No,
I thought the question was like, is Haven like what is Haven in attack? I would say it's always 7-5 attack.
I said like, no, I was asking in the current meta, is it still that?
Oh, is it still? I would say, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. So you don't think so? I didn't get to ask you. What do you think it is?
For these comps, I actually don't know. Because again, I haven't like seen, I think the fade with the Jet and the Phoenix enough. I think with SRB, they're doing great. Yeah, I agree. This should be like, with them, they should not be up this far. But I feel like with M80's comp, I could see them being really strong defensively more than anything. Again, that breach is crazy. Yeah. And Alvin might be having a slower time now, but that multi-kill, and once he gets the opportunity to perform like Exit is on these anchors, on I guess some timing plays, that could be strong. Sure.
Yeah. I think I'm just the most impressed by SRB in this case then, because M80 also won the pistol. And right now, SRB just basically won rifle rounds and then forced these guys on ecos all the way over to winning 6 entirely. M80 finally found a voice in this one now.
Okay.
Push forward in this one.
I use one off as well from the Rolling Thunder, so could get it off the plant. Maybe why use the spike here? I maybe would have preferred, maybe since you're already taking C long control with Spaz, that you went as a team instead of contacting into the B stack, which is the entire plan, it feels like, to get more active off these ultimates, and it's working in SRB's favor.
Alvin, though, with a bit of a clutch, sends the Phoenix running right back. Every ultimate activating on both sides. A bit of an uncharacteristic, impatient round. Alvin needs HP to be able to fight in these positions, though. Ooh. Doesn't matter. Never mind. Nature caught maybe looking at the map. The mental stack too much to handle on B, and suddenly there's a spy infiltrated over your back lines.
I mean, if you get the spike to play at B, look, they're just going to group up, fight, and flip again through grass. So I don't even think this would have much grounds, but that might also be why they're not planning on ending B.
I agree with you. Going straight towards the A side, but look at this angle over from Exa. So smart at covering everything the team needs. The insurance guy for the round. Double spray. He does not need to pray. He's planned for this. It's cerebral, scientific, locked down. This guy just knows how to play every out in the round.
Yeah, that's the chat favorite Roy Exekim for you. full naming, yeah. I think when you have this level of performance, we can. But yeah, I mean, there were some glimmers right there from M80 and some of the individual plays. Alvin's starting to get heated up as well. But again, that start pace change out of the timeout, perfectly struck timing-wise for SRB. Harmoniously done, and obviously caught M80 off guard, so maybe they'll be expecting it this time. I mean, again, Satellite's in the aggro garage position, so We'll have to see if they can receive it because they're going starkly into the C-split.
Oh! Flash and dash, but the gravity does not let them pass. Afterwards, Xa's there too to make sure that it's the end of class here for M80 in this fast push. We found a way on the site, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, the cam saw Alvin. They know he's back site. Odin Tracken, 8-4 half in Shopify Rebellion. Black's favor. And maybe the lack of reps, maybe the new composition not quite hitting just yet for M80. But yeah, that was a very, very well capped half for SRB to put it plainly.
Yeah, and I'm very confident in their attack as well. If you want to know if a team's going to be having a nice attack after defense, pay attention to the retakes. Pay attention to the repositioning overall, because that's what kind of carries over towards that attack side as well after the post plant. How you handle the spike being down. Right now, Exa is putting on a crazy performance. Godlike on that first map is also active on this one in so many different ways. The anchor, the lurker, the repositioner. And now he gets to play on a site where he gets to lurk even more, or on a side where he gets to lurk even more, anchor more once the spike is down, or even get crazy with it. It all depends on Pistol though. Getting this locked down for SRB, I feel like it'll be game. Very important for M80 to win this one, to stay inside.
It's funny, it's poetic. Each team's map pick, they're up 8-4 at the half. And for Pearl, right, M80 did win that pistol. So we'll see if SRB can do the same.
Not sure how many people will pop through this smoke in just a second, but again, that stun is ready on back site. It's all about the timing. It actually gets attracted over towards Garage as they hear a little bit of util, that Phoenix wall, but no one here just yet.
They tucked into Covey too, the timing found, but smoke dissipated nonetheless. Nismo not quite sold on the lack of presence outside of B.
Gonna cross over, and now suddenly the B site's looking a little bit weaker in terms of how it's being held. They're very keen on holding and supporting this C site. Haunt coming in, Aftershock to delay a little bit of time. Bonnie towards the backside, actually towards the flank plan coming through. Satellite though is already there through Garage after the fact. It's an assassination attempt on Nismo on site. President goes down after that. Everything else for SRB is amazing on them pushing things forward. 3v1 now. It's all up to Spaz.
Planted.
Wow. Wow. And they group up, they go down long. They know that there's no smokes, no nothing to splinter these players from just buying down the spike taps. So Spaz, what sheriff surprise do you have prepared for us?
The right option. It's close. No cigar though, unfortunately. It's a really cool contingency over from SRB. The layers they have in every post line, Zobi, insane.
I mean, it wasn't even the post plants that sticks out, right? Because the round was already won. It was how structural that split and its timings were, right? Here I thought Bunny might have been able to crack it open and make it a very isolated C execution, but the refrag from Xander was there, so the pairing is perfect. Even how they dismantled the site anchors, right? And that Molly as well, so Satellite could scale a bit closer with that Frenzy. Like, all of it was just so thorough and so smart in giving them favor, giving them advantage up against what is a very controlled defense style from M80. But to Nico, M80, want to get silly, little neon breach set up to fight out grass if they want, and if they locate maybe the X alert position.
I picked the right side so far. SRB are kind of playing into where their composition is holding up. The worst case scenario right now is SRB goes over to A. But towards the C side, fast flood from Garage, fast flank over from Grass. Still a possibility for M80.
Need the cam to get tapped though, Alvin. There's the confirmation, and we should see that reposition, but looks like the worst is going to come true. Your eyes shy. Looks like they're going to pivot into the X alert, but that's where Bonnie's position and Caillou joining them is going to get real interesting.
And Exa can't push that far though. This walk down is crazy from Bonnie. Yeah, you're right. Exa just with a ghost. Bonnie getting back into window.
They hesitated.
No way. Bonnie found Xander down. No smokes for this round.
Okay. Now they're just gonna group up, use these weapons. They realize they've been dilly-dallying a bit too long as we get down towards the 30-second mark, and not seeing some shocks, but this paranoia could spice things up here for M80.
30 seconds.
Yeah, they're jump spotting it as well. Stun comes through. Para and the dart inside the smoke. Sees the big thing stopping these guys from going for the overpeak. Denied on both sides. Gonna be a little bit short on time, but the execution is totally fine. Exa also able to cover the flank. Bit of a worrisome situation, but SRB make it look clean.
Get up to double digits there, and Again, it's that overthinking that played maybe a little bit on closing out Pearl that's creeping up here too, right? I wanted to see Caillou stay, support Bonnie in that kind of round-winning position, it felt like. And when he peeled off, his Bonnie gets a one and done, and any chances at really winning the round kind of crumble there. And the only thing that made it dangerous, like I mentioned, was the timer for Shopify Rebellion Black. But they look fully in control right now. They have a pretty stark bonus conversion too. The double Phantom for Satellite and Exa here is dangerous.
Pace changed a little bit, not really. Gonna be immediately re-exploring the middle of the map here. All eyes on Alvin, as he might be able to find first blood if this door peek goes wrong.
Can we clear it?
Big flash and more. The double spray prediction from Satellite. Everything going right. The skill on display for the team.
Don't even need to use the ult to get in the side. They're just sure that it's deserted at this point. Nice isolation to try and cut your corner, but huge Nebula. Now the regroup out of garage from Exa. So nice.
But look how disconnected the rest of the team is. Spaz all the way back in spawn. Spike's been planted. No one's even fighting on site. They're just looking for this one kill. Give him something, man. Give him some type of value. It's tough. M80 completely. I mean, they were on fire on Pearl, and this one, that fire has been snuffed out.
It's like SRB firm believers of you're never truly alone, even when you're on your lurk, right? Immediately has somebody to fall back on, right? Really like no way to isolate anybody, unlike we are seeing over on Pearl. So again, we knew this was gonna be right up SRB's alley, but I didn't expect it to be in this dominant of a fashion. And I mean, Lotus, we kind of hedged it leaning SRB's way, right, Shayo? But yeah. I mean, from what I saw versus Rose, I feel like it could be a little bit of a coin toss. I don't think it's going to be as decisive as this map was. Could it be? Yes, I don't think so. But it's going to be then more about the mental turnaround that M80 are able to shake up. Because, I mean, yeah, I'm writing this map off right now, but like, look at the buy. It should be SRB getting up to 12. And we've seen enough fake comebacks in VCL, Shayo, that I'm no longer a believer. I was just a believer. I was always the believer, and now I don't know if I've seen that from M80 either to warrant that reignite of belief.
Doesn't have to be a comeback in terms of winning the map, but a comeback and getting some spirit back on the board in terms of getting a better mental. That might be a thing. Jumping in, paranoia a possibility as well, but running back will give you so much space. Alvin found a way to anchor over with a Guardian. The rest of the teams fall. Pawns, Bishop, Knights, whatever it is, it's in control of the board for SRB for the moment.
Congrats, Alvin. You found a way to anchor against the Phoenix ult, and it's still going to be an SRB flawless. Because Bonnie probably wants to save the Phantom. Spaz can maybe go for some damage, some charges towards his ultimates, but yeah, we thought it's come to fruition. SRB going to get up to map point on their pick. And SRB are not even trying to give any of these exit kills, it looks like. Or they're trying to choose who gets the exit kill.
I want to force Satellite onto this one just to get maybe another run it back somehow in case the round goes wrong.
No, if that, you know. Oh, wow.
Okay. I mean, you're saying match point. I think this is just already over. 12-4, and SRB looks so confident. M80 getting bulldozed in this map.
Yeah, M80, you should use a timeout right now. Oh.
Yeah.
Don't have one of those anymore because both had to be used in the first half. And didn't even work in shutting down, I think, that 6-round streak, if I'm not too mistaken. So, yeah. 8 rounds needed to get to overtime, and with Nature also having the Nightfall, and again, that was kind of a forced buy last round. Now it's a forced buy here as well, right? Like, neither are firmly promising in the prospects for M80. So, old style comp, maybe stay in the past for a reason, right, with this Neon breach. And we'll have to revisit the drawing board, it seems.
Yeah, it feels like not enough Rolling Thunder is even seen, not enough value from the team either. It's tough to be able to really chase the stun line as well without the Neon B-hops. As much as I like this composition, the value for it with these nerfs as well from Neon, I think have just gone so down in the bunker. Breach definitely needs some help. I think his power level was tied to those of the duelists that are in the meta. That being said, I think M80 are so far gone in this. We're having meta discussions now. It's crazy.
I mean, like, you think a comp is fundamentally sound and then something like this happens, right? And it's just frustrating when this was a win con, not a duo.
Oh, God.
The M80 side, that half of it's already been taken down, right? And Alvin usually is their hope, right? Their last line of defense, and even he can't anchor hard lines anymore, it feels like.
Out of Bulldog, hard to be able to use it. Match point here for SRB to make it take all the way to map number 3. Smash with long range. Stinger kill him. We're actually holding down the site for just the moment. M80,
Spike
last
down,
breath still
C.
left. 1v2, nobody on site. Spike needs to be found here from Xander. It's all on the line here. Xander can end the map right now. Take it all the way to Lotus. Bonnie, smart decision. Regrouping with the team. Xander, scared as to anybody could be anywhere from the side of M80. They're going to be grouping up, giving him the 2v1. Now, Spaz is going to be a little bit low on HP. Xander makes the right move, but with the wrong time. Unfortunate. Going down, and a hope found from M80 to keep the match going on.
Okay. Like you mentioned, they find the timing, they find the anchor, they take down the entry onto the C site, which is a huge breakthrough for M80 on this half. It's just a question mark of do SRB just say, oh, that was a fluke, let's do it again. Or if they'll try something else that M80 then can now address. But
One enemy remaining.
great kill shot along the way as well from M80. So all in all, strong round. Get to buy up a sounder buy with a big asterisk. Still have some light shield in that Guardian, unfortunately for Caillou, who's just having a rough map, right? 4 and 15. I hope he didn't pie. I hope he didn't. I don't think he pied, right? Because it would have been 4 and 14.
I saw 4 and 14 as well, so like I think he should be fine.
He should have been okay. Hopefully. No one go back. No one go back.
Nobody go back. Just keep looking forward.
Yeah. Just look forward to our map 3, guys. Don't even worry. But hey, maybe there's a comeback there. Maybe. But 7 needed, so we need to get at least half that before Leaf becomes even a token.
Sunlight should have his run it back as well in this round. Might be able to give him spike once we get closer towards site, and they can use that to gain more space on the back. But already double anchor towards the back this time. Bit of a difference. Paranoia coming in immediately. Hunter's Fury from across the map all the way towards the A-Link side is going to electrify the entry coming in, already hindering it. Bonnie going to be seen for the moment. Past that, nothing really happening. A big swing on both sides. All angles come alive. Exa is not there with his team, and as a result, they all fall to an amazing anchoring from M80.
They procced the question, right? Was it M80 having a stroke of luck, or did they figure out how to anchor the C side? Well, he might not have a Hunter's Fury every round. The Paranoia, that addition of Nismo alongside Alvin is the exact kickstart that they needed to full stop control that position. Allowed the refloods back in from M80. I will say starkly committing to that C rotate just a bit. Maybe SRB could play around with that in the next few rounds. But yeah, this is on track to be a flawless unless Exa can do something about it. 70 HP though, no cages for isolation. Doesn't seem like it would be the case.
Now, if Exa finds a way to clutch this with 20 seconds, I don't even want to watch map 3. Give him the double map win. That'd be just insane. So crazy. But a lifeline now from M80 just being tapped over and over again. It's teamwork that is finally finding its way onto the podium.
This is interesting too, because SRB took an earlier timeout as well. So you can't take one right now, for example. You have to wait and kind of like, you feel like you have to wait, right? Until that kind of like double digits mark, until it's OT or not. And honestly, I would say a big confidence kind of pick from Effie's to take one now. Be like, yeah, we're gonna close this out, guys. Don't even worry. But again, not normal, and it's gonna then be up really to Nature to figure out what exactly is going wrong here. Because I think both Exa and Nature these last few rounds now have gotten a bit stagnant too. So I don't know. I like steering clear to C, guys. Yeah, let's test the waters A side. Let's test it out. But nebulas are nicely placed. I'm a little worried.
Yeah, the biggest thing from M80 right now to answer your question, like, you know, what can Nature do? How do you solve this? They are really over-rotating to be able to be a family on these sites.
We mentioned, yeah.
If they're able, to get, look at this already. 2 people through A-Link looking over towards the A site. Garage, C, isolated right now. Running back coming in. Yeah, maybe they don't care about how many people are on the site. They'll push in. It's not affecting. Nobody on M80 really wants to be part of this problem so far. The running back has bought so much space and time.
I mean, you're gonna have the overdrive for retake.
What?
Smoke though, that's a crazy kill. Now there's no retake recon.
Updraft coming in, jump speak, all the way from Bonnie's side. They know where the biggest problem is. They're gonna be able to get him out of hell for the moment. He's gonna actually die down to the aftershock disaster, but it's Exa that comes in with the save. Sander is throwing his back as well. Neural theft to just find out where Nismo is in a 1v3 to keep the dream alive.
Wow. I mean, their position, the repositions even known here. You could fake out the smoke, but even then, they just re-cleared it.
Okay, jump back up. They'll know all about it. Every angle ready to go. There's not a chance, but he disappears from every sight line. Back into short. Isolating one on Xander. Wall coming in, affecting him down, and it blazes the chances of M80 coming back in this one. A definitive win from Chad Riley in black on map 2.
Yeah, again, You can practice it all you want, you can prep it all you want, you can theory craft, but you cannot replace hard reps. The cost of not playing Haven for almost 2 months will lead us to a map 3 on that M80 side. And Shopify Rebellion Black, I mean, I think we proved why Satellite #1 should stay on the duelist. Just saying, just saying. I got a bit more convinced that the Fade is a viable pick. Again, Nature, thank you for that. And we already knew that EXO was going to be a difference maker. And I think that the turnaround between map 1 and map 2 from the Vice to the Cypher, like, that should also be studied to see maybe how they can improve the Pearl even too.
Yeah, the breach though, a question mark all the time when it does pop up. There were chances and tries there from the side of M80, especially towards the end of the game. But if both teams are looking confident, I can't wait to see what happens in map 3. That's Lotus coming up right after this.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Shayo and Marks on the desk. And Shayo, come to the front, take a seat. Because I seem to remember before I sent you to cast, excuse me, you said it would be over, a quick 2-0. I'd be doing an interview right now. And Shayo, are we going to a map 3?
Wasn't me. That was CEO Wagger. That was not Shayo Wager. You always get these things confused, Liz.
Sorry.
Every single time. I swear to God. Yeah.
Oh, Marks, talk about the match.
I'm sitting over here. We're on the Shopify Rebellion Black train, everybody. Choo choo. Let's go. I knew these guys were going to do it, and boy, howdy, did they prove me right. It was looking so good coming out from Shopify Rebellion. I like the way that they lean into that little bit more of aggressive play style to kind of find those opportunities really to shut M80 down, specifically when we were looking on the defense. I think it was you actually, Shiloh, who said that they're not afraid to just poke out and take those initial fights, but every single time M80 were trying to engage in, you know that the Shopify Rebellion Black players were taking them down swinging, allowing for that additional time as well for the retakes to happen even faster. SRB were swarming them.
They really were. They were taking as much space as possible. I know you were still on the pistol, though. I know M80 had pistol, though. That's about it.
We did.
But, you know, past that, man, the dynamicism from SRB, Exa specifically as well, being both a crazy anchor player and then on attack, switching it up and activating for the team so much. I mean, the entire roster of SRB on this map, they own Haven. They have a pretty good setup on it, both on site and on attack. It should be very scary for the rest of Challengers and even some of the teams in tier 1. I've seen some pretty garbage Havens up there, and these guys are reduced, reuse, recycling, and also just new product vibing on this map right now. It's looking amazing, and it's not really piloted by Neon. It's the best of all worlds.
Yeah, and one of the things too, like looking at how M80 were trying to take some of these opportunities, it really felt like maybe the breach wasn't the best pick. I know that you guys were talking about that one on the cast, but pretty consistently there were either these weird gaps that were being missed, or the flashes weren't kind of coming through to full fruition. It didn't feel like the breach was getting as much value as M80 were expecting. And then on the flip side, yeah, you could make the argument that maybe Fade isn't the best one here in Haven. Maybe we should have just seen that Silva, but at the same time, Nature really just kind of lit up the scoreboard, especially at the start of the map, to really justify that Fade coming through.
Yeah, that Neon specifically, I think, is something that can't keep up with the stuns as much and can't do much with the stuns anymore that Breach puts down. So being a little bit more nerfed on the movement makes it so that you're a little bit more nerfed as a team in total. Even though Bonnie was popping off, still amazing showing from SRB. And honestly, both of these teams had a chance in this game. M80 on FKs at least looked really cool on it. Even hit sight so many times, just weren't that successful. It seems like a much closer game in stats than normal, but in consistency, I just feel like SRB were all the way up ahead 24/7.
Yes, and that's what we wanted to see from them after Pearl, right? I think we saw the improvement on Pearl marks when we're looking at it. We expected to go M80's way. You know, coming into this map of Haven, I think Zobi called it kind of the coin toss map, right? Like which way this was going to go. And it kind of just seemed like SRB wanted to make sure and make a statement that if we had any doubts coming out of Pearl, we have any doubts coming out of the last grand finals or any doubts out of their last Swiss stage that started this week, they wanted to assuage them as quickly as possible.
Oh, they 100% did, and I think that this map once again is such a statement. For a moment there, it was looking like SRB were going to get them before M80 even got to 5 rounds on the board, and then just, you know, I think it was Nismo really being in the right place at the right time, just lighting them up and making sure that that C site was locked down. But just across the board, like all members of SRB were really firing on all cylinders, and it didn't even really feel like M80 had that opportunity to get their foot in to try and make something happen.
Yeah, I feel like every single player did their job really well. It doesn't even show, but Satellite's Phoenix might not have the biggest kills on the board. The space he was getting, the amount of ultimates he had put down as well. I think it was a night and day difference. Zobi was talking about it. Do prefer this guy on the Phoenix 10 times more than any other Asian right now. He's getting so much value.
Yes, and I think it is the Asian that we've seen kind of popping back into the meta after the Neon nerfs. People, even during the Neon nerfs a little bit, I would argue, Shia, we kind of saw him creeping in there a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like if he's going to be championing this, it's going to be amazing. All led, though, by the way, we haven't talked about him enough. I feel like Exa, who in the first match, in the first map, was playing very well, doing his job. Now he's job hunting all across the map, doing so many different roles the entire time, of the lurk, of the anchor. I talked about it. Cypher gets to do a lot, and Exa did a lot in that match.
Yeah, and Exa as well. I mean, just consistently outclassing them on that lurk all the time. Like, it felt like Exa was always in the right place at the right time against M80 and found these angles where they were just able to gun them down. And M80 honestly just had no answer, really, to kind of shut down that Cypher some of these rounds.
And we were highlighting Exa, but we also want to highlight Satellite again on that Phoenix. I think a role that I think your secondary duelist, whatever it may be, Marks, whatever you want to call him, it is someone that could easily be kind of not like forgotten, that's the wrong word, but just but like in terms of like the double duelist meta, right? Like you, when there's one over the other, but we want to be clear, we want to highlight him here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely we want to. And I like that Child started with like, oh, the stats aren't really reflective of that, because this is exactly the case of what you're seeing. And to be fair, Satellite, like a couple years ago, was playing this hyper aggressive duelist role, always trying to take that space, always trying to go in there and get that comfortability in taking that fight very far forwards. And I think that this meta is really going to let that play style shine, especially on some of these agents like Phoenix. On the Phoenix, Satellite was getting so much value on the run it backs, finding multiple kills, finding all of the space, but never afraid to take those fights and always having Xander behind him just in case he gets gunned down.
Yeah, and this play style is really good for the team. You put him on a different map or the same one in these later weeks, it can be even more refined for himself as well, as he gets comfortable using this Phoenix, finding the timings. You know, you're playing as a breach, it gets a little bit awkward as well. I feel like he'll be even better playing against less stuns rumbling off the ground. But big kudos to Satellite again. I said it, you said it too, Marks. The stats don't show the full story. He was a big outlier in SRB winning this match and having a big difference every single round, I feel like, in this last Haven map.
And that's what we like to see. You know, you got to watch the games. You got to tune into the streams, y'all. The stats don't show it all. We bring you the info. We bring you the analysis. We bring you the casting. Or if you're Shio, all three.
Satellite post. Hit the satellite post. Oh, yes, that's what I'm talking about. I mean,
wait, I want to hit nature. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're good. We're fine.
All right, good work, everyone. Can we hit the Liz? Thank you. Moving on to our map C, where we're going to go for a map 3. I think this is the one we didn't really talk about it. I think we kind of there was a bit of an implicit bias that this would go to a 2-0 in M80's favor, Marks. But here we are on the Challengers Classic of Lotus.
Yeah, y'all are haters sitting over there like, oh, we're not even going to have to worry about Lotus.
Straight up.
2-0. But let me remind you, in the finals, Shopify Rebellion Black won Lotus 13-7 against M80. And so I think coming into this one, especially given the way that things are shifting around, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking Shopify Rebellion Black have an honest, good chance to be able to win out this series on this map.
What's the date today? Is it May 7th or is it May 28th? Because if it's May 28th, it's not the finals. It's the M80 day where they end up winning Lotus. So let's get it breaking down.
Well, we're here in Agent Select. Shai, I'm going to go right back to you. We see Bonnie on the Raze now, kind of getting off that neon we see on the past 2 maps. No surprise there. This is a very Raze-friendly map, but Smoke on that Chamber as well. And that Nismo Omen, yeah.
I mean, the Nismo Omen, yeah, is a young classic. I'm liking the M80 comp the most. I feel like this has been the meta comp led by Neon a lot of this early stage before the nerfs, and slotting in Raze into it is a really good pivot. That being said, Smoke Chamber, let that op loose, you know what I'm saying? And Satellite being a little bit more free to run Raze as well on this map, akin to Phoenix, you get a lot of impact. I like Viper on both teams though. Viperless Lotus, that's where it's illegal, call the police. Both teams, I think, are locked in with these comps. Really interesting personal stuff on either side, Marks.
Yeah, honestly, I just have to really highlight Smoke on that Chamber, because the reason why SRB brought this guy onto the roster was to make sure that they had that primary operator player on their team. If you looked at how Smoke played before with Core, it was Kumi who was doing a little bit more of the team play, while Smoke was just kind of, hey man, get out there and go find some kills. Unfortunately, because of how the metas have worked out lately, we didn't get to really see that operator come to full fruition. But now that we get to see SRB all going into extremely comfortable roles for all of these players, I'm excited to see what Smoke has on this agent.
Well, folks, we are going to map 3. These folks want to continue their undefeated streak, going 2-0 in the Swiss stage. I'm going to send it over to your casters, Shio and Zoe. But Shio, I have a mission for you. Impersonate me as you catch this toss. Toss.
Thank you so much, Liz. Zoe, I just really want to know, how do you think that Smoke's going to do on Chamber? Because I like what Mark was talking about. He made a really good point, and I want to talk to you about it. What do you think is the difference maker for Chamber or Smoke on Chamber here?
Not enough jersey accent, Shao. I'm so sorry.
That's on me. Rhoda,
C-tier impression. See, you had the energy, you had the optimism behind it. But what do I think of the Chamber? I think it's a change of pace, right? From them running the double duelist previous to the Neon, the Waylay. And usually there's those concerns like, oh, how is Satellite going to do on the solo duelist? He did fine in their opener, 26 and 14. But then there's that sense of dependence that gets built up a little bit on his performance. And that's where my concern is going to lie in this match. But I'm excited that this is our map 3 show. This is the only map in our best of 3 today where both teams have played this in their opening round 1 match. They have a little bit more recency, understanding of what the teams are going to bring to the table, and that's going to hopefully full swing influence the outcome of this map. And look at this, SRB already kind of a trap set to possibly spring over towards mound reclearance, and I'm glad that they didn't pull the cord too early, because that Prowler was a fake from M80.
Yeah, no chance to really gain too much over there, but I'm liking this option from Smoke to be able to help over here, but also leave from that rendezvous all the way over to the other side. Looking kind of nice. Nice shots from both as well. Ooh, Spray not going to be able to find much, left alone. No value, but at least Smoke is alive for that retake.
Ooh, this is nice. Shearwall already on ceiling, no one punishable from that deep line, and he's going to weather the storm and hopefully buy some time as well for this Caillou late wrap that's set up.
I mean, it's ready to go for a second, though. It's taking some time to break this door and get active, so every second matters here on the retake. Smoke also delaying stuff up top. Yeah, Para ready to go to stop Waterfall. The majority of players coming from Heaven, though. Haunt, denied. 3 people up top. Sees down. More seconds being bought now. Para coming in from the actual retake side. Rainbow feed up again. It's more red than green, though. Sander popping off on one of the sides. No ammo left on either player. Sander reloads first and gets almost 2. It was too close to call there. Alvin ends up with that win.
I mean, Shia, that's
3 people reloaded the same style like John Wick movies. That's crazy.
But if it comes down to analyzing that round, Shia, like M80 were the better like team moments along the way, right? And then it's just Xander comes out swinging, right? Like left, right, and center against everybody on the M80 squad, and that's what made it close, right? Like look at this, surviving the paranoia hand in hand, and again Xander just. Whew, 3 quick succession and Alvin to come in clutch, who again also had a very quiet map number 2, so great to see him on the board early. And oh, this is a crazy fight.
And some go way of M80. I mean, things are looking fine, things are looking nice. The biggest thing so far, I want to just go back and see, it's going to take me a second. Pistols, I feel like, have just been going M80's way. We go over to Pearl, they win the first pistol, they win the second one, defense and attack. Haven win another one. They lost the defensive pistol on their side, but now on Lotus, they won pistol again. Got on top of the eco. The biggest thing on Haven was the bonus. This next round, I feel like for the mental, matters a lot. But these guys have been pistol connoisseurs on the day, and it's really been helping them get ahead of Shop of Rebellion, map to map to map.
Yep, and we talked about how they were trailing on the attack side for Lotus, for Haven, not the case here on Lotus anymore. And we sum up that round, it's basically the Stinger Squad Strikes Back, right? That's literally the title of what we just saw, right? Again, they force with these Stingers, and again, they come steamrolling into a site, and obviously Nazemil gets to mop up the majority of the kills. But I am not a fan, Shy. I didn't like it on Pearl, I don't like it here. Them bonusing the full Stingers into the third. I feel like they can do so much more with it, that it hurts. Like, I don't want this just to do damage, you know, leave SRB a little maimed. I want them to win the round after keeping it clean in the second.
It's very true. That being said, though, if you end up on B, these Stingers kind of act like Vandals, Phantoms, but if you're not going to be able to actually influence that first fight, it's going to be disastrous. A sandwich of a pinch up inside B main and a flawless round for the side of SRB. Actually, Spaz makes it a little bit less shiny, but regardless, really good anti, and you were right, Zobi. You're never wrong.
Yeah, like to me, I can maybe see the trade-off in terms of long-term stability in the econ, right? Because then you're going to be able to have like full shields, you're going to have a little bit like more expensive weapons coming into your first buy, but it's like, why take the risk then of losing the second round when you just have Stingers, right? If you're not going to do something with it in the third. I don't know. I might have to like ask Kaplan one-on-one about that one and be like, what's the dealio? But since we're seeing it come up multiple times now, but all in all, it's going to be SRB on the board first. Like you mentioned, keep it clean. Don't really have too many big picture ults on either side just yet to factor in, but we're seeing a little bit more aggressiveness from SRB on the C-mount hold. Xander, no TP away. Like a rendezvous in the back corner. Just got to do it the old-fashioned way. Flush from util, and you're good to go.
Now some insurance after this as well. Both sides have a lot of money to be able to buy up and rock it down again. So these rifle rounds will go back to back to back.
All right.
Ooh.
Whoa, crazy
That's
counter
tough.
spray kill. Those are the Phantom too. Who says Phantoms don't have tracers?
Ooh, but look at this angle.
Yeah.
Being able to see just one thing with the Pixel, understands where people are. A satellite equalizes the round, and another Pixel found from smoke. You have to be very careful where you move here if you're M80.
This is again, you want M80 just to be that reactiveness. They get a kill, they get an opening, and they need to speed up. Let's speed up now. Go, lock your teeth in. There we go. That's the speed up. Bonnie and the flank dismantle. Now they've stabilized.
A little bit though, 2v3 and health affected. Bonnie low. Still a chance to have to get the spikes down. Look at Nature's position.
Why is he going in alone?
Oh,
Okay,
on
that's
the
why
other
he's going
side.
alone. All
You
right,
know
sure.
about Bonnie though. I mean, yeah, this 2v2 now will be
30
tough.
seconds left. One
Risk,
enemy
find it,
remaining.
smoke gets Bonnie off the spam on the taps, and a round that should have been maybe theirs. If you wanted to slow it down, maybe pivot back towards B. Troublesome in this moment.
I thought the timing was nice past the Prowler, but Alvin about to be the victim of a high-low closeout. SRB tie us up 2-2.
That's confusing for us to cast. I feel like the timing in that one, the plays that were going down, we're trying to have pauses in the right moments, but SRB is disrespecting what should be the back and forth in that 2v3 nature, taking a very big risk to be where he was. But I feel like he was doing this on maps before as well. If you remember, on Pearl was one of the factors of being able to stop things going down. The Odin as an option some of the times as well on Haven. He's used to interrupting, and it really worked out there.
And talking about the win cons on Pearl, right? For M80, it was once they had the information, they acted immediately, and that was hard to track those timings and of the reactions of the answers. And that's where SRB, once Bonnie found an opening kill, I wanted them to speed up. And I don't think anything was stopping them from doing so. And that's what's frustrating, is then they lost the advantage from the counter spray, the positioning of Satellite, from smoke, fighting the lurk kill, right? And it's that, again, indecision that played them on Haven, and see if it costs them here again. This was a bit earlier, a bit more definitive, but they haven't really gotten past the novelty factor of the smoke operator, which I know Mark's hyped up a lot, that this is the surefire reason why he's here on this team.
Yeah, you cannot be indecisive, as you're saying, on a map like Lotus. It's like letting a match in a forest full of, I don't even know, burnt, you know what? Forget the analogy. Watch a tree right now.
Gunpowder, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, forceful gunpowder. Backside pocket from Satellite. His positioning is just so good, and the team can react off of it. Thorns to slow them down. Alvin solves things for just a little bit, and I'd actually have the entire essay to get onto the site. Yes, it's good. Hunt might be able to see half the team, but Alvin's done enough work to give these guys a leg up in another 3v2 man advantage.
They're not repeating the same mistake. They're not letting Nature get a quick one to make this a 2v2, that then suddenly SRB would have the advantage in, so they wait. Spike tap once again. No retaliation. They should be good to go.
Waiting just for it. Spaz being very patient, but yeah, the crouch crab block entry over from SRB. They fully pass him over. Silent drops down, but no one's really paying attention to this side. A trade from Nature, 2v1 now, kind of separated. It's a possibility. TPing away, understands where his last players could be. A little bit of information, but not sure if you know about Caillou in tree here. Nature's got some time to work with, and the spray is going to be there. This will buy a little bit of time right now from the side of M80. Fight towards the end. You've done the damage. I like the little bit of a reposition from Caillou as well to catch him coming back in. Funny round end and a leg up from M80.
Yeah, that one's a funny one too, because it's like M80 made some small mistakes. You know, maybe the map 3, like it's been a long series, jitter setting in with corners not cleared and backside, right? Bonnie, the victim of that, but then Alvin stepping up, solo clearing the backside. That's not the play you expect to be that trade element for the team, but it works out not having him be that lurk element here. And that's where M80 has started to simplify things, right? After that initial defaulting, they're grouping, right? They're not spreading themselves thin. When we saw previously, right? Smoke got that kill. A nice look for the time being. We'll see if it repeats.
It's a repeat from Alvin already, right? We saw when the door opened some really cool stuff. We're seeing right now next to the door, Smoke catching this one, the TP.
Yep,
Big
good
value.
identification on the light shields on that M80 side. Takes full advantage of it, and M80 gonna show proper respect where respect is due, but there's a little high-low now on the A site.
Pick a low position for Satellite. Aura farming up on the top rock. He's gonna find a little bit of it. Actually help Nature get that frag. I was about to say, to make this round even possible from M80, they're gonna have to not just equalize, but gain an advantage at least on people alive for the moment. They're just gonna keep dropping bodies though. as they try to explore the map. You guys were hyping up Smoke on the desk. I mean, I think I was, check swatch there too. On Chamber right now, this guy has a lot of freedom to take these fights, and he is kind of waking up and being a little bit more alive than we've seen on any of the maps so far.
Yeah, and that is what is difficult about a fade. Pretty easy, I think, to circumvent a lot of that info gathering util. So that's where I do think some of the more explosive exits can maybe bypass Smoke versus, like we mentioned, the contact scaling just gets picked apart, right? So looks like the remainder of this round, M80 are going to call a save. You get us tied 3-3 here. SRB again still fighting back, and I don't think we're necessarily in timeout territory just yet. Like, this feels like an easy problem to identify, but Kappa might just have to listen and see exactly where the team is, see if they're on the same page, decide for themselves, especially since they're going to be entering into ult territory here really quick, right? Smoke, Satellite both one off. They're even one off from their own Nightfall for Caillou, and they have the Steel Guard in their back pocket. Like, the swing round, Chayo, for the half is coming.
Yeah, and this is where you can really start to find a few gaps. This is where ultimates should be used. You want another one, and here is the timeout. You want to lock down this round, and the economy is just really weird from M80. You want a second opinion as to how to attack this one. You've got Steel Garden. You can bring people onto your level, but look at the response. Nightfall coming in from Nature. The pit as well from Exa to stop you from getting on the site, and one away from Showstopper.
I kind of want M80 to use this round as like a let's save for next round. Like, there's not even a force really you can save for Caillou, for Dismo, and Alvin at this point, right? Like, well, I don't need a Spectre, no shield, like, come on. And so I think what I want to see, because they had really strong eco attempts, right, on Haven. They were getting the spike down, they were getting a site. They need to get these ults out on this half buy with those hero rifles, even if they lose the round, and then come back with their own ults that are going to come online, even in death this round, to just tie us right back to 4-4 and reset the ult cycle. That's the issue, though. M80 haven't been getting onto sites like they were over on Haven because of Smoke, who still has an outlaw this round, by the way. So it's like, okay, where do you go? And I would say, like, oh, from B, it's Nico Paradise. You're probably not going to put the op there and the sniper there, and maybe that's where they'll go. But again, it's the same start.
I mean, I can answer that question for you. Let's recap. Pistol, or the bonus with the Stingers. They tried it. They got trap played. They tried Mound, they got trap played. They tried A main, and they had the high-low Piccolo setup, got trap played. So everywhere right now, there's been a trap from SRB. They're living in M80's walls, and they've got to call the Exterminator. It might be confidence in this eco. You just have classics, but no confidence to push that pit. You have no idea if Chamber's there too.
I mean, the pit being invested is already a win, but they traded it for Satellite's ult. They got the orb on A main, so that's risky. Nice. So now it's an even deeper trap on B main. Right, like they're just gonna spring that, but even that's a win, right? We need these ults to come out. That's the entire aim of this round, it feels like, for M80. But again, you don't want to contact into the outlaw. That's the primary goal of this round.
I like the door tap. It actually solves a little bit of that chamber pressure. At the same time, ball pushed over towards the A side. Ooh. With the door tap, you kind of assume things are here. Spaz, a nice opening, but Xander quickly closes the door shut with a pick of his own.
Okay. Nice little haunt from Nature to get Xander into a safe fallback. Just contact to confirm the reclear coming in for M80. But again, this is forward progress. This is as far as it feels like they've been in towards the site recently.
This is just very risky for the side of Xander. He's going to be able to peek, trade. Nature gets his two. Showstopper to completely slow down that round. It's a big investment, though. Zobi's talking about it. You want these ults to get drawn out when you have abilities broken buys.
Ouch.
I mean, yeah, round off the board, but success in the ultimate conversation. I feel like M80 are slightly ahead now in that talk.
Yeah, the only thing that could have gone better that round was that entire squad for M80 after getting A main control going into to regain the spike plant down, and then you probably would have had Nature forced to use the Nightfall for the retake. But again, huge win as long as they win this round. They got the condition of getting these ults online. They now have a stronger buy.
Ults, though, it's kind of like, what is it? I don't even know. Trying to put, you're trying to water a swimming pool. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you have ults, but they're kind of useless. Like, from the shadows, the Viper's pit, it's not high impact. You can't take a site with it.
Under the Nightfall, if you get A main control, which they're doing right nicely, Tour de Force forced out. Nightfall misused B main side for information. I don't know what Nature saw or heard, but that's not going to be a tool anymore for the retake. And once again, It's surprising not to see. Okay, M80 speed up towards the site. Now the rotations are here. The high-low is here, and okay, they're just coming out anyways.
Yeah, now the win more ultimates. That's swimming pool's empty of water, but it's starting to get filled. Never mind. No time to go swimming or diving, especially if SRB are looking like this. Bonnie, though, takes the dip in. Gets his feet wet and gets an insane amount of kills to equalize things, not even just push the round over for M80.
Spike's not down, though, and Xander still has the paranoia.
And he has to cross at the same time. Xander has a chance to affect this round, maybe even just to get the win, but he plays off the God angle, and the patience from M80 is amazing.
Yeah, you knew Bonnie pushed up ropes. You're not sure if he's wrapping, what timing he's taking.
He's the one that equalized that round, though, and they saved some of these ultimates as well for the next one. The amazing plays from Bonnie gets Showstopper active so much faster as well.
He still hasn't crossed at a tree, though. We're at the 25-second mark, and things are still fragile.
Oh, he understands now that the Spike has not had a chance to cross. He lets him. Okay, really cool gambit here. Is able to play with the timing now. Not going to be able to spam that Spike down. Wrong guess for the first time, but the smoke lets him actually isolate the 1v1s if he chooses to dive in it. No choice there, though.
Free smoke in that regard.
Yeah. Now gives him the actual fight towards Bonnie, who he has assumed is on the left side, singled him out. Can he find the first fight? Almost. Now there's trouble. Swing off the smoke might happen. Off the kill or death. 2 bullets, more pressure. 12 now in the barrel for his opponents. It's looking dire, and well played from M80, and honestly well played from Xander too. He had a chance on that one. He went for a very interesting situation to activate the round. Just wasn't possible.
Yeah, I wonder if Kai was just waiting on the haunt to come back for them to actually make that cross, to make that plant, to ensure they didn't get timing in that 2v1. Very, very mindful, very demure. That's been a while since that was mainstream. No, I had thought of it, but 4-4 here. M80 won the pivot round that we needed to see with their ultimates, and they still are now going to be up in the ultimate race, right? You still have the Alvin Steel Garden. You're going to have the Showstopper in 1 for Bonnie. It's like they kickstarted the system here, and they need to keep that ball rolling.
And you surprised though, smoke all the way over towards the A side, usually playing B and C. There's the op, there's the hit, there's the play. Spaz lost, scaling gone now. That being said, it's a trade for nature, so less utility being able to go for retake.
Hear me out. Let's get Alvin, even though he's on Vice, back on the op, because I feel like Alvin was winning so many of the op fights versus Smoke on Pearl. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. You're honestly not wrong, but some of the off angles right now, Chamber versus, Vise, it'll be a little bit of a tough time on attack. Could be a pivot, though. We're on site now, though, all the way to B. Yeah. We've got over, landed on stairs, and Nismo. Insane off angle. Oh, I thought he's always good for more. Yeah. Gonna be huge. Still Garden coming in to separate the team and the timing that they have. Not gonna find too much here too. Look at the angle from the door as well. Frank from the main is coming, and Alvin solves it as well. He says having a phenomenal map so far on Lotus.
Hey, they nerfed that, buddy. It's a little bit smaller now.
He's still able to find an angle for that, which is kind of crazy, but that's definitely gonna push these guys back. Yeah.
The scale tactics enough, the time delays enough that Rocket Fuse runs out the round, and M80 will get the lead back. So they say they got the op. Do we get an SRB timeout, Shio? Quick. Psychic energy, go.
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
It's not falling over completely. They tried something different this round, got B pivoted on, and if you look at the setup here, 3 people over at A, it was just the wrong guess. Didn't have anything left over. I lied. Is it a tech pause?
No, psychic powers do fail.
You are Zobiel Gaib. You know it all.
I don't know what it is about timeouts, bro. Like, that's the only thing I can get right, it feels like. I just vibe with the coaches, you know.
Yeah. Mark's coming in with the big just stats as well. When it came to the grand finals, very similar map so far. And then once SRB went over to attack, they just started to take the game completely away. 7 rounds, 1 in a row.
That was with a double duelist comp, Shio. That was with a Wailing Neon. I am not convinced right now with Satellite's current performance. He's been doing great. He's been doing his job. That would be the case when we side swap.
Okay, and here's the other thing as well, as a tangent to throw in with that one. When it comes to winning 7 rounds in a row, you've got to win pistol. And they've only done that once before. It has been on attack, but M80's had some pretty good pistols so far.
Not wrong. I also have vague, or actually, I don't want to call it vague. I have strong memories of Alvin and Spaz being crazy seaside anchors on that defense. So again, to me, M80 being up to 5 here is almost enough, right? I know we talk about a stack-sided 3-site maps and needing 7 plus, but I think they're leading the charge right now. And I believe the next round, yeah, we'll break the bank. Maybe Hero Rifle or 2 still on the SRB side. So that would allow them to pull firmly ahead.
TP over. Prowler finds him, but not too much of a switch up from SRB, leaving C site without support. Still smoke on the angle, and I don't think that M80 are convinced that this is going to be exactly where they end on Lotus. Look at the space, though. We talked about SRB being the team that moves forward around the rest of the map once they start to receive some pressure. We've actually seen people disrespect their own tripwires right now, or at least their trademarks. It's Exa who's moved into B main and has so much information as to what's breaking down.
I think they'd be like the shotgun angle of it. Just on the box. Again, testing those small mistakes that M80 have been played with on a few of these XX. It does set the trap nicely if Smoke rendezvous out, but that's already a big if. Smoke has been really good on these openers.
Well, right now, solo alert coming in as the rest of the team. Roxon over here. Very nice peek over from Nismo. But look at this from Spaz. I'm not sure if that B door is open. We didn't get to see a POV of it. It is. And he's stuck into the B side, and as a result, the rest of the team has left.
That's why they're backpedaling.
They're making noise. They're making noise, and Exa hears it. Look at the rest of SRB now. They're moving back over to A very early.
We're again kind of overcooked. They could have just accelerated onto the chamber site. They forced the rendezvous. Now here they've cleared this corner, which they have. But you're right, they're serpentine surrounded on this BX.
I'm liking the pivot back over to B, though. Up in heaven already here through the rotations. They have so many different pincers to get in. 12 seconds, trying to get the thorns down. Bonnie has to defend. Spike finally planted. Viper spit to cover it down.
Wow. That's the first one we've seen a huge pivot out these lurk plays. Spaz, the one. And this might already be a save call out of SRB, depending on where these redistribution of players lie. Maybe send Xander in for a go at it, and then you can re-engage to stay close at hand for the callback. But yeah, you lost your fade. You don't really have any info to contact into this. You don't have paranoia, no boom bot, no nothing. So smart call stability-wise, but it's kind of gonna solve that issue that we mentioned of M80 getting a firm lead this half, right? Because it's not going to be just you're broke the next round, aside from a Hero Rifle or 2. Don't speak too soon. They're hunting.
Just a little bit. Every kill will actually matter a lot over here. Xander falling down. I think he was able to upgrade as well to get a rifle, so that is a little bit of trouble, but he doesn't give an orb away. I think Satellite's close to, or not Satellite, excuse me, Bonnie's closer to an ultimate. Oh, wasn't him, it was Caillou, I guess. So giving an orb is not the worst in the last 2 rounds, but it is what it is.
I don't think you get an orb when you dead a spike.
No, you don't want to give an orb away to M80 is the idea, so he went down to the
yeah, that is true. That is true. They were tracking on him, right? He had to run into it, or he was on the line of sight. All right, so with that, a second win perhaps for SRB to deny M80 getting the lead at the half to shake away history. That 6-6 though is M80's goal here. And then you get the eco killer, the outlaws back out. And the slow starts have shifted SRB a lot. It's just a matter of if M80 then can still strong hand their way into a site or not. That's where it's been a coin toss. Not them finding the openings, so they've always been there. It's just SRB are usually on top of it timing-wise.
Really like that last round overall from M80. The back and forth, the ending over at B, and they liked it so much they're back over at B again. It took 3 players to stop them when they tried it on the eco. They thwarted 4 players in the last round, and now there's no players holding things down. Bonnie is not a player that gets to stay alive. Nature holds down this mini door, and suddenly the chances for M80 winning this round fall straight through the floor. 5 players alive for SRB on the retake.
Yeah, sloppy overheat. Now that's the wall gone. The delay measures breaking down, and the op kill gets a line of sight.
Ooh, 3 up. Nismo is able to take 1 pin down. Thunderballed over Caillou. Found nothing. Nismo trying to make it work, but a 7-10 split. No chance for him to hit both pins and take it down. A very nice, cohesive round from SRB.
Yep, and it came out of their activity. They just gave up B. We're going to play this traditional retake. And it makes you wonder what would have happened if Bonnie and Alvin didn't go to their death in blue room, right? So, all in all, missed the timing. Didn't expect Nature in this corner even remotely. And that's another issue. I don't think they let control of the Prowler go. So they outpaced Kayu's Prowler as well. Or maybe that came from the revolving door pressure. Kayu had to let go of it and not hard clear the corner and just let it go straight. There's a lot that went wrong that round, and some of it's again to M80 mistakes and some of it to SRB thoroughness in that mound position late. So all in all, hey, all right, the history likes to repeat itself. Do we get the 6-6? I mean, they're gonna decline the main fight. Do they realize that it's 4 here though for SRB? We talked about it. They find the op. They don't like fighting in these sites. Do they do it this time?
Is he stick? Oh, okay, that was a defensive stick. I'm freaking out. I was like, I thought that was Nismo going in trying to counter the rendezvous. All good. Found out, scanned, but not stopped. Just a little bit. It costs them Alvin's body. Afterwards, behind and chased by a Prowler. With a blast back from Satellite activates the showstopper. He's fearful. Can't hear, but it's okay. He's not the rocket. He's gonna maybe find some person backside. No, Kayu takes him down on the cross. TP into the smoke. Xander's on it. Patience from Spaz. He could be sticking right now. They have no clue if this is a possibility. Xander's really playing with their minds. Still not on for the moment. That smoke's gonna fall very soon. Sticking 2 more seconds. Xander's on it. 1 more millisecond. Pixel of adjustment was needed. 6-6 half. SRB steal it away.
I don't even know if it got I think it got re-smoked. It had to. That is a crazy timing to have found. And SRB play that retake at their own pace. And again, it feels like these refights for M80 never went their way. And also beautiful scaling there from Satellite off the Paranoia that felt like it was going to get no conversion after we saw Bonnie sneak around the corner. And the showstopper good zoning, Xander following that up. It was very fluid on that retake. And there's something you said on Haven where it's like you can look at the defensive retake rounds and know how they're going to do on the attack and structuring those post plants. And we didn't get enough to see if that came true on Haven. I wonder if it will here.
I mean, the patterns are a little bit different when it comes to Lotus. I'm not sure if it's as transferable. Also, Chamber as an operator as well, or as a character. There's so many different things you could call these guys, heroes, agents. But as an agent, Chamber has a very different job to do on either side of the map. A lot more lurky on this side instead of just defensively holding things. He wants to push pressure and rendezvous back sometimes too. Look at this trap play, by the way. Very classic backwards up down, and that's their own defensive wall that they might just drop down fast to catch a timing to do exactly that. Responded to by SRB's own wall.
What makes it a Piccolo high-low versus not, Chai?
I mean, you got to have some guy like all the way by himself or a farming in a very high angle.
Gotcha,
that's what Piccolo would do. So if you don't have that, it's not a possibility. Was Satellite ready for his own blastbacks? He kind of just walked in. That
was kind of a Piccolo high-low. You got Kaya down below the rope, you know, holding down the backside solo, and at least gets a 1 and done.
Yeah, no high-low this time. Just one player down below having to go a bit more Super Saiyan, and he's gonna be stopped before he can transform their nature. Not a chance. Xander now 9 HP. Smoke on that lurk has been able to join back with his team.
Smoke needs to make some noise, right? Put up a facade for this wrap from Xander. That's the only way they win this round.
Got to hold things down though. Finds Alvin. No time to fight him. Has to go for the majority of the 3. Rendezvous back in a tree. Xander finally has that wrap. Is found by Alvin. When Alvin's alive, I feel like just M80 feels so much safer to play in these retakes.
Oh, 100%. Alvin is just like that safety net that they can fall back into. And predicted it. It comes into fruition, right? Cannot get that 7-round streak started if you do not win the pistol. M80 take that lead swiftly back. We are in new territory to chart, and I mean, it's already good that SRB got onto a site for the pistol, but it also felt like it was gifted from M80, right? The initial high-low filtered and they repositioned in a way that allowed the reflow, the backside anchor instead. So curious to see if that's going to be a common thread or not, and if SRB will continue to be able to put this forward pressure with the solo duelist in the chamber.
It's tricky. It's tricky from both sides. You have to try to stay locked. And the biggest thing for M80 as well, yeah, we talked about, you know, pistol being one of the best things possible for SRB. It's just not a possibility now. You have to really lock in with, as you're saying, the chamber value and some of these rifle rounds. Bonnie with a sightline here as well. And the spike makes it through and falls down.
Oh, he's going back, dude.
Now.
He's feeling
it. Oh my Caillou! Solo man ace is almost possible as everyone's hindered coming in from that Viper wall, decayed a little bit. I mean, yeah, why is the spike going in alone towards the end?
Missed the timing, who knows? But Smoke, yeah, can't even get a spark started. Very seamless conversion there off the Stinger, and Caillou starting to get his own kind of vibes up here now. 12 and 8. Again, that was that player we mentioned the breach was not hitting, and he was so worried maybe about the support, about the calling on Haven that didn't get to have that individual aspect. But he did front and center last round and this round, right? He was that first like line of defense on the backside anchor. Now he's the first line on tree, and both served well.
His defensive play is just absolutely amazing. Can do it all. Test again for SRB now. You're trying to climb back into this game. It's an all-in. You've got no value on the eco so far. Have to win this round or we're jumping back up to like a 10-6.
Huge call should have come through for Xander. They need to act off of it immediately now. Instead, they're trapped in B main for this re-clear.
Wow. And the decay or the vulnerability from the snake bite, should I say,
what
is able to get Bonnie.
Is that?
Yeah, a very easy kill up there. I gotta see if we can find that lineup. And they reopen the door and fight again. On the other side of things, X is trying to take space. They have a Vive set up. It's looking so good.
I'm messaging my lineup guy right now. I say, hey, yo, get me this Lotus Viper snake bite from round 15 flawless of M80 versus SRB. All right, we'll see what they get back to me. But nice. That is what it completely encapsulated that plan. And that's where you have to have that super pacey communication and decision making coming out, because Xander heard that stack and it's like, you gotta get out. Either that or you need to fight into it, counter it when you have the better weaponry. Now, instead, you've lost the third round bonus conversion. And I'm just gonna say, Shio, they didn't go for the stinger buy in the second round. Peculiar. I'm a hater of it, bro.
You're chilling. I think what they had before was easy sight lines into a site where the stinger makes sense. Over here on defense, if you 5 stinger, yeah, I think it'd be a war crime. So they're not gonna be, they're not gonna be hunted by the world governments by doing that. They're gonna just elect to get their own rifles out. And as a result, they're able to do so much more again. Bonnie playing so well, and specifically in this map right now, Caillou is kind of leveling up in every single round, is staying alive a bit longer, having a bigger voice in some of these rounds as well. And on defense, after farming on that stinger round, is really moved up the board a little bit, has the Nightfall, and Bonnie being so good with the Outlaw has Showstopper now.
All right, guys, I have an update from my lineup guy. He said that the delay has not caught up yet, so he has not seen said lineup, but he'll get back to me. And with that, we'll see if M80 close out the map before he gets back to me, because I don't know. I mean, coming out of timeout, another broken buy. Hopefully the Nightfall and the Showstopper get kept this round and not expended by M80, but I mean, also double digits would be nice. So it's like, it's okay either way.
Gotta look at the initial plan. Put the Sentinel on B now. A very good option, because when you have classics, bandit, stingers, it's one of the best sites to push up into. You want to delay as much as possible.
I'm so surprised at how spread this default is, right? It was very non-committal, it felt like, when M80 was on these defaults. Here, right, you already have your chamber down into wall, and the Viper not far behind, and I don't know, M80 is not the team like they were over on Haven to over-rotate.
I think one of the things you can do on an eco round is try to figure out what the setups look like for the enemy team. SRB might just be playing way far away. Whoa. Okay, Bonnie.
Whoa.
Combination. Yeah, looking really good. And they see nothing else, so you'll see Bonnie swap over all the way to the seaside. Spaz gets into a really cool off angle. Paranoia's in there perfectly as well from the rest of the team. M80 are locked in right now. Yes, Xander has a few good shots. I say locked in, and I see 6 whiffs on the screen.
I mean, that's Xander doing Xander thing. It's been happening all game. Win or lose for SRB, and it feels like it's about to be the latter. Stuck in a corner, spikes down on site, and they are closing in from all sides. No ults invested with the round. Double digits secured for M80.
I got to see who picked up the majority of the kills there. I think it was the Alvin, which is really good, because, yeah, now he's the one halfway over to an ultimate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xander is the closest to from the shadows, which isn't the biggest impact ult on attack. You got a Showstopper and a Nightfall to deal with in this round. This is perfect for M80 right now.
Oh, 100%. All right, you win the next, and it's a broken buy for the side of SRB. And that's where SRB might play that like tempered approach like they did previously, where if it's a lost cause, they're going to save into the next. But for now, they are going all the way. Smoke with the operator. No shield, the full glass cannon effect, and it's these defaults that just haven't gotten too many grounds. And now M80 are feeling the confidence, right? Look at this. Deep mound, mind games in B main. I like SRB calling the bluff and re-clearing this.
SRB want these guys on M80 to just take a fight they might not really want to commit to here. They need numbers, and Nismo goes down first. They need numbers. These retakes will have a rocket and a nightmare of an ult to deal with as well. And this is not enough either. You probably need one more pick before you get onto a site, or a pick in transition here. They've actually singled out Kayu's position a little bit. Should be scared for the moment, not even pre-aiming the angle, as you can see the barrel.
Oh, we're peeking this? We're peeking this. Okay, that's the Nightfall gone. And that's going to kind of shut off all worries of falling through on this A exec. But the showstoppers were turning over. Bonnie, no, you should have committed. There we go, back to track. And now it's all down to Alvin just to full stop anchor by as much time as possible in this numbers disadvantage situation.
The Shadows on the other words backside to maybe just try to trip up a few angles, but nice to come through of it. Okay, wall trip. Exa down. Pivot probably over to B, but no, they actually flood in. This is good. Bonnie, showstopper, coming in. You know, their tree blindly finding smoke. That's the God player down. Spaz, and a really cool cross as well. Somehow, some way, this round is playing into M80. Sander, trickle down to 11 HP. How have they done it? They know exactly where he is. Link up his both. He doesn't even get spiked. Down. Disaster for SRB. Not even an ult for Nightfall used. How did M80 win that round?
Oh my god. Okay. And you don't get to save anything in that sort of situation either. Again, they don't have enough information in the pre-round. Even after, right, the overswing that happened in B main, losing the Nightfall now is a luxury because they have it to deny this eco to push themselves on a map point as well. And then after that, Alvin will get his ult online. So it feels like an unlosable situation, but love our curses here, and maybe we've just sprung one.
I just, you know that you have a 5v3. You're running into a Vise site, and instead of pivoting over to B, you decide to push the Vise and get hit by a showstopper. Exa down again, so now you have no A pressure left. You can haunt it over, which they do, and they just leave Fade here. Prowler early and close to, I mean, M80. They're checking every single box on the list on how to play this Lotus map. You can now 4-man strong side hold the defense on C and B and just leave one person jiggling A the entire time. And this is wraps for SRB. Again, they don't even have a buy to be able to play this round.
And this is the round where they actually finally try to hard commit too, but Satellite wasn't really scaling off the nades, so you're not really going to see the showstopper yet. And here it comes.
Here it comes.
Whoa.
Almost hit. Nice denial. The swing from Nismo from the back takes it to match point. That's because they have numbers. That's because Kayu did the work over at A site. That's because this is a god tier team.
I mean, just the refrag again. There's always a double pronged support system on that C side, right? I was hyping up the Spaz and Alvin anchor. Alvin's playing A side, so that it's Nismo that steps in, and again, that tag teaming that they always are able to accomplish, it makes their defense to me stronger than their attack will probably ever be. And yeah, full stop standing strong up against that showstopper is a great way to lock in 12.
Still very impressed by the way that SRB are actually piloting this attack. They're finding ways to open up some of these rounds. The issue is just the finish. Not getting that last pivot in there. They had some really good ideas on that defensive side as well. They've just been completely brick. And the M80 pistol is so hard to overcome. It's still two very strong teams fighting each other.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to circle back to it, but this isn't your 24-16 Satellite either.
Yeah.
And again, maybe it's the caliber of the opponents as well, it being Evictix first and foremost, which was a 13-8 already win for SRB. But
Horns in the way now. This is going to be tough. You have the flash to be able to use as well to give you a bit of a assist in the fight. Re-Smoke can come in too. They're stuck right now. Smoke maybe should be the player to look to maybe get a pick, but look at the A control again. Nismo, round after round, M80 have A completely clear. They can just put 4 other people on the other side of the map very comfortably. He's playing in front of the smoke. He's knocking on their door. He hears the chamber trip. He knows no one is here. And as a result, yeah, M80 are so ready.
Nightfall. Ooh. Nice chip, but it's going to weaken the A entry, and that's where Spaz and Alvin, these anchors can shine.
And the anchors are so comfortable to play here because of the space on the rest of the map. I cannot stress this enough. This round was not just won. This map was not won by the anchors. It was won by the team of M80 from start to finish. A perfect game plan, a perfect book. Not a chapter of a loss on Haven, but for the rest of it, I mean, these guys look so good.
Wow, yeah, that defensive side just looks so comfortable for them. Obviously, we'll probably workshop the attack just a bit more in terms of having that more stark voice, that decision-making in the moment when they know they have an advantage. Because I agree, the B-pivot call was good, but it's, again, getting more of those spots and executions as fast as possible, or these rotations can be tracked pretty easily on a map like Lotus. But M80, your defending grand champions will remain that way, even in a steadfast rematch versus Shopify Rebellion Black. And that's the joy of the Swiss stage, Shayo, as well, right? Is just getting a matchup like this so early on in that 1-0 round for these two teams. And something tells me it's not the last time we'll see these two face off in this stage 3.
I hope not, because I feel like SRB had such a good showing today, even on that map. I think it was just losing A space over and over again, and M80 doing a really good job of having these defensive protocols. That being said, another banger matchup on the way. We'll take a moment to see what's going down and be right back. Don't go anywhere. D1 ADG right after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Marks and Shayo. Sorry, you had dramatic hands and you took them away and let me do that alone. That was so messed up.
That was actually bait and switch. It's much like what M80 did on A site in that very last match there. You know, they took the space, bait and switch, SRB forced to go to the other side of the map, and they won the game. So yeah, shout out to M80. You inspired that intro.
Go talk about it more, Shayo. Go.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, past that, I mean, I was there in the front lines inside Lotus. My feet are still sandy. You know what? That's what happens. You gotta wear the flip-flops, not the shoes. That's on me.
Flip-flops?
Genuinely. A control was amazing, and it was given for free, I feel like, from SRB over and over again at a cost of X's life a couple of times. Marks, what did you say? I'm not getting thwarted by Liz here. She cannot get my mental down right now. I'm hyped up after watching that level of control. How did they get A for free every single round on defense, Marks? Explain.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just so sad right now because I really thought that SRB were gonna be able to pull that one back, but you're right, Giles. Like, there was so many little issues with what SRB were doing. It felt like there were so many opportunities where there should be a shutdown, where finally they were gonna be able to come back into it, and yet still somehow M80 clutch up in these so awkward situations. I mean, there is something to say about the team skill kind of coming through, but M80, like, it just felt like all their players could do no wrong. And SRB, it just felt like they ran out of ideas and were just throwing their bodies at the problem, hoping for a different solution.
And that's, I mean, coming down to it, I believe someone said in chat, I would have to fact check this, that I don't believe SRB has ever beat M80 on Lotus. I would have to, production fact check, please. No kidding. But I mean, when it comes down to it, you can tell Kaplan had, you know, they're the Kaplan protocols, right? You can tell the theory, you can tell exactly what these boys were working on. Even when they were down in a disadvantage, Shio, they came back and just had just like some hero plays, but also just, I think, the classic M80 that we know and love from all of their maps.
Yeah, I think, again, the comfortability came from either Exa getting first blooded on an A lurk or somebody just not putting enough pressure on A. I think Smoke got haunted one of the times on the attack side from SRB. M80, as a result, always had one player jiggling on one side of the map, and they commit 4 people to B and C. The attraction for the attack sided team on Lotus and Haven, it's a 3-sided map. It should be very hard for the defense to know where the spike is coming, but for M80, they knew every time where to have their strong side. SRB never re-explored A at a single point on their attack side, and when they did, it was an easy stack for M80 as well in the very early rounds. After that, the rest of the game, it was open and shut for M80, Marks.
It really was, and one of the players that I actually wanted to highlight was Bonnie. Bonnie with a sniper rifle. We've talked a lot about Bonnie sliding in, going, you know, zip zap shotgun style all the time in front of people's faces, but this time was so consistent with that sniper rifle. You talk about the control that M80 had on that map, and I think that Bonnie finding those initial first kills was such a big part of that, because some of the biggest players on SRB just simply couldn't get active because they were getting gunned down immediately.
Yeah, and you look at the post plants there, that wasn't one from the side of SRB, and I believe that might have been the pistol round. I'm not even sure if the spike was able to go down. At the same time, the why, right? Liz was saying it was because M80 back towards the wall, like, you know, Nismo had the triple spray. There were so many moments towards the end there too where Alvin was able to play. I like that from Liz, but again, the why behind the why from her as well is because of the A space. I can't stress it enough. When you have one person taking control of A, whether it's Bonnie with the sniper rifle activating somebody to get to rubble and hold control, you get the numbers for Nismo to be able to swing. You get the numbers for Alvin to be confident playing on that site. It's just cinema from M80 playing that match, and SRB succumbed to that pressure.
I also would like to correct myself. It is M80 who have never beat Shopify Rebellion Black on Lotus, except for today. Today that has changed with a very convincing 13-6 from them. So congratulations to M80 for getting the dang thing done. I thank you to Zobi for correcting me, and Marks at the same time. But I think, you know, when we go into kind of the like nitty gritty of all of this, right? You look at the scoreline, you look at what we are looking at right now, and I think there were a lot of things that we were excited for on the side of SRB, right? We saw the chamber, right? That was something we were very, very excited for, but it just, Shio, it couldn't get them over the line for many reasons, but part of it, it just wasn't enough.
It was enough to start putting the line into the sand, at least on the defensive side. I think Smoke was doing a lot in terms of having B pressure, having the rendezvous and waterfall, starting with somebody in B main, stopping some of the eco rounds that M80 were going for that should have looked like wins. But again, on their attack, Smoke haunted down, no support on A. Smoke coming in with the team. What can Chamber do on the entry compared to somebody that might have mollies or something after the fact? I'm going to keep saying it so people remember. SRB, work on your A takes a little bit. You need that as pressure. Smoke couldn't find it.
It's so funny too, because when we look at how this duelist lineup is, right, we talked about how Satellite is that person who likes to go out on his own, who's going to be the one to make all that space, take all of it, except in the way that this composition is now built. Smoke has to kind of be that solo player, while Satellite has to be the tip of the spear for the rest of the squad to move through. But we've seen how Shopify Rebellion Black play on these other maps. It almost feels like that role reversal on how the duelists are set up might have kind of bit them in the butt when it comes to the space controlling on the map.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too, the guy who was the #1 person to watch out for on the first 2 maps, Exa, he was the one controlling how the map was won, was kind of the reason that the map was lost on the attack side for SRB. He was the one responsible for the A side to have some pressure, but he was found out like 4 rounds in a row, first blooded, leaving the team sometimes in a 4v5, or pushed back, playing away from Smoke's trademark and unable to get any space on that A side. A quieter map from him, and I think it's not even his fault. It was just M80 playing so well to nerf his impact inside the game.
Part of M80's brilliance was our subject of Phillips Norelco, game face interview. It is Alvin from M80. Sir, come to the front, take a seat, get comfortable. Are you wearing ears? Or a bow?
Ears. A bow, yes.
A bow. Here, I'll join you with a bandana. Here, we got
thank
this.
you. Thank you.
I mean, talk to me, because this is a game that when we were looking at it, this is the rematch of the grand finals, right? This is a rematch that we were really looking forward to, or what it may be. What was the conversation with your team when you saw you would be facing SRB once again? Because that was a close grand finals, Alvin.
We were a little surprised it was happening like this early, but you know, that's just how the game goes. But we knew we would be ready for it, and yeah, here we are.
I mean, it was such a brilliant performance from all of you, especially you on the first round. Let's talk about you on Pearl, right? On that Chamber, we were discussing, where we were going to see all of you guys with the meta shifting, and we see you on Chamber, and we see the trust that your team has in you just to leave you alone, just to get 2 or 3. Are we right in that read? That's kind of the protocol that M80 has, that they will just like trust you to be on your own and get 2 or 3 as Chamber on the defense?
I can't say anything about that, but I do feel very confident in being alone. I'll say that. Okay,
and I can see why you feel very, very confident. I think, M80 are the team to be looking forward. I've spoken to Kaplan, I've spoken to Caillou earlier, and they say, everyone's good, but the sky's the limit for you guys. I'd love to hear from you as someone who has been here kind of as literally an anchor for so long, how you see M80's future going, especially with Path to Champions coming up.
I think we're in a really good spot right now. I mean, we're looking incredible as a team, winning last split, starting 2-0 in this split, and winning the rematch against SR, who we played last split in grand finals.
Yes.
I mean, everyone on this team is just so good. Like, I know everyone says it every single time we get interviewed, but it's just the truth. I mean, Boney is the truth. Nismo's been around for so long, and he's still so consistent. It's actually incredible. I mean, Adam's just the GOAT, always clutching. Caillou with his incredible calls, I don't have enough praise. I can't say enough praise for them.
Well, Alvin, you didn't mention yourself, so can we talk about yourself for a second? Because we have no problem talking about you on the desk, right? You have been so good for so long, and you're someone who has, just like Nismo, has continued to improve, especially in a meta that doesn't favor your role, right? This is a meta that wants to see you suffer as a Sentinel, but you find so much success in every single Sentinel you play. How is it? Let's start with this question. I'll go to another question after this. How does it feel to be a Sentinel in a meta that genuinely has not seen Sentinels thrive?
Honestly, I haven't really thought much about that. I think ever since the Cypher nerfs, I've been a little bit sad because I really liked Cypher a lot.
Right.
But just being able to still try and have impact with the role like this nerf, is a little hard, but I think I still find value. It's not that bad.
You think you still find value? Sorry, you find so much value. You go back and watch our pre-show about you. We were gassing you up, and I want you to gas yourself up, because I love how you've talked about your players, you talked about your team, you talked about all of that. Alvin, let me be very clear. Let me say this again. You are fantastic. You are such a boon to have on a team. Where do you see yourself having? What do you think you are the best at?
At the best? I think I bring great vibes to a team. I'm a great teammate. I'm a good guy. I'm a great player on the server,
Specifically about your mechanics or your in-game stuff, anything we can get out of you with that?
I really like my movement, I'll say that much about myself. I think my movement is one of the best parts about me.
Well, okay, let's do it this way. What would like Kaplan say about you if I asked him?
What would Kaplan say about me?
Yeah.
I'm a really nice guy. I'm a good kid. That's what he would say.
I think I could talk to many of your former teammates and anyone, and they think they would say the same thing. Well, congrats on staying undefeated, sir. I'm gonna let you go celebrate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alvin. Have a good one.
You too.
I had bunny ears around here, y'all. I don't know where they went, but I would have worn them for him so he had kind of the soft headband sort of thing. But friends, we have another game to play later. We're gonna take a bit of a break, but it's going to be ADG versus Division 1.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Well, good news, folks. The handkerchief I threw did not go into the candle behind me, and we have another game coming up. It is Division 1 versus Azure Dragon Gaming. Marks, let's talk about some like insane surprises, dark horses we had last stage. I would easily give that to Division 1 and Azure Dragon Gaming.
I 100% agree. I mean, we've been like hyping up Division 1 as the premier team that entered into this, makes top 3 in playoffs, and coming into this next stage have not changed up any of their players, I believe. On the other side, ADG, they had their moments where everyone was like, yo, these new kids on the block are doing really well. But now entering into stage 3, they've had a couple of changes onto their roster, and they're looking a little bit more revitalized, obviously winning out that first series that they had here. But I'm curious to see now what the difference is between these two teams and how they're going to match up.
I am so excited to see this matchup because I think it's kind of the clash of the styles that they're similar in some ways, but it's going to be really exciting to see how it all breaks down, starting with Division 1. Again, you said it, this is the premier team, right? This is the premier team that surprised so many people. Top 3, I was corrected by them in chat, top 3 in playoffs last year, right? So last stage, excuse me. So it is something that's so exciting to see. You see them starting off 2-1. When I interviewed them, they would always be like, we're waiting on the power of friendship. We have nothing to lose. Like literally this unstoppable idea, Marks, and it just keeps on going and going and going.
Yeah, and just a little correction there. Dapper actually stepping into this roster in the place of Mikey, who did swap to another team. And on top of that, I have to say, like, it's been a minute since we've seen Dapper in the tier 2 scene, but I think really complements this playstyle correct, because you're 100% right, Liz. Division 1, they like to go up into your face. They like to play those little micro plays. They just have such good understanding how to play off of one another, and that is where this team really shines.
Yeah, and I feel like that Dapper inclusion might just be an upgrade in overall experience. Mikey and I feel like the entire roster was doing something really cool towards the end of that last stage. Bind was also one of their strongest maps. That being taken away might be a little bit of an effect as to how they attack teams inside this bracket now in stage 3. I still think in terms of just pure skill, some of these guys on this roster are straight through the roof when it comes to talent.
Yes, and one of those folks we want to talk about today is Foreign, the only person with a photo, which is funny.
Nice.
Now let's go. Photo buff from Foreign. Shai, I'm going to go to you for him.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Foreign, again, one of these players inside the VCL that is going to be maybe picked up because plays the Viper. Some of these tier 1 players might be leaving or might need a change, and he's so good on this controller role, doubling up as the Senti when he does swap onto that Viper as well. But when it comes to the identity he has now on the team, not only is he impactful on controller, in combination with Dapper being a part of the business, he can play more of the Soman. He can walk away from that Viper a little bit, and when needed, can swap up to just be really good with his Asian pool inside D1 now. Marks, it's a really cool situation for him inside the stage.
It really is, and I said in stage 2 consistently, it felt like Challengers was all about the controllers. whoever had the better controller, their team was going to be able to win here. And there were so many times where Foreign was that guy for Division 1. Foreign was able to find a multi-kill right off the rip in these weird clutch scenarios, but always so consistent with it. And I think, yeah, you know, the smokes are important and where they get placed and all that type of stuff, but at the same time, Foreign was not afraid to get aggressive with it and always had perfect timings to just catch their opponents off guard consistently.
My favorite kind of controller. I mean, Division 1 proving so many people wrong last stage. Another team who came out of the woodwork surprising so many people is ADG, Azure Dragon Gaming. One of the coolest names we got. But oh, Shio, who's that on the in the middle right there? Is that Vic?
Vic's here, Mikey, you know, we sent other team. Here he is on ADG. Ion's part of the business. I'm not sure if Dragons shed. I know that's Snakes, and then they have new skin entirely, but this is pretty much a new team coming in. Muddy used to be on this roster. We saw him playing yesterday on a different one entirely. This has been one of the rosters overall that's been really shaken up. Is it what, Sacred and Chaotic that are staying? I'm not entirely sure. I have to triple check, but yeah, I mean, the inclusion of some of these ghosts though. Mikey from this D1 roster that was having a crazy streak towards the end of the stage last time. Vic, who's coming off of C9, looking to just stay home a bit more, lock back in, go on that training arc. And then Ion, who's been like stuck in the VCL cage, wants to break out into tier 1. One of the best talents we have. This is truly a dragon type of roster. It's rare, Mark said. It's crazy packed with talent.
It is so crazy. And if you watch their last game, like, I don't even know where to start when it comes to expectations about it, because Ion kind of playing the duelist roulette here. ADG leading very heavy into double duelist compositions, but it's kind of working. When I saw this roster initially come to fruition, especially as we move a little bit further away from double duelist and just into a single one, I had a lot of questions about, you know, who is going to be the duelist role. Is it going to be Chaotic? Is it going to be Ion? And turns out it's just going to be both of them all of the time. And so ADG, they're just going to continue to lean into that aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too is, like, you know, you talk about duelist roulette. Ion's kind of bringing that in from like the ranker type of playstyle. You got Vic coming in with a little bit more, you know, cohesion, the more like hard anchored line of like, if things go wrong, I can save the team. A tier 1 style of gameplay. Mikey coming in from D1 and some more of the set strats that they had. Some more of him like taking sight lines and angles, all with the mix of like the OG ADG roster that loves testing limits a lot. You combine all of this, it's so hard to get a read on how this team wants to play.
And someone we want to highlight is part of that OG, that's Sacred, who is on second from the left, excuse me, looking at these stats, kind of on the role that we've been kind of talking about today, right? That anchor, that sort of the role I think that could really be struggling in this meta, Marks, but Sacred being part of that, you know, non-struggle bus, if you will.
Yeah, non-struggle bus is a great way to describe this one. I mean, Sacred is looking sharp, and it's so funny because we just spent so much time talking about Foreign being like a good controller and all that type of stuff, but Sacred in his own right, technically on the Cypher for a majority of things, also likes to play the Viper quite a bit, and it feels like that like pseudo Senti role / full Sentinel role is something that he just really excels at. It feels like Sacred always has these right timing. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but it's just these opportunities that a lot of these controller players and Sentinel players take, where somehow Sacred in their back line is walking away with a multi-kill.
Yeah, and he gets even more power in this stage. The neon nerfs means you get disrespected less. Cypher becomes a slightly better agent. At the same time, the Sentinels are getting buffed later. And as well, when you're playing in a team where the duelists are so strong, need space, the space that Sacred makes, Ion will always be able to capitalize off of. If you watch that last match, I just feel like they were both playing either separate sides of the map, but really taking respect in what each other are doing on the map. And it's a crazy like combination of skill to deal with.
And for our Phillips Norelco head-to-head, we want to highlight two folks we love watching. Ion, as we talked about before, but also Boomy on the side of Division 1. Boomy, the stuff Boomy gets away with sometimes, Chayo, is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, not to be too on the nose here, but explosive is the way I want to talk about with Boomy, right? Like, no pun intended, but man, when it comes to the exec, when it comes to just the chaos that he can cause, but then also, as you're saying, get away with, it's nuts. It's nuts. Like, poetry in motion for him, and I think Raze is an amazing character to attach to him. I know that this team is almost bringing a little bit of Waylay, I believe, in the last stage too, but they're doing a really good job at capitalizing on that chaos. Ion too loves just going in. They're saying Reyna, I think, what map was it yesterday or back in the past while the team was going down against NBG on Breeze? This guy was rocking Reyna. and doing crazy things. You've seen the way Ion plays the game as well. It's just he doesn't need the dash a lot of the times. Bumi's one of the best dash duelists I feel like we have as well, that is really good at breaking those sight lines, and Ion's just so good at aiming on the other side of things. It's two very different flavors, but Marks, it's so explosive from both sides.
It really is. I mean, it's so interesting to kind of see how these two playstyles are matching up against one another, right? Because at the same time, I kind of think that both of them are kind of doing the exact same thing, just in different flavors. Their playstyle, to me, feels a lot more consistent with how everything kind of goes. And so, yeah, you're right. They are a little bit different, but at the same time, like, for me, it's going to be interesting because both of them just love to kind of send it.
The biggest thing with Bumi though is I feel like he's a more part of the team. I think like Bumi and Calamity are always going in like kind of hand in hand for and kind of works off of them. Meanwhile, Ion, send him in, he'll save the round, doesn't need the teammate pressure. He can work off Sacred, he can work off the Senti stuff that happens, but it's like an individual versus a cog and a God squad.
I think that's a great way of putting it. You know, similar flavors, but different kind of recipes at the same time. Before we move into map picks and bans, you guys didn't say anything about my bunny ears, and I am hurt. But we have our map picks and bans moving forward. It's too late, don't even try. But we are starting on Lotus, picked by Division 1 Marks, then going to the breezy side of Breeze, the beach, where we could see that Reyna again, and then only if necessary, we will go to Ascent.
Yeah, it is kind of funny because this is yet another, who could have seen this one coming, a repeat matchup actually from stage 2, where we have a little bit of info on this type of things. And well, once again, we have to keep in mind, ADG, they did change up a big significant portion of their roster. And so with that swap up, I don't know how well things are going to be looking up, but it does make sense to me that D1 are picking out that Lotus. I think that they really showed ADG last time how they like to play Lotus and kind of schooled them there. And so for me, like, this is such an easy shoe-in first map pick for them.
Shy, I mean, looking at this map right away, is there, I mean, it is a repeat matchup. Do we expect any changes? Do we expect, or more of the same?
The side is switched up a little bit because I feel like Ascent is a match or a map that both these teams love the open air on. It's a little bit less about the set strats, a bit more about like just gambling what's happening and going for like an exec at the very start of the round, or just brawling out a bit more. For Lotus Breeze, I feel like the confidence for Breeze is there for ADG. The set play from D1 is there for Lotus. That's where the teamwork is a bit more required. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I feel like we go to map 3 and Ascent is where the Gigabanger drops down.
Well, you think we go to map 3. Let's see what we all think in terms of our predictions where this score line will be going. I believe the only person out cannot defend themselves is Zobi, who is who is waiting on the cast, waiting for Shio to join them. But I do want to say, you know, looking at Division 1, I think a lot of us were so impressed with them, not only last stage, but last match we saw them. And here we are on Lotus looking at our agent select. Marks, do we feel any which way looking at this?
I'm really interested to see how ADG are going to kind of work with this one, given the fact that Division 1 are going to be leaning into that buys, which is a sentinel that has really been coming back in a major way now that Waylay is no longer kind of on the field. To me, I think that there's a lot of potential disruption that could kind of happen, but the question will remain, especially seeing Ion on that jet. As we know, loving to just kind of send things out. I wonder how this one's going to shake out.
Azure Dragon Gaming really wants to fight. I feel like they should be starting attack on this one. Division 1, their comp, Dapper, Dynamic there on the Vise as well, Foreign on Omen. They're looking to receive that pressure, but they're starting on attack. So it's really interesting to see what these guys will do on their opposite sides of the comps. It's going to be a reverse game to start things off on Lotus.
I am so excited. I love a good Raze battle personally. You know, I love seeing where the Raze are going to go. Kind of, dare I say, Boomy gets explosive on the Raze. Well, friends, we are ready to get into the game. I'm summoner to your casters, Zobi and Shio Wager. I need you back over there. Let's go cast.
Thank you so much, tossing to Shio. Thank you, Shio. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get this going from the desk to the cast with Zobi on the side as well. Zobi, what are we saying right now? These comps, where do you lean? What are you thinking?
Ooh, I mean, Division 1's running like the epitome of a Lotus composition. My only concern is Boomy didn't have the greatest time despite their win over Dynamo in that round 1, was 12-21. It was really that player you guys highlighted in the pre-show 4 and that stepped up on both sides with some great clutches, some great anchors. Azure Dragon Gaming, I mean, if you have the double duelist, use it. And I'm the dissenter here. I finally get to defend myself. I feel like it's like Division 1, you changed the entire leadership with Mikey jumping ship over to Azure Dragon Gaming, and ADG got firepower upgrades. Like, even though it's a new roster, to me, the potential is sky high for this roster. So it's going to be a matter of how prepared they are coming in to this and what peaks they're going to reach with this new 5.
Did you forget though?
What did I forget?
The Dapper Diff.
The Dapper
The Dapper
Diff?
Diff is here. Yeah, Dapper Diff is here too. It's about to get crazy with it.
I mean, I casted the Dapper Diff Division 1's opening game versus Dynamo. This map wasn't there. I'm not gonna lie.
Wasn't there? Oh,
even
man.
though they won, again, like the lyrics weren't great. It was just kind of smooth, like mid sailing, you know, like your little 6-6 half, and yeah, you kept it under wraps. But we'll see. I can be convinced. I was a big Dapper. You know, Dapper taught me how to play my Sentis. All right, give him back the Senti. Get him off the Sova. But that's a discussion for another time because we've got a game on our hands. Stage 3 Swiss round 2. ADG versus D1, and we were yapping up a storm and literally nothing has happened contact-wise, but that's about to change. Quad scaling into A on the D1 side, and hopefully the chaotic jiggle will make contact here off the toxic screen timing. Or
Gotta make sure you clear rubble though too. That's the big thing that I think D1 are scared of for the moment. Well, Para comes in for the mound re-clear. Value here for Dynamic needs to be found. 1 kill, no kill, and Sacred is the one to open things up. Boomy responds. Chaotic's down, 4v4 on the retake, but ADG are far away.
yeah, good speed up call after you find chaotic here, and from the information that Dynamic was giving you. Questions to give you: what does the retake look like off of this flash that just regenerated from Mikey and off of this Trailblazer?
Dapper in a very good position. Not too much health to work with. Double up from Door coming out now.
It'll look nice. Again, it's how they're going to set each other up, and especially Ion on this Rancher since he's isolated rope side.
The HP was just not enough to stay alive. That being said, timing here for the side of Calamity. Everybody dropping down now, realizing stairs is the focus. Still one person waiting behind a smoke up top. It is Ion looking for his opportunity to come in. Vic, though, leads the charge all the way around the site. They wrap. They just make these dominoes fall on the side of D1. They cannot hold on to the spike. We're looking at it. I don't see the second orb. It should be way more than fine. Yeah.
Even handing it off.
Halfway.
Wow.
Yeah. It's huge.
Okay, a second and a half there. My audio wasn't loud enough, guys, to listen to the beeping. But yeah, we're seeing the strength the flash diff can have, honestly, and that's going to be a big just compositional difference as well when you're running just the solo vice versus the vice and the sky. And honestly, that's what made the difference, right? You saw Boomy aimlessly staring off into space because there was nothing else he could do. He was looking at the sun, right? And that's what ADG did to get the pistol. I mean, D1, again, they did nothing wrong in terms of the decision making, right? Mass stack fights C, they get on to A, they reserve a lot of the util for that choke point, and it bought down the time, just not long enough. So yeah, all in all, buy up comes through. Oh, the Stinger Force, though, for D1. Disrespectful. We'll see if it works. They're going from B. I mean, the crunch timing's there. ADG. Oh, those thorns. Brutal. Bulldog from Vic. Brutal.
This is more than brutal. This is the map being completely thrown away for the moment. Really good read from the side of ADG to swap over the Vice, set up the wall and the thorns over towards the B side. Leave somebody inside the solo room as well. Stingers push all the way in. They had a bit of a chance to get a timing, but not at all in terms of trying to get a win. That is very, very rough for D1. Going to be reset on economy entirely, or probably not going for a Stinger rush again. And we'll have to just play out this classic / sheriff round down 3-0.
The best case scenario for Azure Dragon Gaming right now, 100%. And again, this is where I think the double duelist is going to thrive, is all this defensive side, surprisingly, more than anything, just because you have Ion and the sniper rifles, and you're going to have Chaotic again. Just kind of supported fully, I would argue, by Mikey the majority of the time on these A-side fights, like what we're going to see coming into this anti-eco. Now, if we can outpace this and get an opener here with the Marshal, this could be a nice A scale, but that's a big if. Hornsy we missed. Aww.
C-scale though is going to be countered. The one way not going to be an option as the attack smoke drops down, but this is a big ask of a round. It's not going to be an even chance whatsoever for the side of D1. And yeah, again, slowing things down. This is one of the ways to take A. It takes patience, it takes time, but the longer the round goes, the more impactful that Vice wall is.
Yeah, I kind of wish that we already had these double controllers have the spike in hand, because this could have been a nice timing. But that's countered by, again, Ion's proactivity. Can be confident. Would only hand an outlaw off. And the rest you have are bulldogs and vandals that they're confident they can utilize to win these A exchanges. So, yeah, bloody, seamless ADG. I mean, that's an opener. We talked about Foreign and his stability that he can bring to the party. An crazy 4K clutch would be unfounded here.
They're separated. They're a little bit further away. I know it's just a sheriff, but you get closer like this, he's able to check the corner. There might be a chance Mikey is not going to go down, and that's a round on the board again, an obvious one for ADG.
Quick reminder, guys, this is Division 1's map pick, in case you forgot, by the 3-0 scoreline. And operator upgrade for Ion. Again, this is the benefit of the Stinger Force losing out for D1 is that ADG can now compound, can bonus what they want and upgrade what they want and continue to have that impact kind of surplus. And D1, I mean, they got Coach Style actually. I would argue that was an upgrade after he departed ways from SAD here. So kind of if they lose this next round, you really needed that coach to step in, especially since they're going to get the ults hopefully to come back from that. It will be a 5-round deficit, but we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Again, D1, they really want this mound control. It's been their starting point every round.
See how much the other side's fighting for, though. ADG always have a trap play ready to go, too. Had that paranoia in round 1 after the fact. They do not let mound go for too long. That being said, they'll let D1 have their turn. Flash scene again. The value from Mikey here on the sky. Don't see it too much on this map. Has Seekers off the orb as well, but will not use it yet. This wall has not been tripped, and you have to push so far to jump spot it. It's easy to just segment and isolate one fight.
And at some point when you have like more question marks pop up, you can reflash, you can dog. Again, I love the sky buff and what it offers.
Why is the team on ADG so confident? Again, I've said it in the last map. I'm a broken record, but look at the position.
Bro, look at the
from
names.
Ion.
That's why they're confident. What do you mean?
No, but look at Ion. This is why. He has this op sight line down A. He can stay here confidently, and the rest of the team can 2-2 the rest of the map.
He's got double smoke, he got updraft.
Yeah.
He has ways to get out. And yeah, this is going to allow for the quick rotate B side as well. The flash can allow them to get the revolving door position, and they still have the double delay of the Omen Paranoia and the Vice Thorns.
Seekers comes in, going to be following all the way through Waterfall. Nobody going to be opening the door just yet. Vic, back sight, no anchor with him, playing all the way towards the water side. The hold is disconnected. So D1, as a result, gets a few free 1v1s. Finally into the site. Need to be able to stop things down, but Chaotic misses, unfortunately. And now Shambles, a good setup, but bad execution here on the side of ADG. On the retake, though, the 1v1s are still possible. Mikey could send this one rolling. Ion's ready to take that shot. He's able to find the spam, even it down to a 2v2. Talent eclipses. What is the setup? And no, not this time. The moon and the sun stay where they are. No eclipse ready today. D1 win that one, but with a shaky few people falling.
Yeah, I got a little nervous there, I'm not gonna lie. And yeah, you just have to really clean up those side anchors, right? Like D1, we're clearly headed towards the C site. Again, ADG had the right players, the right rotation times, even the Secret timing was nice. It's just, again, you've got to be swinging off that initial paranoia from Vic if you're Sacred back site. Like, again, that's something we highlighted was a strength of the defense in the last series we just had for M80 is how that controller and that Senti can tag team off of each other. And that's maybe going to be a weakness of that Sky that instead of, say, a Viper, for example, is some of these side anchors. But we'll see, because for now, D1 try to replicate that they are going for a C-mount. But you talk about this confidence. They just walk up and re-clear, right? Vic shows that, hey, there's no one here. We're good. And so look at the rotations now. Shio, 3 players headed towards this A site to completely fend off this eventual exec. D1 though. I'll say they had a Spidey sense in the Dynamo game. Is it tingling? No, it doesn't seem so.
Bruh. You have that
so.
Viper wall to be able to counter that if you want to walk up. So protocols kind of drop down. And now everybody's kind of on this site. Again, a minute left. You can easily pivot over to B, but it'll cost you.
There.
Yeah, seeing Ion in your sight line. Stopped again, Dapper. They're getting pushed into this. This is the plan that ADG have. Okay, though, Dynamic.
ADG's expecting the B pivot too. That's why Raze and Sky have backed out, and now Sacred is as well. So this double back from D1 showed B to an open day site. Foreign has confirmed so.
And Sacred's still up in here. Again, give him an inch, give him a bit of a second to be able to fight, and he'll be able to win you the round. Not this time. Foreign, the main man who's been so good this split so far for D1, saves it.
Plant down, even getting aggro, it looks like, into rope. Ooh.
Well, they're already out. Down over towards pit. It's going to be huge. Dynamic with the wraparound. It's finding so much space spot on the mini-map. Mikey's there to be able to save the insurance round. Has to go down to a smoke though. Chaotic disrespects pit. Foreign is left into his lonesome. Boomy just as the operator and 2 people to hit. There's one. Paranoid picks the right side. Here's the shots. Nate to stop him down. Scope in. And amazing from Boomy to save the round.
Wow, and the one thing that did stand out in that opening round from D1 and from Boomy was his opping, right? He didn't op a lot on the attack, especially in that first Lotus match. It was over on Pearl, but now that he's pulled it out here, that was a crazy close range piece pickup, right? And that's why the retake was so delayed as well, was Vic was TPing past the Vice wall, was trying to scale back for the group up. And again, maybe if I had taken the line before the paranoia fully steated it in, since they did spot each other out, then it could have been a different outcome. But yeah, we're going to see that these rounds are going to be close and uncomfortable back and forth till the bitter end.
Very surprised though that D1's able to actually salvage that one up.
Yeah.
The position they were in, they were trapped. Ion was in a really good secondary op spot as well. In this one, start over at A, poke and prod, see some action, understand this eco, move to C.
Yeah, it's Nico for ADG, so no ults invested on the Sentry. It's just tried, true, pretty basic, and yeah, Sega's got to respect that one.
Lucky the change of pace here inside Challengers as well. I think in some of the matches we saw before in a round like this, it would take a team a while to find the right site on an eco. In this one, D1's there immediately. On the flank, pound as well from Dynamic. He can do it all, hold, clutch, find space. It's crazy.
I'm expecting even the double up, looks like here. Ooh, timing everything. The bait run away. The forwards and the are both out. Surprised the pick got invested on site. Maybe scared the paranoia of some of the retake util, but it's basically going to act to solidify this round to tie us up 3-2-3.
How many times have we seen an ultimate just save the entire time, right? The Cosmic Divide on one of the sides. Like, I think it's nice that D1 are actually just committing to everything and locking these rounds down.
And we got 4 others to work with in the next round. I think you're more than allowed to invest 1 here just to make sure the tie comes through. And the flawless, sort of, with Dapper dying to the spike.
He had a stinger, so actually it's fine.
Yeah,
I feel like it's really cool for him to be there.
Yeah. It's the extra ult to start getting that ult back up since it had been dropped actually in the last second. So nice forward thinking. But
wow.
Yeah, these sniper rifles, big issue it feels like as well for ADG right now.
I'm not sure if that was like a thing that he found out and adapted to, that little sightline in the Viper Spit, or something they set up, but really cool for Boomy to be in that angle. It was adapted? Okay, nice. And this is crazy. You would assume, looking at the comp from D1, that Boomy would be the one entering with a rifle. Yeah,
that's
but
foreign,
he's
that's
got
foreign, bro.
He's got the Osmos hop going on right now, but he's not really baiting the team as much. He's in the business. Ion now. This is where you perform. Galata Mound traded by Calamity.
I love that confidence just to sail in and go for the trade, right? That's Calamity usually. Was a secondary factor alongside Foreign in their win versus Dynamo and delivers, gets a spike plant down, and now they'll have ideally that Nightfall to counter any sort of showstopper retake that's gonna regroup around Mound.
3 players
double
though,
off?
2
What?
scopes, yeah. They'll let him go? No, not really. High, Dynamic, not seen. I mean, these angles are lethal. They found way deep in the spawn here. There's one for Mound. Flash will come in, dodged, and it's perfect from ADG.
Oh my good, showstopper's going in.
Okay, here's the big boom. Not gonna be found. Double spray. There was an opportunity, but nothing in the moment. Dapper with a scope, gets some value, and might just have to save it. It is a win con for Boomy, and the style they like to play here is gonna give away that defuse.
Yeah, again, it's Ion on the op for the anchors, and then it's Chaotic as that retake duelist. That is this system, and that round, it got executed pretty seamlessly. I maybe wanted to see more intentional planning for D1 other than the double op down Sightline Mountain when they realized the retake was coming from that direction. Again, Calamity had that Nightfall, could have positioned themselves. Waterfall, like, there were a lot of options, but yeah, I like the disrespect from Calamity. It shows that we are going to have a fun series on our hands, despite the names maybe on that ADG side, but that's the lead back. Still 4 ultimates to work with for D1. And again, Perpetual buy coming through since they're the ones that have had some stability in the last 3 rounds prior.
Flash over towards the A side now as well. Challenging this Viper wall takes a lot of effort. Breaking over that B door as well. A complete lurk and a wrap too from the backside of ADG. Getting aggressive at taking some of these sidelines and angles. Ooh, Ion.
Yeah, this head-to-head op feels like it's gonna go Ion's way so many times. It's on the clutch, but it is on these openers. Doubles down, Blaze still in the back pocket for the retake too, if they even need to. That's Chaotic's job.
You play fast, you're playing into ADG's lane. Need a little bit of that push-pull. They gave up B entirely, banking that this team will commit, as they always do, D1 towards these sites.
Like the pause, let Dynamic regroup with Foreign here. And maybe set up some sort of steel guard in play, but ADG are waiting for it.
Remaining. Spike down A.
No trap this time being sprung from the side of D1. We've had it once before, but ADG will not let this round go again. Double peek. It's nice from them just committing to defending this A site.
Flawlessly done there. Again, if they're contacting into Ion, it's not going to be a pretty day. And it's like the similar option we had previously where they were concentrating to smoke a lot in the first series, right? And that's why the attack half can be so hard with these operators. And that's where Styles finally going to step in, call that first Division 1 timeout. And it's going to be partially like, hey guys, we have these ultimates to prevent us from getting overshadowed by this operator. Where are they? Why aren't we using them? And again, secondary is, it does feel like Calamity is more of like an after effect in that regard, of following up a lot with the util, and it should be leading from the front. So some fix-ups in that role priority maybe, and that could have been clouded by the fact they had the attack operator a bit, and now it's just the showstopper, probably like the, you know, the sacrificial lamb, right? Since he only has the sheriff, no shield kind of is going to be the goal for this round, but we'll see if that plan sticks out of the timeout.
They had a good plan too. You're asking, you know, what's going on in some of these earlier rounds. That round specifically, it's about Boomy hitting the op shot. And I know it's not as good. It's not as good as having the Nightfall ready. You can also have the Nightfall to get Boomy onto the angle with some information. But the biggest thing is, this is a very high skill, high micro matchup between these two teams. Like if Boomy's if your win con is your opera has to out op Ion, that is a very risky game plan to walk in with, especially because checking my notes, yeah, it's Ion, man. I mean, this guy does not whiff, he does not miss, he's able to track you through smokes if you give him a pixel. It's a tough ask for Boomy to be able to do this on attack.
Yeah, and this is the firepower we thought, or I thought, that ADG would come into the series with, and why they were slightly favored in the prediction for my eyes, right? Even if they don't have the best calling in stone yet, working around Mikey, who's the previous IGL, again, knows D1 and their book like the back of their hand. Maybe not Dapper's calling specifically. It's just the firepower that's shining through. Again, they're over-rotating kind of, because they get so much information from the scaling from Vic confidently, from the scaling from Ion confidently, and they can run into a site like this.
Ooh, second Thor not be able to use this. Boomy cancels it out. That was the biggest thing that could have stopped them down. This time sees to be able to get a lot of information. Mikey trying to delay, but Boomy's already in there. Mikey gets that trade once again. Close range sword, he can't do much in this patch. Calamity able to push forward the aggression from both these teams in display. Take a smoke out too. The rounds are going so fast. We've also scaled up Heaven too. You know what the last player is on this one in Vic's side? Both these teams want to play this map on their pace. They have no respect. They have no thought as to what the other team's doing.
Yeah, and I think that could have been this call for style too. Just simplify things, guys. Like ADG are taking a lot of space. They're playing purely for retake. If we can just fight into them like they did into rope for Boomy specifically, then that works out quite well. So if you're ADG, you're probably going to play a few steps backwards to avoid some of these entry ultimates like the Nightfall, like the Showstopper that we just saw. But we also had to see that Showstopper shut down an anchor as well, like Sacred. So it's like you're not gonna have that tool every round. So you have to take away, okay, what worked for this round that wasn't attributed to the ults, and how can we convert off of that as well?
Progression so far from D1 has just been looking so good, and they have a few more ultimates to be able to use to keep this thing rolling. Surprising not to use Nightfall in that one. They just trust Booby so much with the Showstopper. And yeah, we've talked about Foreign being that aggressive player. We're seeing it now. They have this cool chain of like Boomy attack this one side, and then Foreign and Calamity team up and make sure you get space on the other.
Oh, whoa, okay. ADG are done playing retake, Shio. We're getting the full-blown A fight. I'm expecting Seekers, I'm expecting the Blade Storm, and my only concern is that Calamity Nightfall we've been discussing.
That's an insurance policy here. Flash comes in, gets Ion on the line. The last time this happens, though, they just wait for this to go down. Ion missing because there's so many options. Boomy is able to get that micro flick just so fast, and this is done. You're being mollied off as well. Chaotic takes so much damage. Boomy finds Vic through the smoke. Trouble in paradise for ADG. Their defense looked so good early on, but now it seemed that D1 has found a way to break him down.
Yeah, again, I really wanted Ion not to be opping on that A fight. Like, pulled the blades out, and that's a very different story if you're full committing to the wall side, right? You can beat that TP from Foreign and get an isolated fight while the util from Chaotic and is backing you up.
I also don't mind the op if you had a teammate with him up in that close range. Maybe Boomy distracts, maybe there's a trade.
Then you dash away and leave them. It's like, it's hard. But all in all, the fight, main, at the end of the day, did not go their way. Surprising pivot here might give an opportunity for Sacred to like multi-kill on the anchor. But
oh my god.
Yeah, the shots through smoke are the #1 tool for success in D1's book right now, it appears.
They know the angles. They understand where these players want to play. They're very aggro. They're testing them to push them back off of these crazy one-off spots. Second flash coming in. Might have 1/3 final one for Mikey in a few seconds. But yeah, it's ADG saving, by the way. I mean, this is a team that would go for a 2v5. half the time. There is now respect being given over to D1. This is a very fast-paced match right now between both these teams, and D1 have finally found the passcode to keep entering some of these sites and get control of the map.
Yeah, and speaking of that brazenness, I don't expect ADG to be like a timeout heavy team, but this is like the point around when you would take one, even though it's towards the end of the half, right? This is the tipping point. You become a bit stagnant even with trying things out, but we see why they fell off so early. Operator also recovered. Don't really care about these old torps too much, but Chaotic still is going to be gifted one from Boomy, so step closer to that showstop before the half is up, but for all the struggle, all the strife, we are tied at 5-5.
Yeah, and the solution here from ADG, if it's not a timeout, switch up the way you're playing. If we're fast flooding, what about retake? Well, let me talk about retake really quickly. You know who Foreign is? A guy who will take space if you give it to them. D1 is not a team that will get a site and then sit in tree. They'll push heaven. They'll rewrap stairs. They've done it so many rounds in a row. I don't even think retake's a possibility, Zobi. I'm on your team. You have to fight right now.
Well, Ion's going to try to deep up line through the one way. The page shield, though, splinters him off from Vic, and just like that, they're both kind of pinged down just a bit. Softens the load for the eventual retake that's coming in from Boomy in the showstopper. That's already back online, by the way.
Oh, it's already on the way on the right side. Up shots and a miss. Dash actually gets sent back and forward. It's there. TP'ing in. Yeah, it's insane. Not being seen by the C's. This team's got some sauce with them on this C site. Chaotic trying to go for the fight. Spam back the Odin's there. D1 has the answers. There's just no way.
And the Sacred's already exhausted too. There is no way in unless Sacred gets a kill and pops the Steel Garden.
I mean, again, same situation. 3v5. You saved last time. Why wouldn't you now? Dynamic says you should have. You could have, but you didn't. 3K for D1. They're taking this game by storm.
Yeah, flawless to lock at A6. They full stop comeback after being down 0-3, and I'm getting memories. I feel like this was a series that like both teams, like Dynamo and D1, would start like 0-4, 0-3, and then tie it up immediately after, and we're getting that sense of deja vu here for the end of the half. ADG though, I mean, they at least wrestled together a bye for the last. I like Sacred playing so late because they can fall back and play that Steel Garden. And this looks like this 3-sec is going to go all the way through C-Mountain, like Vic has done so many times, TPing past that Vice Wall.
Job for Sacred then is just to not die. But again, it's Sacred, Ion, Mikey, Chaotic. These players like to go for the first fight. You have to really just quiet your ego down, get off site, do what you can to delay for the team. And Sacred is going to play that way. Very early ultimate coming through, though. His team's not ready for this one yet.
Oh, this
Hold
timing.
Up. The timing up in heaven. Oh, the leg and the Odin combination is huge. There's just no way, but the top down as well from ADG is able to equalize just a little bit. Spikes down. Timing come for forward again. If you give him space, he'll take it. And he's making this miserable for ADG. Calamity is ready for the spray. On flank, though, is Ion with a really cool position. Foreign's read it, and he has a spray again. Foreign, you have to do it all yourself now, though. Have a few teammates, but you have so much pressure on this side. Dynamic will top down. He does not miss a shot. This D1 team is absolutely stellar. Galactic, 2 players just need 1 spray. I don't believe it right now. They're taking the game straight to ADG's doorstep, and they're knocking it down.
Wow, 7-5 half for D1, and I was worried for a second. The late, like the wall there, it pops up, and I'm like, oh, they can stick it probably, right? Forward, who is that main playmaker, can get segmented from Dynamic on the rewrap, but Dynamic just blazing through these backside positions here, and just master of playing time in that position, and didn't really give ADG the breathing room needed to play that retake as they intended. So yeah, lead at the half. It goes back to, we mentioned attack side. This is their map pick, so how much credit can we give them, Shayo? Is ADG doing okay then? I think the next few rounds are going to be that meter.
Yeah, Pistol's one of the ones that decides who gets to keep moving forward. You're saying they're not giving ADG the time to breathe. Not me either. I mean, I'm having so much fun watching both these teams play right now. The pace is so fast. It's all about the micro, the talent, and every single player's taking as much space as they can. Foreign is the player to watch right now. Has a really good pulse on the positions from both people, his teammates and the enemies.
I like this. Wall drops. They try to get in position to deny that information, and not any contact made. No jiggles from the D1 side. They're ready to continue.
Yeah, 4 people on the site with a thorn. It's a trap.
Waiting to see what the util investment looks like here. They could just be alert. They don't know still, and that's the problem.
If they pivot, they run right into Dapper. Frenzy on B door. That thing's gonna find 2, maybe 3. Thorn, if it's not popped, will give so much information and Calamity can spam off of it. Oh
Did
no.
they find the timing though?
Into the snake pit, into the lion's den. Calamity so patient. Here comes the dapper play. One is the only thing he gets. The combination is there for the rest of the team though.
You have the spike on B. You have 4v4, narrow HP advantage. It's just going to be, what does this retake look like for D1 now? They already utilized a lot of still on that A hold.
ADG found the gap. They have Paranoia to be able to just delay a little bit of time as well. Skipping the drone. Dynamic taking the timing. There's two players here though. They play into one of the sides. Sheriff and Boomy. He finds a pick. Crunching now. Chaotic. Finds space to breathe. Calamity low HP. Cannot find the headshot. And ADG and Trades have done it.
I was so worried that D1 were about to flip on the site because they chose to fight into that ceiling space. It's like, is it better off to take those early engagements or just weather both sides simultaneously? And this time ADG do pull ahead. The buy-up comes through with a Vandal even for Chaotic, who was the great stabilization effort alongside Ion in that late round. Oh, not going for the Vandal. I would have been here for the Vandal, but yeah, Boomy and Foreign, again, great job in making that close to Calamity as well in the follow-up, but that Chaotic 3K, so. Both pistols go ADG's way. I'm surprised at them going back towards B. I think they're recognizing, like you mentioned, those soul reads, those gamble stacks are so hefty towards A, towards C this round, and this is the one gap, right? I don't even, there's not even a vice wall here, right? Like, they will get on a B plant before D1 are even aware.
They're teasing Sacred as well, jumping up against that Marshall over and over again.
Oh no, don't walk out with your knife. Oh, he just did.
Huh?
No one's holding that to punish it though? No one's holding it? Like, that should have been like easy first kill. Okay, that's an easy first kill, I guess.
Yeah, totally fine.
Oh, Paranoia late too from Foreign, so I'm gonna meet Minster here in C-Link.
Flood will come in, just looking for some value on orbs in terms of like getting a kill or two, doing some damage to the eco, but Stinger, double Marshall, and a Ghost means that no matter how many people you kill here on ADG,
pass the Vandal off, get your orbs. That's all this round has become. And double swing is nice. D1 know how to punish. Again, these zealous searches, we'll call them, from ADG. And just make sure you can get back to the radius of the spike for. And there he goes. There he goes. And they're okay losing maybe a Marshall or... It's probably all they'd be willing to lose here, but I think they're even out of that range. So it just dies to spike, and they're good to go. Tied a piece again at 7-7. And one of my friends was mentioning that this series would be a 2-0, like a quick one after our banger of a first. And I was like, something tells me it's not going to be that way. And yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing here. The back and forth is so clean. And we're just getting into the rifle rounds too, Shayo.
Actually, yeah, when it comes to strategy, when it comes to the actual cohesion, it feels like this half has already lasted just so long, but ADG are just ramping up. Now it's all about winning here and taking momentum for the rest of it. If ADG are able to pull this one off, it's going to be huge. Early aggression though, Foreign open up the door as well. You know, to use that Vice to get a little bit of action down, but then defensively just pivot off as well. You're able to actually run backwards and not be scared of getting shot in the back because of that wall.
And this circles back to something I mentioned before. Last time they scaled into A, there was no contact from Division 1. They didn't know, even with the revolving door sound, if this was a fake, if it was a lurk, or if it was the entire team until the pop. And here they preyed off that exact idea. Left Vic deposited, and the rotations from Division 1 still came through. So this C pivot is so fragile, but Dynamic on the aggro line could give them a kill, could give them early info for the pivot back.
Try for it. It's a Guardian, that's why Dynamics is going for it. And we'll try to skip everything over. Thorns being popped very early. Yeah. Oh, Vic! What is that? Those guys had rifles too. Calamity's able to get the trade, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But as a result of those picks, the rest of ADG have moved straight to B.
Vice util goes down, B side opens off that C kill too, so they should get a nice post position where Calamity's heroics have now been shut down. Dapper's positions identified. ADG look like they are set to sail into the lead.
Oh, really good at playing aggro, really good at taking the fight over to D1 as well. D1 had their turn. Now it's time for ADG.
And to me, Zerdragon Gaming, again, Vic put it perfectly, like he wants to relax at home playing in tier 2. And to me, this is a vibes team. Again, ADG has so much firepower. And again, we're waiting to see what the level of concreteness and the calling is going to look like. And you can let Vic go off and do what he wants, right? It doesn't have to be a strict sacred lurk, right? The Omen can lurk if he wants to. And those 2 kills, ADS headshots with the Vandal, like that is criminal. to completely lock in that rifle round. Now both, by the way, 3-0 openings for ADG to the halves.
It's insanity. And the fact that D1's still keeping it close is even more insane. This time, the lead can be stretched over by ADG. Just as that economy by a little bit. This reverse Viper wall as well. I leave so many questions as to how this side is looking like. It makes it a lot harder to take. I don't think that ADG want to mess with it too much.
I kind of want to see the showstopper fake. I feel like people don't use ults enough to fake anymore, Shayo.
I don't think they need to at the moment. I feel like the showstopper is going to be huge against a team like this. You want to take everything you can to lock things down. I'd love a fake though. Against
Boomy's calling the rotates though. Like again, they're going to be on a site where do you want to have maximum time to retake, eco round or not?
They haven't touched down the site yet though. If they move fast through tree, I don't think D1 could be ready for this one. So we'll try for it. Oh, big string from Dynamic. It could have been so much more so damageful. Calamity finds one, gives space for Boomy to be able to take the peek afterwards towards the right. Now Sacred's down. It's all up to Vic on the site. Able to find something. Okay, find the hole. Showstopper and Ion are able to actually equal it out. You talked about using the showstopper for a fake. They faked losing the round and ended up winning towards the end of it.
Yeah, Ion basically saves that round, right? Yeah, the showstopper was nice. I would have only gotten one, but I was more expecting Boomy to get another kill and then pull his showstopper out and win the eco for Division 1. Like, that's how much that round started spiraling fast because of that early detection system and rotation timing that we've seen leveraged now a few times by Division 1 and Dynamic. So, again, I like that kind of pseudo-aggressive style. It's very different from ADG, who was just big pushing out mound without any support and not getting punished for it ever. But I like this ADG versus D1 on a Stargate fight, and that's worse than even the fake would have been, Shayo, for the showstopper investment.
It'll be like okay and worth it for the next like 20 seconds, but if ADG choose to fight back into this after all the smokes go down, that's where trouble starts to happen. Sacred able to get some damage while tripping the wall as well, making sure that D1 are awake and not losing sight of some of these sight lines, or at least exposing themselves in defensive positions. Here is the retake on A. This is where the result might have not been worth it if they went away. There's like almost 3 people here.
Yeah, I like
this down.
I like the call. They're waiting for Ion to see if the Vice is here, if the Vice over peaks before going back towards C or committing to the safe fight.
This is really good forward up top. Spraying down from bottom as well. They try to go toe-to-toe with them on the same level. TPing off, cover his teleport. Is able to escape away, but your teammates die. The commitment is not there.
Like, why is Calamity swinging when you can see forward and try to TP to get away? Locking in on that fight was not needed, but it might not matter. Dynamic, right position, right time. But again, Ion is that net of security.
He's almost there, one step away every single time. Ion whipping, giving a space for Dapper to play. But he can't connect 2 dots together. No square formed. It's an armada of a watch on Waterfall, and ADG take it to 10.
Reminder, Division 1's map pick now trailing by 3 rounds. A perfect attack cast so far for Azure Dragon Gaming at 5 rounds in a row. Economy shattered yet again, and Division 1 still no secondary timeout taken. Ion still with this operator as well. Being that lurk player is an interesting thought, but like it's like if you can't even win this A fight when you had the perfect setup, it's like, what can D1 do right now?
I'm just confused as to, like, if you have 3 people there, it's 3v4. You take that fight all the way down, and you trust the rest of your teammates to win.
Oh, we're doing this again.
Plus on retake. We're going straight forward again. Season 8 coming in. Actually getting the dash off, and this is one of the best things you can do if you're on eco. Just try to look for the fight. You're not going to see anything, though. ADG are keeping this clean. Not a speck of blood on their boots, clothes, vests, guns at all. The only thing that you can see is your own being spilled on D1's team over and over again. Their takes are flawless.
And again, I know we've hyped up both of these teams and their mechanical prowess, but you look at the names on ADG. Vic, again, tier 1, very stable element, was with for a long time. Ion is 1 ascension. And the rest of them have just been shifting around teams because they are that stable individually. And that's why this team, even without reps, right? They didn't even play. This team didn't even play in like the Fun Havers, like the rework of Division 1 did, by the way. And they're having this level of success. So D1, eco, pretty much going to be thwarted unless Dynamic pulls a fast one, but the pacing doesn't say so. Doesn't even gun for the upgrade. So that'll be 11 for ADG, and hopefully the timeout, because if they lose that, it's another eco, and like you're broke. So it would be the last opportunity for Style to get a word in, basically.
Having this double duelist, having the Sky just makes this attitude of I want to fight that much easier to do inside the game. D1 play exactly like ADG. They genuinely do the exact same type of style of play. They like to get scrappy with it, but without some of the tools they have, you know, double duelist, the sky, it's a lot harder for them to activate and get scrappy with ADG.
It's funny that you call Division 1 scrappy, because that was the entire idea, was that Dapper was reeling in how scrappy this team was compared to last stage. So it's like, it's crazy to think that this is D1 a little less scrappy, actually. And Style also has added to that stability element for this team, right? And it's like, okay, well, now neither are working, right? The more structured environment versus the scrappiness that got them that 3rd place finish last stage before the rework. And, of the IGLing, and it's just like, okay, this is not over though. Again, this team up against Dynamo had 2 11-13s. One went their way, one slipped away, right? So I am fully capable that out of this buy round, Style has an idea to couple these ultimates into a comeback, right? We've seen them win those 3 or 4 rounds in a row. Did it in the first half. Can they do it again when they haven't gotten a single round on the defensive side is the question.
To do it against the ultimates that ADG has as well. Chaotic Showstopper has actually found lots of boons on both, you know, taking sites, defending some of the spikes as well. And it will come up if these guys play well and it ends up being like 11-11. So D1 have many obstacles to go over here. The biggest thing though is how aggressive do you want to keep playing against ADG? Do you want to lean into more of a retake style? You want to lean in more of a, you know, just leaning towards C a little bit and gambling on these sites instead of fighting for the space?
I don't know. I feel like they've already been rotating fast. They've already fought for A main Starkly. This is the best benefit. Fake the A pressure, put your Vice here, and then rotate numbers back towards C and B. This is a nice look, considering ADG have been just like fluctuating off of pressure and what Ion information-wise is able to find. So this is the strongest look so far, but we've already seen coordination issues on the defense on C site from both teams. So I'm curious to see how an Omen and a Raze are going to do.
I mean, the biggest thing too is that every time ADG's been here, Vi's wall, Thorns, and this Trailblazer will see none of it. We'll find Foreign. They'll TP in, but it's a bit of a fake. And now the mental stack for Foreign, there's so much pressure. No smokes dropped on the map at all. You can see that just gives so much freedom for Ion on A to clear everything.
You kind of want the Seekers to come out right about now to see if C site is deserted or not, or if they should lean back into the Ion lurk. There they are.
Yeah, okay, so they come in for now. It actually supports
faking the
Ion's lurk. Yeah. It's a sick. Look how far Ion's gone past the Viper wall. This is huge.
They don't realize the Vice is here. They don't realize the Vice is here. This should be an early shutdown, and then you're 35 seconds left, and you have to backpedal into B.
Oh, they're ready. They're watching this angle, ready for somebody to be on an advanced timing. All the way up there with 9, so Dynamic stops it. Odin's there. Dynamic again. Drops his spike. That's just huge. Vic cheated space, but Dynamic is still winning. Rolling gold, gold, gold. Every single time there's a fight on his screen. Updraft. Peek on his Thorns, doesn't matter. Be the 3rd person in with info. You're so good, Dynamic.
Boomy does not have a nade here, only the satchels, and those cannot quite dislodge this below flat position. So if they somehow salvage this 2v3, I'm done.
Could be possible with this timing. Boomy dashing across. He hears the steps, and Vic will actually challenge him. Going for it. Steel Garden there. Just has to delay a little bit of time, Boomy. Wait for it, Shorty. But he's seen both in the death cam, so they understand the position. It's been reversed. Smoke actually giving them the space to actually get down. See the head, trying to stick it. One spray, Vic inside the way, but Dynamic starting the round and ending it. Such a crazy, versatile player.
That is a crazy way to have gotten your first round on the board. Again, it's like it was a final destination moment where I'm like, I see this going really bad, really fast, because they had 35 seconds left if Ion lost an engagement A, because there was like a high-low setup that kind of branched out at the same time Ion peeked into tree, and it still happened. Dynamic held his own, shut down. Maybe even expected the updraft, it looked like, from the tracking, and then they were left just like without numbers. If they hadn't doubled down as much and had all 4 players go B main, it could have gone differently, but again, that 2v3 not favoring them remotely. So timeout converts. There we go. Steel Garden was a nice touch to ensure that 2v3 didn't fall to the wayside, and now
no
sure.
shot.
That should not have happened, but sure.
This is big. A pressure is what lets the other side of the map work, and right now they're speeding up to make sure that that work doesn't get started. Up top, double time on the box is crazy. Foreign sees one, TP's away, blocks off one of the sides, but Vic falls down. The nade finds Dynamic. Somehow it is, you're doing it through the smoke. This guy, it's his special move. He'll find you if you're hiding.
And now you're playing Operating, and the Vipers put that was deep A. They know it's gonna be a while.
Has to be a save. There's just no chance, but at 11-8 you have to try as much as you can to find this pick. I mean, there's wall bang options available if Boomy has the soul read, but he's not going to find it for now. They're going to go for this, rattle the snake's cage a little bit. We'll see where people move. Ion just raw peeks it, raw swings it. Do you forget you're playing against ADG? And now put 6 bullets, 10 bullets inside the operator. It does not fire fast enough to kill every single person and defuse that spike. They'll try to chase him down.
I think they know it's up now too. So that's going to be dangerous the next round, win or lose, if this weapon even makes it there. Double swing, Collecta, but the
classic doesn't die with a spike either. Somehow is allowed to save this gun.
That's not even the perfect part about it. It's that he got the showstopper too in the back pocket from that triple kill. And I mean, we're basically gloating about small wins where they come, Shia, right? Division 1 have to win now 4 rounds in a row to get to overtime. And I mean, that's probably one of the, okay, they got, yeah, I was gonna say, that's the only weapon amidst the storm of half buys.
It's gonna be fine for now. Where are we putting Boomy is the question. They're assuming it might be a C take. Weak economy means that C's might be harder to defend. So let's put the op there and see what's up. It's holding up a one-way, but nobody's there for now.
Yeah, there was a difference where D1 defaulted like a counter one-way smoke every time that this was one-way. Obviously, ADG don't do the same, so op stays on the deep line, and even your Omen now starts to rotate a side. Nice shot.
Oh, that is the headshot through the wall, and somehow Mikey survives it.
Can't heal yourself, though.
Okay, Sheriff in tow with the skis. So big moments of Yuto that should have helped the retake, or not even the retake, but the stall here are going to be used. Not having C's, not having some of these tools, going to be tough to hold down towards the C side, but they're getting pushed back into the operator now. And they're choosing, yeah, to go straight for it. Flash coming in, dodged. It's all on Boomy now. How much value can you find from Mound?
Showstopper.
Updraft. Who are you trying to hit? It's dodged completely. The Vickler taken away. Sacred finds Dapper though. No more Viper to be able to stall on B or A. It's a site that's opened up. Chaotic has to defend it down. Boomy finds Chaotic as Dynamic falls. But they do have control of B.
Oh, for how long though? Nightfall comes in, and Ion's struggling to even get the opening kill.
He's trying for it. So close. Everyone's segmented. Put down. Haunted out. Going for it. Does not have the firepower to supplement the utility. Spike still ticking. T1 up top. Solved out. Match point. It's enough for ADG to lock it down.
Wow. And in 13-8 fashion, ADG are going to steal away Division 1's map pick. Again, the firepower felt like we got a bit too repetitive at times on some of those A main confrontations, and when they finally figured themselves out, when some of the players like Dynamic were finally coming online, they were just a bit too far behind. Again, it's so difficult when you're not winning a single pistol. Not even that, but then losing that third round, bonuses perpetually, and then it was, how many did it end up being in a row for a Zodragon Gaming on that defensive side, or that the second half?
Attack side? Yeah, I mean, it was nuts from a Zodragon.
It was 5 or 6. Like,
yeah, they got to pull on fast.
Yeah.
It's just, listen, the name of the game is aggression. And honestly, swag for me as well. These guys do it with such style. Every single one of the players are aggressive, but in their own way, opening up these rounds in the most creative ways, and they can play off each other with their own identity. ADG, a very tough team to adapt to read. And in map 1 for Lotus, it's not even their pick. They end up with the win.
Yeah, it was a crazy showing. And with Breeze up next, another confrontation heavy map and another rotation heavy map with, again, really long lines, your nerf. I'm a bit worried for what's that going to mean from the fast rotation style Division 1, Shio, but all in all, I don't know what to expect now. We thought this was going to be like a 3-map banger. Now I'm even leaning further towards the ADG prediction.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's still high pressure. It might be high blood pressure. I'm going to pre-order an ambulance and be right back. More action right after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Marks, you know what I love?
What do you love, Liz?
A stolen map pick. ADG, take Division 1's map pick of Lotus. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined with Marks and Shayo on the desk. And Shayo, you're touching the head, you're fixing the hat. You were there, you saw it all. I'm gonna go to you first. I mean, talk to me about that map, that stolen map pick. I don't have anything to touch, but I'll do this with you.
Oh, that was crazy. Genuinely, I know I say that all the time. It's an easy way to end a sentence, but genuinely, both those teams playing so fast. It was a very close map in rounds, but in pacing. I mean, from the Lotus we just came from in Series 1, this was so different. So many people wanting to be the hero, but also being given the opportunity to be that hero for the team. Ion scopes, Foreign's pushes and pacing, and the rest of the team following suit. I mean, every single round was roulette, Marks. It was insane.
Yeah, it really was. Like, I was so impressed with how ADG were setting themselves up. Obviously, we saw Ion kind of holding down that long angle on A or C consistently and finding a lot of value there. But it wasn't really until that other half that we got to see the kind of gameplay style that D1 are really supposed to be good at. And ADG just kind of take that one by the horn and completely run with it. This unprecedented aggression and just always willingness to commit on the fight just completely worked out perfectly for ADG.
Yeah, I think there was this one round where like you could see the difference in committal. There was like a 3-man D1 push onto A Rubble, and they just didn't commit. Like Calamity jumps, or Foreign jumps backwards. Calamity also runs away. And the difference is ADG in those positions stay. They make it work or they lose. Doesn't matter. And next round, they do it again. The next round, they do it again. They died to an off trying to save and gave him showstopper. They didn't care. The next round, they're out of the gate again playing aggro. Both these teams, insane, but ADG, they have that dragon's breath, man. They're a bit more insane than any other team I've seen in Challenger so far.
Yeah, it's funny because like back in university, I had this one catchphrase where it was basically just like, when in doubt, just commit, you know? No matter what you're doing, just go for it. Just full send it and see what's gonna happen. That's the only way you're gonna know. And it really felt like ADG were just embodying that, which once again, that's something we really expect Division 1 to be the team that is gonna be like so good at doing it all the time. But this change up in pace, this injection of just energy coming from ADG looked like they had Division 1 scrambled.
I am gonna posit a question, both of you, starting with Shayo. Do you think part of that hesitation, that sort of reserved side of D1 comes from Dapper, who has that sort of like those protocols under his belt joining the team?
Well, I think that's what Zobi was pointing out, right? It's about the Dapper style addition to D1, trying to temper some of the aggression this team was known for in that last split. I feel like, yes, that's definitely there, starting to call things off overall. I feel like for ADG, it's the opposite. It's enabling all your crazy duelists, enabling everybody on the team as the IGL. For D1, you have to stay on one of these pages. Either start to play retake more and have some committal rounds and not some other committal rounds. You can't play in the middle. Would you agree with that, Marks?
I kind of agree 100%, actually. I think that there's like almost an identity issue that Division 1 we're facing on this map. And that is a really hard thing to say because I feel like so far in Stage 3, the big thing that we've been talking about is these teams changing up their rosters. You know, Division 1 being a team that more or less stayed the same, and yet still they're in that same phase, just bringing in one person, while ADG completely changing up their squad, and it feels like they've already solidified their identity.
They're so hard to read, and in that identity as well, we were highlighting Sacred. He wasn't even like alive, I feel like, half these rounds. It was really just the rest of the team, you know, heralding that jackhammer, just slamming in the walls of D1. The coolest thing too, this match was so fast. Both main duelists in this match were using an operator, yet it was still that fast. An op on attack, an op on defense. Like this 5K weapon is being used, and usually in VCT, you watch it slow down rounds. These guys are speeding up with it. It's insane.
It's so funny you say it was quick because looking at the screenshot we were sent by Prod, that was a 45-minute match. So but it goes by so fast when you have it, especially with people like Chaotic stepping up on the raise. We highlighted Boomy on the side of Division 1. We're like, this guy's explosive, watch this. And then Chaotic said, hey, did you forget about me, Marks? Marks, did you? We didn't forget, to be fair.
No, we didn't.
But absolutely incredible job from Chaotic.
Yeah, 100%. Like, honestly, if you were watching this map and seeing Chaotic at the top there, you're kind of like, huh, honestly, maybe wasn't expecting that one to kind of go there, with a lot of the flashier plays going over to the different members of ADG. But I think that Chaotic's arc in Challengers and figuring out where this duelist fits in this roster has been really interesting to watch. Chaotic used to be the crazy guy who would fly out, take all of that space, go for those crazy kills, but stage 2 went into more of a, hey, I'm going to always listen to the team. We're going to be playing as a unit. I'm going to be that tip of the spear. But now, once again, as ADG have adopted that faster play style, kind of Chaotic in the more supportive duelist role has been looking fantastic on this map so far. Just always ready to kind of commit off of someone else pushing forwards and make sure to follow up to find that space and find those kills.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that, sorry, Liz, yeah.
No, you're good.
I'm surprised that teams are also listening to him, or the teammates that he has are listening to him. Ion, someone who would have that ego to keep moving forward, some of the team that made all the space that they were having, still give him room to make his play. That's the coolest part.
I was gonna say, I wonder if that's gonna continue on Breeze. I was saying to Marks in the green room while we were waiting to come into this spot that I remember loving the Breeze I saw from ADG because of just like, no, sorry, Division 1, because of just how aggressive they were. Last time we saw them on that Reyna. We saw all this really cool stuff. And then now I'm like, is there going to be a post-map talk, Marks, in between where like someone's going to tell him, hey, actually we need to go back to kind of our old ways? Because I mean, Breeze is a map that I would argue really rewards that aggressive space taking for just how big it is and how long it takes for the defense to do literally anything.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Like D1 after that first map are just like, all right, gang, bring it in here. We're gonna figure out what we need to do. And the answer is, we gotta show them what we're made of. This is our identity. They're not allowed to just kind of shapeshift and steal what we do. We're gonna prove that we're better at it. And I think that Breeze is the perfect map to do it. But on the flip side, like I'm so worried about ADG. I think that they are gonna continue to send things. And especially Ion back onto the Reyna. To me, that's extremely telling of how ADG want to take this map.
I heard a laugh from Shio. I heard a cackle, if you will. Shio, speak your mind. I'm
always watching Reyna VODs. When DRG are doing it in a troll way, I'm watching, you know, I'm watching after the fact, knowing what's happened. But when it comes through sometimes from like, you know, the Envy side of things or way back in the past in VCT Americas, it's a little bit haphazard. Seeing that Lotus match and now watching Ion on the Reyna, we're in for some cinema. I just can't wait.
I am so excited for this. And also, just straight over correcting me, Division 1 did not run that Reyna. It was not them. And Ion saying, let me show you how the Reyna is done for our map to Azure Dragon Gaming, excuse me.
Absolutely. AZUREDRAGONGAMING. I got it.
We're so back.
No, period, spell. But seriously, Azure Dragon Gaming are on the way to continue this 2-map win. But Division 1 could play spoiler, bring us to a map 3. Shio, stop spelling, go cast, go.
Okay, I would actually just spell the entire cast as well, but that would take way too long. I can't do it by myself either. Zobi, I need you. What are we looking at here? D1, ADG, break it down for me. What are some of the advantages? We talked a lot about ADG. D1, what do they have at the plate right now?
What do they have at the plate right now? A comp change from their last loss versus Dynamo on this map. They lost at 11-13, running a very standard kind of Jet, Astra, Viper, Sova, Neon double duelist, and they've now switched over to the Harbor. They've given in. I had the sense to me that they were a bit too defensive, and I think this pickup is going to be the perfect answer back. Calamity tried to be that free fragger. It felt like a lot of times on Lotus and just kept kind of falling short because they were so instrumental as the solo info on that team. So I think this is going to suit them really well with Dapper on the Sova.
Well, look at the vibes they're going to be, coming in with as well. I'm kind of getting a bit more confident with D1. Dance party jumping around. Things are looking good. ADG, they're locked in. Nobody's jumping. I'm in for the jumpers.
On the stack, and they're correct. I mean, they're looking each other in the eyes, back sight, right? They're ready at a moment's notice. The drone. And isn't it gonna even spot this out?
Form ready to go. It's going to be a blockage with that bandit, though. Ion with the peak. Sheriff going to be strong. Dismiss over to the right side of the pyramids. Another breakdown, though. Calamity really good on the timing. And for the first time, D1 looking so good on this pistol. The aggression taking over ADG.
Spike planted.
Gotta be aware of those mid-pyramid timings. It can happen in an instant. And Vic, I don't know what you're gonna be able to do. The timing, is perfect. Division 1, as you mentioned, are gonna take their first pistol of the series here on Breeze. And again, there were concerns already about this if map 1 didn't go their way. And I mean, we already saw ADG leading the win cons. It's going to be these scrappy team fights again, stacked on top of each other. And yeah, it is unfortunate that Ion got cut out reloading while that backstab came through. So maybe again, letting someone to watch that mid-pyramid space. That orange side is going to be instrumental here because right now they got Duke.
Did you get to watch or cast any of these teams before? Like
Division 1, yeah. I casted that loss versus Dynamo.
Yeah. So in that loss, were there any key things that we're still very good at doing before the comp change?
Hold that thought. Do we see what we're seeing here, Jayo? 5 players walking down Belong. Dapper and feels like Calamity on the receiving end, and they're dealing with the great. There we go. Yeah, I like the reposition into window, but unfortunately that's not the big boy weapon collected, and they're just gonna pivot and look at the backstab.
It's a La Harbor strat. It's really nice. You're able to get a flood smoke out, but at the same time solidified, so you can kind of play it back and forth. You don't get spammed over in doing your eco strat. But from D1's perspective right now, they've gained momentum. I feel like between these two teams, momentum will be the name of the game. And if Lotus is a bit more easier to control on the attack side, I feel like Breeze shares the very same sentiment. So got to make sure you get as many rounds as possible here from D1. You want to get towards that 8-4, especially if you're up against a team like ADG.
Mike, of course, got to poke fun at your old team, but yeah, D1 keep that pretty clean, answered the trap from ADG perfectly, and to answer your question posed before of like what were the success elements for the prior time, even despite it being a close loss, it was Boomy and the operator had some crazy clutches. Even one that like put them in the realm of making it that 13-11, it was like everyone's jaw was on the floor in the desk and the casting booth combined. So it's gonna be this next tab that's more impressive for D1, it feels like, and anything they get here is gonna be a bonus and probably a benefit of that harbor pick. Maybe the speed too.
Jump in, do the pacing. It's so fast. Ion in there to be able to stop Boomy in their tracks. Chaotic off angles, not gonna really get off of it from this position. Dynamic is gonna just limp in from this spot. Mikey up on yellow might be able to watch this, but okay, there it is. Vic finally falling down. It's one of the controllers gone. You can't just slow down the round here and then look to hit something else if you have the chance. Ion could solve this angle. It's devious from Dynamic though.
I like the regroup here. I was expecting maybe the Sova to go as well, but no, Mikey holds main. So that Ion could go searching, but this pause, this slowdown, so that Stark, okay, a really fast opener to really strong pause is throwing ADG for a loop, and even now the B side anchor's questioning just a bit. The call to lean A is strong here, and I mean, it's going to come down to Mikey versus his entire team at this A site.
Saw the dart. They killed 2 on this side already. So they understand that the weak side might be A. They're just banking on nobody making this rotation just yet. That's why Dynamic is slowing down a little bit.
30 seconds left.
I'm being said that a little bit of a dash dab actually to dodge the shot. Dynamic on the backside is able to get the kill as well at 30 HP. This guy is putting the pressure on ADG.
Now he's totally back to cut up the mid rotates past the high tide too. Bro's trying to do it all, and I think we're getting a save call here from Azure Dragon Gaming. Yeah, just cannot get their feet under them. That pacing change, yeah, that would throw anyone for a loop.
That's something that D1 was trying to do over on Lotus, but that map is just so easy to rotate from left to right, so easy to bolster up with your teammates. Right there, you lose everybody. There is no spawn to rotate from. You have to cross by mid doors. It's very tough for the isolated person on that site, and really nice from D1 to confirm this. That being said, could be found out. Calamity may be walking door to door to sell orbs or something. I don't know what's going on over there, but not aware of the position of ADG.
Dynamic's so low, but again, this was a bonus conversion, so the orb may be worth the trade. Okay, we're just giving them more, and they're just gonna tuck and not give anything else to Division 1 other than that 3rd round. I feel like we're in a loop, Shy. We can't escape all these 0-3-3-0 starts we've had. That's 3 in a row, by the way. Coincidence? I think not. But yeah, it's this double duel is doing super well. And I feel like they were playing a bit more divided because they did try to lean into op so much as well on the D1 side. So it's nice seeing how full faceted it is. But it does feel like they've simplified things, like you mentioned, on this map, and that's serving them well. And ADG, they didn't take a single timeout during that fake comeback on Lotus, right?
Trying to remember. Maybe there was one.
Because I think I called out like this is where you would take one, but ADG don't scream timeout to me, and they didn't. Yeah, and yeah, so taking one already here with the 0-3 start, I think is strong, knowing this is their map pick. I think the idea that hopefully Coach Kimmy's going to be calming to them is just like, guys, don't overswing. They're looking for these fights. They have a double duelist and a solo Soba. Like, that's the trade-off they had with the Harbor, is like they're gonna be playing pretty like brawl heavy, and like we've seen that in the first 2 rounds. So if they go for kind of what they did on the pistol, like the silent gamble stacks, the off angles, like what the B site has looked like between Sacred and Chaotic, that might work out better. But it is an eco, it is 2 hero rifles, so anything goes for this round. Get a little silly with it.
The thing for Breeze though is that if you do play in a very backwards line, if you stay behind the equator of the map, especially against a team like D1, they will take advantage of the space, and giving up space on Breeze is one of the worst things you can do. It's very easy to manipulate a team. But they've chosen the right site here on this weird buy from ADG. Sacred by himself. They get stunned over towards backside. Easy wrap in from Boomy. A very calm round, it seems like, from D1. Very much in flow state in this one. Not even missing a shot. I'm feeling calm as I cast it. It's looking nice from them so far. A very cohesive take on the B site.
Mikey was just a sheriff in hand. Okay. At least takes down Dapper, says I was the IGL once, but Dynamic says no longer. And now they're even punting, bro, that was your very teammate. Anyways, D1 get up to 4-0, deny again that save buy, we'll call it. But this is something else that obviously is a huge dynamic shift in those slight role swaps for ADGs. Chaotic and Ion, right? Ion was the op agent, Chaotic was the entry, and now they completely switched gears where Ion's this, like, I call it the mischief duelist. Like, it was again like what the Yoder also would fill, right? And kind of the Waylay too, and now it's like Chaotic is in the primary, and I don't know how that might be also some of the issues, but crazy time to have it shuffled the playing field. Ion now on the anchor alongside Sacred, and here comes D1 off this reckoning.
Push it in. Sacred over towards the left side is distracted by the dart, and Dynamic takes him down. Ion playing. Spark seen. Spray taken, and Dynamic actually takes him off the top rope. Suddenly blocked by a wall. It's your site. You have numbers. There is no chance for the side of ADG unless they get a miraculous pick here.
This is like a wholly different team, just steamrolling wherever they want, whenever they want. And this might be another ADG save call at this point, right? Chaotic with the op didn't even rotate over. So like they're playing just roulette of like where the op should be when these rounds start, or they're just giving up. It feels like it's gonna be.
At the same time, regardless of if the op was even there, the reckoning covers the entire angle. The dart is an option for the other side. It feels like D1 are very connected, almost mind-linked in taking space on these sites.
And that's crazy too, because they're just implementing the Harbor, so being so well oiled and orchestrated around that is a beautiful change for Calamity, who wasn't even flashy on the Astra. It's not like, oh, he was an insane Astra, we shouldn't replace him on Astra. Like, this is good for him as well, and what we saw he was trying to do over on Lotus. So up 5-0, reason for celebration, and I guess that dance party was because they knew this was coming in spawn on that pistol.
Yeah, future, it's like a rain dance. Please give us 5 rounds. The 6 will be hard to convert though. This is where the economy for ADG starts to really bolster up. You can almost buy, not every single round, but you only have to save 1, and you get things like the op going. You get a lot of other stuff going as well every 2, but you win this one up to 7-0 for D1. That's going to be a little bit crazy because it kind of is worth 2. They have Hunter's Fury here too from Dapper to be able to activate and start this round. Chaotic though in the right place, right time. Op shot, gonna leg him. That'd be huge if the Harbor went down, but Calamity survives. Pushing in the site now. Chaotic stunned over, pushed down. Hunter's Fury finally coming in. Boomy is so clean at the moment. Again, cool, calm, collected, and linked. Dynamic finds Mikey, and this round started as it finished. Very fast, very precise.
And that's where D1 is such a pendulum of consistency, right? Highest highs and lowest lows. From map 1 to map 2, we are seeing that paradigm shift. And Ion just playing for some exits, perhaps here, which he doesn't even need necessarily since he has the Empress online. And I think that's where the frustration for ADG has got to start setting in. And you mentioned how it was going to be a broken buy. They already invested the blades as well, so that's why they're so inclined to carry these 2 rifles over.
They got nothing. Look at the bank right now. 850 for Vic, 50 for Chaotic. Maybe Vic can buy something. I always forget about the max loss bonus. Yeah, you might be able to half armor something, but man, you might want to full armor it up too. You could see this team swapping over to the Outlaw. I don't see them switching up though. I mean, everything right now, it's flow state for D1. They are running these guys down on Breeze.
Yeah, and this is a 1 agent change from that Dynamo game, and yeah, again 10-0 by the way for Dynamic. That is crazy. We're talking about Boomy running it down. He's only 3 and 4. Like, I did not notice that Dynamic was 10-0. Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Look at this time. So the extremities have been tested. B has been a problem. A was a super take. You have rifles across the board now. Half armor, regen armor, chaotic, glass cannon, no util. They choose mid. I mean, they're in the brains of ADG.
Hey, I mean, Dynamic and Boomer were doing a good job exploiting that in the first few rounds, so it's gonna be a question of how do they respond around this toxic screen. Ion's in a great position for it, but he gets pinged out.
Double scan. They choose to keep fighting. Is the trade going to be there? Not this time. Slow it down for just a second, and you can just get out of here. Think about it, though. Zobi, they've exposed 4 people on this site. They've scanned 2. The other 2 used util. Then there's just 1 guy on B.
All right, we've seen Vic do this before. And you do it again. Find the timing, slice and dice around the poison warp Calamity. I like to pause.
He needs value. He needs something, but he just can't and will almost find it.
He's gone? Oh, he's not gone.
Okay, he keeps going. Fighting him in his domain, that's not going to be possible.
And that was a cove from D1, actually. Just a standard one to cross over from arches, get into sight, and yeah, Vic uses that perfectly. Now the Reckoning could set up the rest of the teammates on this re-entry, and that's why Foreign, I think, is playing so far forward.
He's looking for it. Okay, both players weak on this left side as well. Reckoning is going to be able to push him off. Dapper needs to find value now. He's going to be able to see Chaotic. I'll be able to play off the damage that Foreign makes down. He's staggered these HP bars, but he cannot finish the job.
Yeah, good understanding from D1 again, fighting forward, but ADG just handled it 1 player at a time. It really did hinge on, I think, that Foreign versus Mikey fight. If that gets lost by Mikey, Vic really can't confidently utilize that Reckoning and scale off of it, and that goes completely awry. Evidence being Dapper also getting that little 180 timing on, I believe it was Chaotic rotating over. So all in all, yeah, ADG on the board in a nice round fashion, but again, you've got a long way to go, at least in this half, and the money is sweltering still for Division 1. So I'll have to see them leaning into these ultimates kind of perpetually at this point for these round conversions. And it's like they're understanding, okay, like, guys, if we're just going to hard anchor one site with our Harbor or our Viper, and we're going to stack the other and get aggro. Look at this.
Oh my god, they try for a push. It's not even a stack. Hunter's Fury has to fill in the gap. Doesn't find much, and Vic, though, he's going nuclear. Dynamic solves him down. Knows where Sova is now. Hion has moved over. Okay, this is the ADG we're used to watching. They are watching every single back possible. Up to just Foreign now, and Ion finds him down too. That is a classic dragon round.
Yeah, that was some dual aggression, right? A 2-headed dragon for sure. And I like the sacred refrag there as well. It's like, I'm so sorry, forgive me later, Mikey, but it must be done. And no way this is a Division 1 timeout. There's no way. That's no way. No way. No way.
I mean, think about it, right? The first round, there was a read that the mid split should work. That there is a bit of A pressure, like, but they read it wrong.
It did work. I would say it worked.
It worked a little bit, but there were 4 people on A. They had the wrong read. The next round, let's go for B slowly. They had the wrong read. It's trying to choose the right book.
But they had the right pivot, right? In the first round that went wrong. And that was what was good, is the recon. And then you're like, I don't care if the pre-run call was bad necessarily. It's the second round that I agree that was really bad because they couldn't get themselves out of the incorrect excuse me, because ADG was so catastrophically compiling inwards. So maybe then the call is to go back towards a more defaulted look, but they fell into that trap of defaulting too often on Lotus that they never got forward momentum, right? And I think that's where we're going to have issues if that's the solution out of this timeout. And I think that would be backwards progress, right? Like, I'd rather take the RNG of them going towards the wrong site and playing as confidently as they are over the defaulting any day.
I don't actually mind the default too much, as long as they...
if ADG keep playing aggro, yes.
Yeah. If they want to go crazy for these mains, it might be worth to see if one main has some noise on it, and then we move over to the other way. But ADG are not a one-note team. They'll go aggro based off a trap. They'll go aggro if you are actually doing something over here. And they're reading this mid take a little bit. Chaotic's moved into elbow. Spam coming in. Sacred's in the business. Dash through. Do they expect the side? No, but Chaotic lands the shot as well. Defensive harbor wall comes in for Chaotic to be able to play around. Pressure from the backside. Scope in tow. It's too fast. Doesn't it over. And Foreign bites the space and time.
Oh, you really need to take her to get that refrag. Now you've given up, right? The B-side control. Now you're playing a full offsite 4v3 retake, but that's good info. That's good damage. And I like that they're backfilling the space.
Spammed out through the wall. He was scared of Ion on the super flank. They had no eyes there, no sent to util there. Because I don't think they own one for the moment. That being said, Calamity has to go insane. 2 angles playing on top of it, but the ledge is able to break him off. No double spray either. It's looking nice from ADG.
They feel like they have a very stark understanding of these B retakes, right? When they have like numbers and guns, and that's what I think been the difference these last few rounds. I don't think D1 tested, I would argue, the B post plants enough for us to be like, oh, that was an issue for ADG, and I think that's where D1 are ending so often on B. That needs to change a little bit as well. Like I kind of want to see them go back to mid door poking and prodding, at least on the start, because if they don't see the numbers on it, then they can commit to that split. And look at that. That's kind of what they're posturing for. What a concept. No, maybe yes. Oh, are they? Almost? Are they? Yeah. Okay, we're good. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Dynamic, what are you doing on that B side? Okay, is this a fake then? What? I have no clue, but we should be focusing on ADG actually here. 5 players in mid. What is
really
this?
finding some semblance of control on all sides of the map.
So we're just defaulting
from both sides. Yeah, they're defaulting a little bit. They just want to take some space. D1 wants some control. Ion, this position is bad on any duelist but Reyna.
Ouch.
Oh, but you need a kill to make it safe, and Ion doesn't find it. How does Boomy get there? How does Boomy get that?
I have no clue, and I have no clue how even before that Ion doesn't get the kill onto Dynamic. It was 48 HP now. Sacred.
Relurk, it's a trap. And Dynamic's here to wait for it. They have finally found the right book, are on that page. I know this site should be free. A lot of the times it is a Harbor here or Mikey on that Sova straggling over. They see nobody. Go for a greedier Viper spin as well. Dapper plants the spike down. And we talked about Dapper and Style, their influence at stabilizing this team being a hindrance on Lotus. On this map, it feels like Dapper and Style, although it's not their pick, the slower pace of D1 is actually winning them these rounds.
Yeah, and I think that was the change of the timeout, right? It's like, hey guys, they just started fighting us head on. That's what the change was. They're walking down space, they're peeking into us, just wait for it. And that's why they went back to the default in mid, right? After the previous round was lost. So again, ADG then just need to stop fighting for that, and D1 should start to run out of time is the idea a little bit. So it's just gonna be that back and forth and who comes out in that tug of war for the rest of the half on top, because you're starting out with a 9-3 versus, at this point, what could be a 7-5 for Azure Dragon Gaming. The ults, too. Look at those, favoring Division 1 here pretty heftily. Right? One off as well from their own Blade Storm, and yeah. So let's just say ADG are not going to have a fun last 2 rounds of this half.
Sometimes, though, when there's a plan that D1 absolutely have, one pick from ADG or playing around an ultimate in a more creative way can topple the round entirely, and that was happening on Lotus a few times. D1 would have the advantage, ADG would have like the pocket strat ready, or somebody would break into space a little bit. So you have to be able to control A main first, and that's been trouble. Ion's been here in the best ways. Hunter's Fury coming in to maybe track what happens after the fact. Mikey's able to pick up Dynamic as well, so your playmakers are down on D1.
Yep, entry's gone, ult's gone. How do you get through this? I don't know about the refight here. Calamity setting up the wall.
It's a crossfire, though. I mean, this should not be possible. They have to wait for this wall to fall first.
Too high.
Joan gonna be able to see one side, but Ion's hiding. He's hiding behind the wall. It's a perfect pocket to be in. Utilizing a counter to what D1 just set up. Again, they had a plan. There was a counter. Dapper could be the solution. Spike given over. The flank behind him, though. Sacred. Again, the fact that this team pushes the extremities, is able to take their space when there isn't something going on. They're so proactive. That's what makes a difference, and that's what makes a good team versus a bad team.
I mean, again, your Reyna should be feast for him and should fight forward, but it's the fact that nobody else did on ADG that I really like. That was more of a sight anchor position after the open, right? The crossfire's clean. They weathered the storm of that Hunter's Fury and just locked down the site. This overfight, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. They won the round. And Sacred, I think, has been being a playmaker more so for ADG this map than last map. I think he had like, I think it was like 6 and 12 or something. Again, it doesn't matter when anyone on your team is dropping over 20, but here he's always that backstab element, that refrag element that we talked about, and it's been nice for keeping a lid on things, making this close. Almost a 7-5 now. The op coming back online for Chaotic.
Where the hell is Dynamic? Knives, so you're able to move a little bit faster, but he's disrespecting the smoke entirely. He's called out where ADG kind of are. He can hear these rotations in a second. He's super fast on this side. He's all the way in the flank. Harbor seen, 2 people scouted. The Reckoning will now buy him so much time. Push into him, is still not seen. 2 for him. On the screen, Dynamic. A mole in the flank. Somebody who cannot be stopped by anyone but Ion. How much time will he buy now? Is it enough? Calamity in his own smoke. The Cove is not going to be his home. He gets evicted. Mikey drones forward. The whole team starts to creep up slowly. Foreign and Dapper, it's all on you. The anchors for these sites. How can you play? A little bit well, though. Dapper with the timing. Now, in a 2v1, Ion has to try to solve the round. The smoke spray's huge. Acid Bite will go down. Shock Dart will be huge with the vulnerability. No time for Ion. They've done it at a bit of a cost. 8-4, it doesn't matter. D1 push this half on their side.
Wow, 8-4 half for D1 off of, again, some really well-placed util. The Shock Darts, the Snake Bite. Understand they were starting to lose that turf war, which was also kudos to ADG. Battled back perfectly after that catastrophic mistake of letting the dynamic lurk timing come through off of the Blaze Storm. So I'm going to say, I think, Shaya, after a 0-6 start, ADG picked up a respectable number of rounds here. Enough to, I think, pick themselves up with the momentum shift of a half change and make this a competitive series, despite it being that 8-4 half. But we'll have to see if they get back to their pistol ways, if they can, in fact, get back to the confidence behind them, and if, again, the roles start making sense.
Yeah, I think back to that M80 versus Shopify Rebellion Black game that we watched. The 8-4 M80 start in the SRB playing a better second half. In this one, ADG could play a better second half. 8-4 is a pretty big advantage, though, you put down on the screen. You have to play better than better. You have to be perfect.
Happened on map 1, too, right? That's where they got, like, the 6 in a row. And ADG are on the attack here on Breeze yet again. They've handled the first blood. They've handled the aggression, but D1 have just charted courses towards a different destination. Ion.
Oh, full pivoting over, and the read is there. It's like Ion can see through the smoke. B site is free, and all they need is a bit of confidence. I mean, if I check the team name again, yeah, it's ADG. And they got a lot of that to be able to push on the site.
And now Sega's gonna cut off the rotations as well, like after the fact. Oh no, just stick around mid, please. You guys have the numbers. You could have done it. I guess they're worried about Vic and Chaotic being low HP. It's fine. But now you get the questionable flank mentality here from Division 1 because you are running such an aggro style composition. Again, no tripwires, no nothing.
Spike planted.
To leave it on pistol, yeah, with no trips, you have to be able to use your sight lines. How many times have they been tripped over here? They're going to check it this time. The Bandits going to be able to find one, and that just might be enough damage.
I'm out of here.
Bit of a late adjustment over towards the top side.
Flip site. Play the more aggressive lines, as you saw 2 more on the flank.
Boomy has to just jump in here and pray for the best. Stun on the left. Dash over. You cannot jump anymore. You cannot break those ankles even on pistol. Dapper, maybe just go for an orb here if you can. Please go for an orb here if you can. Can't really find anything. It's Chaotic. That takes him down.
All right, and 2 things to take away from the round. Again, ADG still good on pistols and still good on the attack half. And I lied, it's 3. And Chaotic looking a lot better on that entry for the attack half, more than we mentioned that traditional duelist, more so on the defense with the jet from, again, the duelist changes. So, go to the next. Standard buy-ups, standard marshals that like to come along with Breeze. They're expecting D1 to get aggressive and take advantage of that again, which I was going to say, I don't think D1, you can hinge on that. So I like the Vandal purchase from Sacred, and D1. Like their flank enough that they're going to take A space, probably rescale off this contact. Double delay is here for Foreign and Calamity, but and this is ADG we're talking about. They're probably just going to go like guns blazing into this site.
I mean, they're waiting for now. Some classic shots push back.
Gun here. I'm out of here.
Boomy gonna be able to find a sheriff as well, way back in the spawn, so that might make a bit of a difference. Second Cove coming in. Ain't finding too much. Dash finally inside. Right click is gonna be nice and topical there, but Chaotic's just a bit too good on the draw. Sacred 2 making this round look a little bit easy. At the same time, Boomy, that sheriff, it sings. Dapper is able to upgrade and keep his HP total as well.
Dapper's like, guys, I don't play Zova. I can't geometry this just yet with the shock darts. So no spike denial, no kind of pillar shutdown, and that allows the sightlines to go in ADG's favor for this closeout. Might have been a rocky start, and it's gonna possibly be a rocky finish. Boomy, great timing, found, but the shots weren't connecting, and 1 bullet left with Chaotic's name on it.
Oh my god. Expensive, and found out now. The time starts to tick. Bulldog in tow, lower HP. Boomy, you can do this. Slide in, but no shot after the fact. Just imagine Imagine if that happened. He had time to defuse as well. So close. Catching up after the fact. But now hindered. How do you go into this next round? Do you end up buying up a little bit? Do you have the economy to be able to do it from the side of ADG? That is the question.
You just have to full bonus this, take it as it is, honestly. I don't think you can risk full investing into it, right? It was that economic deficit that got them in this position. All right, sure, guys. I forgot this is ADG we're talking about here. Shio, risk does not mean anything more than reward. So, yeah. And that's where I think the Outlaw for Dynamic is a perfect pickup here, but top mid isn't the name of the game. ADG. A lot of pressure here on the main, and Boomy's happy to oblige.
Tagged up, but nobody's able to actually completely beam him down. That is just so free. I feel like both teams have had such a good time at taking the same main space. And the one way lasts so long.
They're starting to re-clear, I mean, which is fun to see from ADG, but your other side lurk gets dropped, so it's like, yeah, that's your only option. Anyways, and the 3-stack is still here for D1.
I'm liking the two-tier layered approach from it. Being able to play in front of that wall as well. Towards the mid beam in sight is going to be huge. Smoke from the attackers drop down, and it's going to be hardened as well, just so that they're able to move cross. Chaotic with this timing might be able to save the round. Calamity nice to be able to get one, but no! That was the chance, and there is none left. 9-6 D1, and it's not going to be the end of the world. They still have a buy in the next round. Yes, they invested in a few rifles, but oh, I say that, and the eco doesn't look too crazy. I'm going to have to half armor again, maybe. Yeah. And Chaotic's back here. Sacred as a sheriff. It's not looking too good.
I mean, I'm still hung up on the previous round because it's like Dapper's like, no, you don't do that to us. We do that to you. Remember first half on that pistol, right? Like, okay. And yeah, it's the kind of ramifications of forcing up. And now they're kind of stuck in that position where they have to buy again, or do you want to slip further and further into the lead? Boomy one off from the ult to be the idea here and trying to get the save control once again. And ADG, you just hope you get out this time without getting maimed. Yep, they back out. Oh, all right. Finally, some respect shown, realizing that they were going to make a mistake. And just sometimes there's not like an outlaw impeding your rotates. It's just the foreign anchor.
I mean, that's as, I think, dangerous as an outlaw when you have 25 health. That guy does.
Drone saw nothing.
Yeah, Drone saw nothing, and A is seen by nothing as well, as we see Jet. That's dynamic. Take that sight line. They know it's been out. That rotate's starting very early. Storm Surge can get there. They're worried about the midline as well from the side of the defense.
I'm surprised Foreign's actually moved back. It feels like they want to play retake on the B side, right? Even that toxic screen. Do you see that? This is a pure retake wall if they pigeonhole themselves in this backside space. And so that's where I do like that ADG are coming from mid-tunnel. They can fight wall side, they can fight into backside arches, and that should set them up well if Boomy doesn't spoil the whole thing.
A lot of them going through mid as well. They're literally right behind these lines of scrimmage. As you said, waiting for them to move through. Boomy will spoil things slightly. No lurk, and that's needed on attack to make sure that B has a bit of a punch to it and some mystery as you walk in.
Here we go.
Oh, look at this.
D1, they elected for this retake.
Yeah, the lurk coming in from Sacred. He has to go back and maybe try to find that rifle in bottom mid. Everybody's over at arches. That wall's going to provide so many dividends. Vic trying to play with that smoke on the site. Dynamic is about to find the craziest timing in a second. One flick and two down to 140. Brings out the classic. Meanwhile, offside, everyone's stashing in. Vic is able to play around his own cove. A second one being dropped down. Storm Surge in the way. Ken Harden is down. It's a back and forth. The shorty does not find the answer. Low overall reckoning coming in. No quick scope. Vic saves the round.
A round winning clutch from Vic that could define the comeback game here for Azure Dragon Gaming. I was so worried when I saw a double scaling in mid instead of just taking on the wrap, because we knew that 4 players were coming out of arches and that timing was not going to be there. That plus the retake wall that we pointed out made it seem like all the cards were steeped up against ADG. And I think it's Vic that realized the wall and then jumped over and instead played from that pillar side in this cove. Like, that was perfectly done from him on the individual level.
Every single player that had a say in that round as well is just playing to all their outs possible. Chaotic getting that one is huge. D1 now. That wall blocking off the blind is huge for to be able to play. But Vic, another time, solving the round. On the team is low on economy. Chaotic is evening it out with a classic.
I thought Boomy was like, you can't collect these weapons. Yeah, just stay where you are without your blades anymore. And he still doesn't. Oh, okay. Well, Dynamic's still gonna get outlaw kills, but that might not matter. It is a 3v4. Spike is down. We've yet to see this retake for D1.
I have a wall, but the clock has been ticking for just a little bit. Ion's worked his way into the cove as well. They know exactly where he is. Wall's not going to fall just yet. Calamity able to play on his own lonesome. Ion's inside that wall though. Yeah, it's about to be very rough. He's going to be able to find one of the picks. Both the duelists now playing in tandem. This is the ADG style. D1 had their turn. Now it's the Dragon's turn to roar.
I like it. They're playing very forward in the post. They're playing for the trades. Like, this is the epitome of what an aggressive style defense looks like, and or post plant defense looks like, right? Again, you look at this composition for ADG, and I'm like, this has zero sight, like space hold potential in my mind, right? With like util wise, right? Other than Sacred and the Snake Bite. So I'm like, okay, this is what you need to be doing, and it is perfection. So one round now trailing. Money reset. The only thing that could get D1 to double digits first are these ult blades, and the overdrive are a nasty combination. I think that's why ADG are keeping it so simple. Into the ice site.
Nobody dodging all the way towards the right.
Here we go again.
Push somebody over to the left and wants to finish the job. ADG, what is that scaling? Disrespectful. Insanity. Disgusted.
You turned, I think, what is it? Swedish there for a second.
A little bit. I mean, they're doing something to me right now. Zombie, I don't understand how this team is so confident in pushing forward, in risking rounds as well with that confidence. Still, it's the ADG style.
Yeah, it prevented the blaze, prevented the overdrive. A lot of these retake ultimates get shut down, and now, I mean, you're just playing crosses, you're playing trades, and it feels like it's going to be semi-flawless here. There it is, locked in. And we are tied 9-9. D1, they have one timeout left, because we questioned that crazy one, yeah, after the 2 rounds. Look at that. Again, you always regret it later, and this is the time where you're like, I wish I could take a timeout.
Still, this round, it's really nice to keep that fight going, not giving D1 the chance to breathe. And again, it's very reminiscent of what we saw on the Lotus, right? Like one of these sides taken over by D1, the other one, ADG, when you're able to play attack, where you're able to actually control the map itself, they seem to be so much more confident, and things are just working out for them. I think to highlight one of the players, Vic has done so much on the B side, and now the duelists are paying him back by just taking the space perfectly on A.
I mean, you have an off on one side, which was the playmaker against Dynamo, and now it's your double peak in a main that's falling flat. It's all down to Calamity here, and he can't even ult.
Doesn't matter. The trades are good. Calamity, an iron wall, water, morphing, and staying strong. Chaotic though, drowns him out just a little bit. 2v2 now. Boomy, some information up in mid in terms of who's moving back and forth, but wasn't able to find the pick.
Sacred has to rush back over, regroup for the 2v2. Spike at least recoverable once they clear the mid door line. And my question is, do you use the overdrive here? I feel like you have to if you're Boomy.
I'll try, but also you have to realize the pattern for ADG. It's been people scaling all the time. They know exactly where the last person is inside the pit. On the mid beam, the slide, the scene is good for D1.
Ford and his clutch factor is back. Division 1 on an econ breaking round once again, pull through the clutch and get to double digits first. And without dipping too far into those ult reserves is going to be everything, and snuffing out the ADG's comeback momentum with 4 of their own. Should be buys still for both sides, I believe. Maybe Thor on the D1 side, yeah. But that is a great round of 1. Calamity especially, that's going to be like a little bit of like a pick-me-up.
Yeah, but that's worrying for D1. That wasn't cohesion. That wasn't a strategy. That was Calamity. It literally was the individual. It was a god round, and it was him stopping, ironically, what his namesake is, the chaos of ADG coming in. They genuinely cannot handle these sight hits. On B, it was 4 rounds in a row. Anti-eco or not, ADG had control. So slow play it again. Work for this elbow control with a drone. Get the op off the angle. That was their curse beforehand. Yeah, Boomy will be on site, but they've been so good at taking the space, backing up, and going B, or staying here, harbor walling, and then going B again. They find the extremity picks once more. ADG are unstoppable on these side hits.
And you talked about it, I think, previously, like ADG and D1, same font, or sorry, different font, same words, right, and how they play. And we just saw it here, right? D1, get over aggressive. ADG, wait for it. It's the same exact development that happened last half for D1.
Vic now in home territory, where I think, what, 4 times he played this perfectly. Man disadvantage rounds as well. How do D1 do this?
Or about double up, triple up, even. And I think we get a D1 save here, actually.
We're going to ADG insurance as well. Usually they stay on site. They push towards the back. They put pressure onto D1. They don't feel pressure. They realize the round score.
Or for cross, but he's going to meet the main.
He's gonna try. I mean, he has his own wall up here as well. What's the risk though? If D1 die, look at their economy really quickly. They have nothing to buy over the next round. They cannot lose a single body here. It'll be detrimental. This wall about to fall down. Calamity finds him.
High potential, low conversion. It's just a bummer, but ADG tie us 10-10 yet again. Still are sitting on these ultimates as well, charging up towards the Reckoning too, which would only strengthen Vic's resolve. 12 assists right now. And say not too shabby. Calamity doing it on his Harbor debut as well. And D1 finally took that last time out. And probably don't want to convert these ults in this last ditch effort buy round after the save without conversion. Or that would be handing over map point to ADG.
This might also be the coach tapping in, seeing some of the ults that the other side has. The last time we saw Chaotic and Ion both active at the same time, they disrespected the left lane of A, the left pyramid. Nobody does that, especially when you have double wall control. It's insanity. So the coach might be going for some little bit of anti. ADG have put down some patterns on how they like to play. If they're B side, it's elbow first, then the sight hit. They have some flavors of it. If it's A, it's all about main. D1 need to control it.
And this is then where it's a perfect time for ADG to also hit them with the pace change. That's been the name of the game for both of these teams. Is like, because you expect them to go so fast, so furious every round, it's when they veer away from that like you throw a curveball and the other team has gotten thrown off.
Well, here's the thing. If you slow down, look at some of the stuff that's available. Later in the round, Hunter's Fury. If you try to speed up, Viper's Pit. If you slow down as well, Viper's Pit. The longer you let it last, the more info there is.
And that's where ADG on Lotus were better at once they got that opening kill, speeding up in the direction of it. So I think they could outpace that. And it depends on who's over peaking as well. I do feel like it's been the duelists and it's been foreign, so you'd still have those ultimates, but we'll see.
Here it comes. Pit actually being put down on A. That's their problem round, or their problem spot. A band-aid for now, but will this wound stay healed the entire way? Can they get foreign out of here? Also, only a stinger for foreign, so if there's multiple people jumping in, this might be a problem. They've got a drone. They have Storm Surge. There are protocols, and they have a blind as well from Ion. I forget about Reyna. You got some Reyna util for this one too.
I really just want to see Ion win this, just head on, and then I feel like the players would backpedal, but it's all a matter of timing.
Boomy also at ladder. Haven't really seen him be this active on this angle. Usually he's playing over in tunnel, so on this spot he can find some value. If this team decides to go over towards B, they clear window. They're looking for the op. They can't find it yet. Usually the op is in elbow.
It's the same exact angle Chaotic cleared foreign on, so I love putting the op there as well.
See if it's possible. Chaotic towards the backside to support him. I'm scared looking at Ion here, but he's not really moving in. Watching mid doors as well. I see Calamity has to stay alive and use this Reckoning. They've got an elbow control.
They're going through mid door.
They don't see the op.
It's on Calamity again.
30 seconds.
Gotta know where the op is. Here's the one way with the Storm Surge. Here, stop this. 26 seconds left. When the time goes down, it's all about Hunter's Fury. Trying to find something. Scattered is ADG. This is not up to plan. This is not where they wanted to end. This is supposed to be an A split, but they have not found it. D1 are holding on. Perfect ultimates. Clock going down. Force onto the A site. They have to push through. The one-way finally falls. 7 seconds. Ion's fallen. Calamity, again, a god round. Holding things down.
No
2
time to
seconds.
plant.
No time. Perfect from D1.
Yeah, that one's a difficult one. I don't think they expected the one-way tech actually on mid door. That's one you don't see all the time, and it was a perfect complement to the foreign Viper's Pit in A main, right? The entire idea was to flush from the back end that Viper's Pit, and they couldn't get through mid door easily. So that extra layer is so good.
And those layers can only be possible with that timeout. They understood something special from D1 was coming, especially if they put that pit up. So they had everything taken care of. A gap in mid, Bloomy has the op line on it. Chaotic can cover main if Bloomy wants to go back, or Bloomy wants to go back and check it out. Everything there was covered by D1. That is such a sick round, and ADG got timed out. Second one now, a classic B pop. This is where there's a problem. Close range, is he on the angle? Okay, Reyna Lear up in tow, up inside with the Viper's orb. It's gonna be huge, a trade, but ADG come out on top.
This is when foreign likes step up though, and now, no, he's gonna face plant down just when D1 needed him. Chaotic's not done though, nor is Sacred backstepping through all the way in. It looks like the defender spawn. This is gonna be a treat.
Yeah, 11-11, make a wish. I think for D1, it's maybe we had a better chance in this round. All that work put in the last one, completely diffused. It's like they literally need ultimates to be able to keep up with ADG.
Wow, wow. 11-11. That ult reserve has been exhausted aside from that reckoning for Calamity, which I thought it was actually invested on the one round where they fought through the one way and started getting some space backside orange, but lucky to be clutching onto it now. But that's my concern as well. ADG this round, they have 4 players outside of B. They're so strong at taking the site. Low key, pop the Hunter's Fury or that reckoning off rip.
Low key, just play the game. Look at the eco difference right now. The window punish! The window punish, your teammates not there. They went for the risk. Dynamics falling. Match points on the table here. Crossfire though. Rifle being seen so far. Reckoning on the one side. Skipping over Jet. Booby was seen though. Pushing way deep in the site just to share. If you don't have the eco to keep up, you don't have the players, no positions. It's just a dragon in the sky. And it's soaring right now. Straight to match point. Solving every problem, every puzzle D1 puts their way.
Wow. Yeah, again, we've yet to see D1 truly solve those BX decks because it's more ADG started leaning away from them because they thought it was going to get too repetitive. And it feels like after their timeout, after their missed round, the late pivot, when they tried to conquer the A split, this is where they want to drive it home. But again, they're back in their heads, Shy. I would have just gone B again, right? But this is for OT or not. So maybe and that's crazy too. They just switched the Jet and the Neon back over to A after it was on that B main choke so many times for
we forget
D1.
about the cost. We're tracking ultimates. We're tracking players being alive.
Yeah.
We forgot about the economy. The last 2 rounds, D1 broken buys completely. Yeah, they're taking so much and so many resources to keep up with ADG. And she got the big bank dynamic. But the timing, you can see the rifle barrel. There's no way, Boomy. It's all on you. Neon doesn't work that way anymore, man. This is match point series point for ADG. Crazy what people would say would upset in this one, at least from our predictions. Reckoning coming in. Ion has the timing. He's in no man's land, but he can stay here. Dismiss. Box. Move. It's ADG that win the entire series 2-0.
It's 2-0 fashion. I'm glad we at least got a double-digit banger because we thought this was going to be a close matchup. But it was truly just who was aiming better on the day of. Both of these teams have such similar styles. And while there was a slight identity crisis on the D1 side, ADG leaned into embrace the chaos from start to finish. Now, Shiloh, I don't think it's going to be sustainable, but boy, is it fun and entertaining to watch. And I can't wait to see if this Rankers kind of style, this reincarnation through Ion, it almost feels like, is going to continue through the Swiss and through the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, throughout all these playoffs, I'd love to see it after the Swiss. I mean, it's not just the Rankers anymore. It's not just disrespect. They have some pacing. They have some changes. They have some ideas behind everything. Then when they're let free, when they're let loose, these players play so well off of each other. Facing D1 down on this challenge and being able to win at the end of the day says bounds about the gameplay that ADG have under the hood. I'm very excited to see how this team evolves over time. Thrust though so far, past the days. Hope any last words on this matchup? That was just so much fun to watch both matches.
I mean, cinema, the Preds are still good, the Dissenters win, and thank you to the teams for doing what they do best.
Absolutely. ADG, I think one of the coolest made teams so far. A crazy roster to watch. We'll be keeping up with them. And we'll be keeping up after this as well. A little bit of interview coming up right after the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
The night may be young, but Azure Dragon Gaming take it home. Welcome back for the final time to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Marks and Shayo on the desk. And I want to stop right now and say, Shayo, amazing work today. Double duty, analyzing, casting, killing the game. That is no small feat stepping into that. So everyone say, thank you, Shayo Wager, in chat. Say, we love you, Shayo Wager. In chat. Thank you.
Listen, you guys make it easy because that's so much fun. Zobi makes it easy too, but specifically the players and the teams today, these are some banger games. Sometimes, I'll be honest, I'll be personal. I'll be falling asleep in some of these matches. They're too one-sided.
He said it!
Watch this replay though. Look at these teams. I mean, play-ins are on the line. Swiss is like that this time. It's going crazy in Stage 3, Liz.
I mean, Marks, you can tell that ADG are reinvigorated, right? Like Division 1, I think we're talking about kind of this like new style. They're trying to find that balance, but ADG, we're like, let's show you how we want to play this dang game. And they're doing such a great job. Bree's just emblematic of that.
Yeah, this was a crazy map because, like, at first, I would make the argument, Division 1 were looking invigorated. We were like, okay, hold on a second. Map 3 inbound. Let's go, Division 1. We are so back. The desk predicted correctly. And then all of a sudden, ADG go onto the attack, and then they look even more invigorated. I don't know if there's like an invigorated going on here, but it was insanity is what it was. And ADG just simply could not be stopped. They gained enough ground on that defensive half, despite the fact that D1 were so aggressive and so up into their face that they had that padding to work with and ran home with it on that second half.
Yeah, the job they have to do now in Swiss for the rest of the time is to figure out one way they confidently like to play defense. I feel like that's where they're seeing a bit of the gap right now, but on attack, this team, I think even in play-ins, will be a very scary team to face if you're tier 2, tier 1, tier 0.5, whatever it is. Even if you're a world champ, you should be scared of ADG. They really have that attack sauce.
I mean, both of these teams just so much confidence on their attack. They kind of have that style that they go for. I agree with Shayo that we need both teams just kind of finding that magic on defense. If they find that magic, especially ADG, I don't know what stops them. Like, genuinely, I cannot think of, like, when you have the vibes, the confidence, and just the kind of the gumption to go for the plays they do with such full confidence, that's something you can't anti-shot. You can't beat that, right? Like, it's something that can't be taught, and it can't be anti-shotted, which is exactly what we saw today. And Marks, you bring up a good point. There was a good chunk of this game where I looked at my watch that I'm not wearing, and I said, we're going to map 3, and that's totally fine, right? We're going to go to map 3, and it's going to be, it is what it is. But it is a bit concerning at the same time to be like, okay, well, both of these teams don't have a good CT side. But at the same time, that is very easily just a sit down, VOD review, theory craft, etc. But huge props to ADG for getting this done, Marks.
Yeah, this felt like one of those situations where it's like, hey, let's put all of our eggs into a basket. And both of these teams decided at the same time, let's put all of our eggs into the attacking basket because it was just so fast and furious when they actually went onto the site. And of course, we've seen some of these tier 1 teams bring in that harbor and really reckon to that very fast gameplay style where you're using all of these walls to really section up the site and then kind of take those little individual quadrants of where that A site is, where that B site is, and then as a result, just steamroll your way on. But yeah, like you said, both of them didn't really have an answer for it on the defense when they were experiencing it themselves.
I think just look at this timeline, right? If you didn't believe us, we literally had the stats to back us up that this was definitely just a side of who can attack the best. I think it's Finesse that said that one time in comms, you know, if you give me 3 rounds, I'll give you the game. Talking about the specific side he was on, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specific situation of that. I remember the breakdown of the actual quote, but I don't remember the situation. But what I do remember from this game specifically is that type of situation was there for ADG as well. You give them, it doesn't even have to be pistol, but just one of these comeback rounds, a little bit of a confidence boost on attack, you lock it down. And there were so many people in general that were the cause of that, right? Ion with the timings, Mikey sometimes with enabling people, Sacred with the lurks. It was crazy, Marks.
And I'm really glad that at the top of both of these scoreboards, we're seeing both of those Jets. In that first half, Dynamic was just sending it in round after round, looking for those opportunities and finding those kills. But then one of the things I talked about after that first map was, you know, Chaotic reining it in a little bit. Yet on Breeze, on that attack, we get to see the leash just get completely dropped. You know, Go free Chaotic, have fun with it, do what you want to do. And consistently, Chaotic was finding so much value, ending things off with 26 kills in the lobby and that 306 ACS.
I feel like we also got to shout out Chaotic because we gave so much, you know, we're like, oh, the Reyna, the Ion coming out with the blinds, and not like Chaotic was the player that stepped up and had that moment, Shayo.
Absolutely. I think the one person we forgot to mention as well, the person that started the catalyst on their attack post plan, Vic. This guy with the 3K up with the Cove when it was hardened was nuts. The next round, in actually entering, was able to solve a lot of the puzzles that his duelists missed. And then after that, every single round had amazing impact on that attack side, kind of drowned the chances of D1. This guy played amazingly in that second half.
Shayo, I love you as a friend, but I also love you as a coworker because for our Philips Noco Game Face interview, we have the best transition possible because it is none other than Shayo, Vic from Azure Dragon Gaming. You're Vic. Hello, sir. Welcome. Good to see you as always. Huge congrats. I mean, I don't even know where to start with you because I think we just kind of start from the very beginning, right? You know, you make a post saying you're going to be stepping down from Cloud9 per your request, and then you find this opportunity to play in Azure Dragon Gaming. Are you able to go into specifics about how this opportunity came about?
Yeah, I think a lot of the players on this roster are close friends of mine. I've known them for a few years. I've always talked to them, in a sense, in my friend group. I think after I told them the news that I wasn't going to be playing on C9, they asked me if I was interested in playing with them. It took me a few days, like weeks, before I really decided, but they said they will like accommodate everything to me. Like they'll lower the prac load, the workload that I'm usually normally used to. So I think for me, it was just kind of a no-brainer, just kind of keep myself sharp still for 2027, show teams that I still care. You know, I still want to compete in Valorant. I still want to be around.
I mean, what a boon it is to have you on the team, right? You talk about you're coming for this tier 1 for this Cloud9. You so much experience in the controller role, but also for your friends and now your teammates to say, hey, we'll do what needs to be done for you. That is such a privilege to have, and what an incredible team to be able to do that for you. And you took time to make the decision. How has it been kind of transitioning from that tier 1, you know, scrim, VOD review, that sort of very stringent style of practice now to a team that you have said yourself has kind of calmed down their load, their practice load, essentially?
I think it's a little more relaxing, but a little more intense. I think because I'm not playing as much, I'm trying to give more effort in the few scrims that we have compared to the other, compared to like Cloud9, for example, where we play a lot more, we'll VOD review a lot more. So I think it's a lot of critical thinking and just trying to make sure we're at our best for the match with the limited time we have. I think it is quantity or quality over quantity.
How has your play style evolved? Because I mean, just watching you guys, we were so enamored with how aggressive you are. And this is something we didn't really get to see you kind of have this style while on Cloud9, but it just kind of seems like there's a reinvigoration with you in Azure Dragon Gaming. Can you talk about how your play style has changed from Cloud9 to joining the Dragons?
Yeah, I still try to be that late round player. You know, I think that's where I thrive the best, but I try to match everyone's pace, especially with the Chaotic and Ion. They're very hectic. They're very go, go, go. And for me to succeed and for them to succeed, I might have to run in a few times, but it's just part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely so exciting to see you kind of have that moment and kind of match that style. Can you, again, like you're saying, 2027, I can do it all. I can play, I can do it moving forward. I think Azure Dragon Gaming back in stage 2 surprised a lot of people with how they play and how their play style, where they made their placements, and now you're joining them kind of with a lot of expectations on them, right? They're a team that really made a name for themselves. So you're coming in as someone who has made a name for themselves in tier 1. I hate asking this question because I think it's the dumbest question we as talent can ask, but I do want to ask you, is there any sort of pressure when it comes to this, or is it just genuinely you just playing with your friends and you're happy to do that?
I think just playing in general, there's a little pressure. I want to make sure everyone looks good for like my team. I want to succeed for them, not just for me for the future. But at the end of the day, I want to win. I want to show that I can still compete at a high level, but I also want to show that these guys can also do it too. So the pressure, I feel like I am experienced, but I want to share that experience with them and make sure they can succeed for the future.
Can you talk about the experience you bring? Because one of my questions is, what have you brought to ADG? Obviously, like you have like your skill and your experience and the kind of the stringent sort of style that we spoke about, but or maybe are there some intangibles that we wouldn't be able to see in game that you bring? Is there sort of vibe? Is there an energy? Is there, you know, hey guys, let's work on our comms?
think from coming from like a higher tier in a sense, I have an expectations for comms and like the way we play. So I will speak my mind about how things are going if they're not going right. I think trying to find solutions within the game is also like important for the team. You know, while we're playing the game, sometimes the coaches can't always be there, and just giving confidence for the team and giving people options what we can be doing and kind of just letting people focus on their game. I do think I have a decent read on the game when I play, so I think it's just trying to contribute my part when playing.
My last question for you is, I think you bring up such an interesting point about playing with your friends, right? Like, I love some of my friends dearly. I never want to play games with them because we're just so opposite sort of folks in how we play, and that's fine. But and sometimes, you know, you get a little testy with your friends when you play because it's just like a different sort of animal that comes out. How has it been playing with friends that also turn into your coworkers, where you have to kind of be the bad guy and say, hey, don't do this, you're not doing this well? Has that been an adjustment of sorts?
A little. I think it is hard because you're always joking around with them, but when it comes serious, they might take it the wrong way. But at the end of the day, I've known them for so long. I've talked to them every day, and they should know it's not that serious. Like, I'm not meaning it in that way.
Right.
At the end of the day, we want to win, and I want to make them succeed. So if that means I say something they might not like, we can talk about it at the end of the day because we're still good friends.
It comes from a place of love, right? Always comes from a place of love, which we'd love to see. Vic, it is always so good to see you. Always good to see you play. We'll let you celebrate your win. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, Vic. I think it takes such a maturity to be able to talk to your friends like that. I know there's some of my friends, I love you dearly. You know who you are? Don't queue with me. Love you dearly. Don't queue with me, because it just wouldn't work. And to have that maturity to play with this team and find the success, as we show you the bracket graphic and how well Azure Dragon Gaming are doing, is such a lightning in a bottle moment, Shio, when you look at it, because when you look at it from like the top down, the changes, the vibes, the energies, the relationship, they shouldn't be 2-0. To be very surprised to see them 2-0.
I mean, it changes things for everybody inside the bracket as well, right? Like, they take the space of somebody who should be up there, the cores, the SRBs, the YFPs. Now they're 1-1. There's another team that rises up to 2-0, and the journey continues for a lot of these teams, right? It's really cool to see some of the switch ups all across the board, and things kind of evolve as America's evolves as well. Some people get promoted. This specific entire bracket as well that has such long stories change as well. I mean, Mikey just faced his old team and ended up, you know, getting the dub overall. It's nuts to see these small things, so many different timelines change over time.
Yes, I mean, Marks, these matches are not confirmed that we are looking at, just kind of more of emblematic of just how the Switch stage is shaping up. Any thoughts, any surprises, any commiserations?
I mean, I feel like Shio kind of highlighted it already. I will say it is crazy to me to see SRB, Core, YFP, and FlyQuest in that 1-to-1 thing, while we've got other teams that... I'll be honest with you, I wasn't really expecting, like Energy Academy really stepping up, SAD Esports stepping up as well, and now an ADG squad. And yeah, some of it just comes down to maybe unlucky matches, specifically the M80 and SRB match happening this early on. I think the interviewee said that they were expecting it later, and yet it already happened. But we're really starting to see the tiers being broken up in different skill levels, and as well as different strategies between all of these different teams.
Yeah, this is like the Masters Santiago / Masters London of like challengers, where, like, you know, the unexpected teams are making it and all the expected ones are losing. Yeah. It's people are gonna start talking about viewership now and like the fans. Anyway.
Oh no.
It's
Reddit, no, stop.
No. On a real note, it's nice to see a refreshing change, and this is where we need it too, right? This was the narrative we talked about before. It was all about, this is the chance people have of making it to that tier 1 league, making it all the way to champions. This is where things get real, and like the consistency you build up the entire year starts to form. We have another patch to go on while this entire stage goes on too, right? The initiators, the sentinels getting buffed as well later on inside the playoffs. Who knows when that happens? It's gonna go crazy.
And the other thing too is, once again, I feel like the narrative coming into stage 3, especially as this is that like last ditch effort to try and close things out and get your way into tier 1, is all of these roster rebuilds. And it's so interesting for me to see some of those teams on top going through all of those roster rebuilds, while some of the teams that just stayed together are also up there. And so at this point, like, it kind of throws out the whole theory of, hey, you know, if you rebuild your roster, you're not going to have too much success right off the bat, because some of these teams are really proving us wrong. And I think that's such an interesting storyline to follow through the bracket.
I will say, I love being proven wrong. I love when players go, what did you say? And I go, that's on me. That's on me. Because I think that just means so much to the sport and so much to the players. I love being proven wrong by our players. But friends, that's going to be it for us for the week. It has been an honor for hosting all 4 days for you all. But on behalf of the casters, the desk, some of us who are both, production, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make decisions. And hey, see you right back here next week.
They're still going to delay some backside space off the notables. Here they come, just refloating in off the time.
Spike will come down, pop flash over with the overdrive as well. Starting to make some space, body back and forth. Ping and pong is able to score over and over again. The paddle straight towards the face of SRB. They melt, and they never even started on the site. Too much value. Bonnie this time. Yeah, no threat from either side, but there's a trip. I get them knocked down a little bit. Stands on both sides. Classic is an option. Everybody's pressured now, but X is here. X is ready to stay. X cannot go down unless it's fast with that sheriff angle. No weapons to boot going, no space to be able to take stability. Now you have to really lock in with, as you're saying, the chamber value and some of these rifle rounds. Bonnie with a pipeline here as well. And the spike makes it through and falls down.
Oh, he's going back, dude.
Now.
He's feeling it.
Oh my Caillou! Solo man ace is almost possible as everyone's hindered coming in from that Viper wall. Decayed a little bit.
Fantasies, bro.
He's got the Oswald talk going on right now, but he's not really able to see as much. He's in business. Ion now. This is where you perform. Glad Mound. Traded by Calamity. Broken guys completely. Yeah, they're taking so much and so many resources to keep up with ADG. And you got the big bank dynamic. But the timing is insane. The rifle barrel. There's the way, Gloomy. It's all on you. Neo doesn't work that way anymore, man. This is match point series point for ADG. The crazy more people would say, well, upset in this one, at least from our prediction.